Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. I am your humble host, Mr. David Knoll, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers, and I greet you as always with the love and the honor of the infinite creator. And I do continue to pray that each and every day that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, and the wisdom from the universe. Now, with that said, um, with that said, you're watching hockey. Good for you. Hey Ed, this is a subject that has kind of been going round and round and round and round in my head, and for other people it seems to be that the word alchemy and some of the stuff that folks are doing and trying to do and stuff like that is like and they're following ancient traditions and they're following this and they're following that. Okay, all right, we honestly need to have a sincere, open discussion about this. Hey, Barry, about, alchemy. What does it, there are different people who use it interchangeably with other things. And I got on here just 1 minute before 10:20 so I could share a 20 with y'all. So I'm kind of sort of packed and ready. And, since I just got here, even though I posted at least a half an hour ago or so, that I was going to be live tonight, let some other folks, kind of wiggle in. Okay, Barry. So 10:20 in the afternoon or evening time here on the East Coast, Eastern Daylight Time on 5/30/2021. So smoke if you got them. And if not, if you don't smoke, we honor you for that and your decisions. If you smoke and don't have any, we'll send you prayers in that respect. But anyway, and here's an interesting thing. Now, you can all take guesses as to what's in this pipe, but here's the thing. In the alchemy of things, as soon as I light this, as soon as I strike fire to this and create a chemical reaction, then whatever's in here, whether it be tobacco or something else, its form has changed. There are fumes or smoke that comes off of it. And depending on what it is that you're burning, there is still a chemical reaction. So anyone who ever lights anything up, in a way, is an alchemist. Because in firing this up, I'm wishing to change an organic compound into something else. I'm going to turn it into smoke and ashes. Okay, but that's alchemy. Now and I'm going to read you some stuff about alchemy, and just do a wiki, just do I use DuckDuckGo, but I understand that they've been bought out by somebody, but it's still my search engine. But DuckDuckGo, and just type in alchemy, and pop up. Just load a couple of pages, and just read through the paragraphs that are on your screen. You can open one up and go into it deeper, but I'm just saying, because that's what I'm fixing to do here in a minute. But I'm going to play alchemist a little more, and I'm going to set fire to whatever's in this pipe, and I'm going to change it into smoke, because as an alchemist, your goal is to change a common compound into something else. Let's just keep that in mind. So, hey, Teresa. Ed, I need to soak my feet too, actually. Thank you. And I'm glad that you are. One of us is. Shame on me. I should be. But I have stepped on stickers and they've gotten into my feet. And somehow they're gotten me a little irritations in my feet, you know. Anyway, and soaking them would be a good thing. But anyway, hey, Teresa, how are you? Barry, Ed, if I've missed anybody. So, yeah, we can blame this on somebody, can't we, Teresa? And Barry can blame this on you, too. I'm kidding. I'm teasing. But in a little way, I'm not. Okay, you be careful, Teresa. Quit trying to answer in the chat. You drive. Keep your eyes on the damn road, girl. You know. Anyway, this conversation, though, I've been listening to folks. You know, it's my job to, as a watchman, to keep an eye on things and see what's going on. Hey, Mossy man. Yeah, right knowledge. Thank you. The correct knowledge. You know. So, you know, I'm kind of blowing in the wind here for a little bit, or, you know, how many times must a man walk down? Hey, Max, we've been talking about you, but in a good way. Have your ears been burning? Then praise and gratitude. Thank you, Max. But yeah, I'm literally, you know, that's why you are I'm your shaman in training. I love it. I'm your shaman in training. You're always welcome, David. David. I was reading the back end of thank you, Max. It said thanks, David, and I was reading anyway. My brain jumps ahead sometimes. Hey, Susie Q. I'm an old softy. Yeah, maybe. In some ways, I'm hard as nails, though, because there are some things that I just have learned and understood. And I'm sorry, you can beat me to death, you can do whatever, but I'm still going to, you know, not going to change my mind on some things. But anyway, this idea of alchemy and alchemist and who's of this and who's of that, and, you know, and steeped in tradition and all this other kind of. Sharwin, I love Swarma. That's a good one, Max. Hey, Susie. Doug, how are you? Hello, y'alls. Right back at you, brother. So, there are folks out there that are calling themselves alchemists. And, you know, they might be for all they know, they may be. But for me, I never consider myself a true shaman. I'm a shaman in training. So if I thought I was trying to learn alchemy, I would claim myself as an alchemist in training. You follow me? An apprentice, all right, at least. So now I'm in the title of this video, it's alchemy and root doctors and practical medicine. Now, what the hell do I mean about that? Most are not true. A lot of propaganda. Yes, thank you, Mossy Man. Sure, it's an okay term. Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with studying it, but there are people who claim to be alchemists, is my point. And I'm really concerned about some of these folk, is where I'm headed with this. They've seen a YouTube video and then they're going to try it. Well, if they don't like the way it is, then they substitute something. Well, let me just tell you. I study alchemy, but not in the sense that other people do. And because my alchemy, and now since there are 11 of you here, let me go and just read down I could call myself yeah, right. And some folks should call themselves idiots, but that's just my own personal, no one in particular. Now I'm going to read. I typed in alchemy into DuckDuckGo, and this is what I got. Pay attention to some of these because they're not all the same. Supposedly by Wikipedia, alchemy is an ancient branch of natural philosophy, a philosophical and proto-scientific tradition that was historically practiced in China, India, the Muslim world, and Europe. In its Western form, it was first attested in a number of pseudo-pictographical texts. Yeah, that's a big word. Written in Greco-Roman Egypt during the first few centuries. And there are some who say it was BCE instead of CE. Alchemy definition by Merriam-Webster: a medieval chemical science and speculative philosophy aiming to achieve the transmutation of base metals into gold, the discovery of a universal cure for disease, and the discovery of a means of prolonging life. And you could go on with that little definition, but that's as far as it goes with this paragraph. Now, right off the bat, Wikipedia, in my humble opinion, has got this wrong, because the definition of alchemy by Merriam-Webster says a medieval chemical science and speculative philosophy. Okay. Now, any form of science has speculative philosophy. Otherwise, they wouldn't have looked for the quarks. They wouldn't try to understand molecules, or just saying. So right off the bat, here's Wikipedia that we're supposed to believe, and here's Merriam-Webster's dictionary, and I've got a printed version, so it's similar. It might not be word for word, but it is the same. It is basically the same. Britannica says alchemy, a form of speculative thought that, among other aims, tried to transform base metals such as lead or copper into silver or gold and discover a cure for disease and a way of extending life. So that's sort of now this is the Britannica, right? We had Britannica as a kid. I mean, you supposedly trusted that encyclopedia. Hang on, let me go down. Now, Live Science says alchemy is an ancient practice shrouded in mystery and secrecy. Its practitioners mainly sought to turn lead into gold, a quest that has captured the imaginations of people for thousands of years. So the speculation on alchemy is that it's original, but it's shrouded, here we go, in mystery and secrecy. All right. Now, let me say something about mystery and secrecy. If I don't understand something, it's a mystery. And if somebody didn't tell me how it worked, it must be a secret. Those are both assumptions on my part, okay? But it's a mystery to me how a magic trick was done, or how something, but it's not a mystery if I learn how to do it. Now, that goes with anything, not just alchemy or something like that. But think about alchemy as an extension of biological science. Biological science, okay, which includes rocks and minerals, okay, because in biology, there are minerals in things and stuff, and plants use minerals to grow. So it is part of the biology. Anyway, 22 key alchemical symbols and their meanings. This is blog. Alchemy is an area of study sometimes described as a science, sometimes, and this to me is a pretty good, And sometimes it's described as a branch of philosophy that was practiced in Europe, Asia, and Africa. Now, the previous statements did not mention Africa. It was China, Asia, you know. So alchemy originated in the early centuries AD, primarily in Egypt, Greece, and Rome, but eventually spread as far, and get this, it spread as far as India, China, and England by the 12th century. Okay, so let me just pop in something right here. The Chinese knew how, and the Japanese as well, knew metallurgy beyond what them folks in Europe were doing. Okay. They were still using stone axes and things, while the Chinese and the Japanese and Oriental folks were making blades and pouring metals and doing some really creative stuff. And they invented, you know, gunpowder, and they had rockets and fireworks, you know, just saying. So this particular conversation, primarily in Egypt, Greece, and Rome, but eventually it spread to India and China. Seriously? China had some stuff before Egypt did, or maybe even the same time. So that statement's wrong right there. Alchemy, let's see. Origin, this is occult mysteries, okay? This is just a paragraph. Alchemy, origins, transmutation. Now think about that. Study and practice. Alchemy, origins, transmutation, study, practice, and science. In this, the 10th article, you may unlock the doors of divine wisdom, okay? Sacred science. Now it says sacred, not secret. Did somebody misspell a word somewhere along the line? Just saying. Now there's Play Alchemy Game Online, and then you go on down. Spiritual transformation. Alchemy is a very broad topic. Good first opening statement. Like architecture, it means a lot of things and can be done in many different ways. Also a very true statement. It is often seen as transmuting bare metals into gold, which is only one of the very advanced paths of alchemy. It is more about the mastery over self and mastery over energies. Well, okay, but now you're getting into the etherical thing. It's not chemistry anymore. It's well, now it has become a philosophy, and now it's turned into something else. So what is an alchemist? Let me keep reading. I can't read your comments. I'm on another page if you're writing something. Secrets of Alchemy, Science. This is sciencehistory.org. Alchemy is now increasingly recognized as a fundamental part of the heritage of chemistry. Ding, 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 ding. These folks win a prize because, duh, of continuing human attempts to explore, control, and make use of the natural world. I don't like the word control, but that alchemists do this to control something, okay? Alchemists develop practical knowledge about matter as well as sophisticated theories about hidden nature and transformations. Hidden nature? Okay, let's just keep that in there. Dictionary.com says a form of chemistry and speculative philosophy practiced in the Middle Ages and Renaissance and concerned principally with discovering methods for transmuting, there's the word transmuting again, baser metals into gold, and with finding a universal solvent and elixir for life. Okay. Now this is Learn Religion, Magic of Alchemy. In Egypt, alchemy is tied in with the fertility of the Nile Basin. Okay. fertility being referred to as chem, Khem. By at least the 4th century BCE, there was a basic practice of alchemy in place, probably related to mummification procedures and connected strongly with ideas of life after death. Okay, I'll go with that. Now it goes ... So there's more to that statement. But there is at least a tie to chemistry, alchemical alchemy, to the mummification process, where everything else is just gold, right? It's trying to transmute something. Alchemy and the philosopher's stone history. Modern chemistry was built upon a long history of alchemy, which earns the label of a genuine proto-science. What? It was science. I'm just saying. Despite many incorrect observations and inaccuracies mixed with mysticism and superstition, the ancient alchemists made many useful discoveries, and they deserve their place in the history of chemistry. And I would agree with that, okay? If you didn't understand something, it must have been magical, it was mystical. So there's this train of thought for a long time, especially through the Dark Ages, that everything was, anyway. Alchemy, superpower. According to history, the practices of alchemy originated in Mesopotamia. Okay, here we go again. It's changed where it started. And Greco-Roman Egypt in the 1st centuries AD. Now they're saying that no alchemy existed before the first couple of centuries BC. Think about that. Just keep that in mind. In truth, the primary goal of alchemy was to purify, mature, and perfect different materials and substances. In truth, the primary goal of alchemy was to purify, mature, and perfect different materials and substances. Now, that sounds like a really good explanation to me of what the true alchemy is. And that was powerlistingfandom.com alchemy. Anyway. Alchemy, Origin and Meaning by Alchemy Online, Entomology. Alchemy was the chemistry, in quotes, of the Middle Ages and early modern times, involving both occult and natural philosophy and practical chemistry and metallurgy. Okay, now the first time anybody other than gold or lead, but now it's metallurgy. It's not just transmuting something. But now it's metallurgy. After 1600 AD, the strictly scientific sense went with chemistry, and alchemy was left in the sense of the pursuit of transmutation of baser metals into gold and the search for the universal elixir. Okay. But now they're saying that it involves both occult and natural philosophy and practical chemistry. Okay, so practical chemistry, all right. I think there was one or two more. Oh, here's this one. Alchemy's connection to sorcery, occult wisdom, and paganism should be enough evidence that it is, guess what, unbiblical. But there is a more basic reason why alchemy is wrong. It's aimed at producing earthly treasures and including wealth and longevity. Now that's from gotquestions.org Bible. Okay. So that means that anybody, now there are some people who believe this, that anybody who uses any kind of medicine that was developed by chemistry, yeah, I'm back to the chat room. Oh, there's 19 of you in here. So I want us to just stop and think practically about this. Okay. The first time man, or maybe it was proto-man, who knows, being it proto-science, that it was proto-man who discovered salt and put it on his meat, or found sassafras and put it in his stew, or found any other thing. Because if you take a natural thing like an herb and you mix it with anything, you've just performed a chemical reaction. I lit this bowl and changed the properties of the organic matter in the bowl into smoke and resin and whatever. And so I just performed a chemistry right there, earlier. So can y'all hold that thought? My coffee's done. Will y'all just hang in here for a minute? Hi, Chloe, Max, David Castle, Barry. I would love to read your comments. Please let me go get coffee. I started coffee late. So let me go get some coffee and I'll be right back. Think about what I said, about what I read. Okie doke. Thanks, everybody. Blessings to all of you. So with this question and discussion, how people use the word alchemy, if you were listening, and like I said, that's what I did, just go to DuckDuckGo, because that's what I was using, and just type in the word alchemy and see, but to the point though, so the word has many different meanings depending on who's using the word. So if you're an alchemist and you're of the philosopher type, well, then you don't really mix any chemicals together. You don't mix anything. It's all about the esoteric. It's all about spiritual. It's about the manifestation of power with our hands or with their minds or something. Alchemical, okay? From that one description of its meaning, right? But those are the people who get together and claim that they are alchemists, and they're using the philosophy part of the definition. But if it's truly connected with chemistry, which it is, if you stop and think about for a moment, if the folks who first learned how to make butter with a butter churn, and they had a little song that they sang, up butter churn up, but anyway, up butter come or something. Anyway, there was a little songy, little rhymey thing they sang when the women were churning butter. And so, well, what do you mean churning butter? Well, people don't churn butter anymore. We don't understand those kinds of simple practices. And that the fresh milk had enzymes and things in it that protected people. They gave it to babies, and so then they went into pasteurization and all this other kind of crap. All right, so take all the good stuff out. But in this idea of chemistry, if you put salt on something, you have just entered into the realm of chemistry. You have taken something else, it's salt. Okay, it's still salt unless you use it for something, and then it becomes an herb. You know what I mean? It becomes a taste enhancer. It becomes a this, you know what I'm saying? So, but it in its normal form, it's just salt, period. Now, to say that alchemy started a couple of years, and it started, maybe around the time of the Egyptians and stuff. Let me hold up a great big sign and go that says bullshit. Okay. Because people have been making tea for years, thousands of years. They've been my coffee, guess what, is a chemical reaction between hot water and steeping the coffee grounds, which the coffee bean has been ground up. So it's been altered so that I could get the coffee out of it. And now I got coffee, and I put a little sugar in it. So now I've got coffee and a dash of milk and a little bit of sugar. So I have this chemical mix sitting right here. So, but here's the thing about this. There are lots of things, I agree with you. There are lots of ways to do some of this stuff, but there are people who are doing it and really, really don't understand it. They really don't. And they're, well, I'm an alchemist, and this is going to be this, and this is going to be that. And Max, you've been around long enough. You probably have made a few mistakes in your life. But I have known true root doctors, okay? They use all types of natural things. And a friend of mine who I have not been able to get in touch with for a few years, he was born 2 days before me, literally. And we knew each other for years. Dale Betcher lived up there around where the Georgia Guidestones are or were. I'm not sure if they're still there. Somebody said, has anybody heard, are the Guidestones still there? Don't really care, just curiosity. But that he made a salve every year, and he collected these different herbs, and he gave me a jar of this salve years ago. And I had sunburn because I'd been on the Broad River kayaking and stuff. And man, I was burnt. And I mean, I was radiating heat from about a foot away. I could feel it. And he said, here, take some of this salve. Extracts are powerful. Absolutely. So, but he made this salve with some beeswax and some lard and whatever else he put in it, right? But all natural herbs and stuff. The lard, you could say, well, that's not necessarily, but anyway. It's not an unnatural, they've been using lard for thousands of years. So, but anyway, so I put this stuff on me, and I mean, within seconds, the pain went away. And I woke up in the middle of the night because I'd went without a shirt that day and my back was sore. And I put some of this on my arms and my back, and it cooled me right down. I went right to sleep and woke up the next day like, where's my sunburn? It was a little touchy, but yeah, don't be wearing aluminum. Just aluminum is not really good for you in the long run. For example, there are people that use aluminum, the aluminum stuff in antiperspirant, deodorant. If you use any type of antiperspirants, my arms used to break out and all that kind of stuff. And I've talked about it with other people. It's the aluminum in it. Stupid. Hey, Nick, how are you? But anyway, I line my house with salt. Yeah, salt's powerful. But here's the thing. there are people who are trying to sell snake oil. All right. Well, if you mix this with some detergent and you do this, or you mix this with some that, you're going to change gold into something else. No, you ain't. No, you ain't. No, you ain't. All right. Whatever is being taught to some of these people who consider themselves alchemists are literally, they'd be better off to just walk through, a thorn patch without shoes or clothes on. They'd be better off, of not getting hurt. Yeah, all kinds of stuff in especially antiperspirants, deodorants. There are zinc lotions for burn victims that are just absolutely amazing. Zinc oxides and things. So, but my point of this, though, that there are people who are trying to make these things themselves, and they really don't understand. Or they're taking the word of somebody on a YouTube video. Now, I know I'm on a YouTube video, but I'm here to caution folks before you go rushing into these things. Well, I can add baking soda and this and that and an item here and some water and some salt and I'm going to make me this paste that is like the Egyptians did, and it's going to keep me healthy. And no, the hell it ain't. And here's the reason why. Because there are people who make swords, really nice swords, Japanese swords, China, swords. Those old swordsmen know tricks, okay? The secrets of the alchemy of the metal, okay? And I can use that because that's what they're doing. So there are people who can make reproduction swords that look really, really, really good, but they are not a Japanese samurai sword. They are not. It's a knockoff. You can hack with it and chop with it and everything, and it'll leave dents all, but it's really pretty to hang on the wall. You could stab somebody with it, but all this hacking and stuff, no, it just ain't going to happen. So you can say, well, it's just like the Egyptians did. Are you sure? Do you have a 2,000-year-old script that, we all know how to make this stuff like the Egyptians did? Now, could this be true? Yeah. But the explanation of how it's changing the gold is what's got me concerned. It changes the gold and it's the this and it becomes particles in you and all this. Okay. So why don't you just take some gold off your ring finger and scrape a little bit and just eat it? Well, that's not right. Well, why not? Gold's properties do not change unless it's in an acid, and you don't want that because then it wouldn't be gold anymore. And extremely high heat. They've learned that if you just heat the bejeebers out of gold, you can turn it into this monatomic gold, like 2,000, 3,000 degrees. And somebody asked me, and they said, well, where'd they get the heat? And I rather snidely remarked, they built, not meaning to, but they built the pyramids. And we have to just stop about some of this stuff. So how long did it take them to build the pyramids? All right. So the claims made by alchemists, or where alchemy started, well, 3rd or 4th century BCE, are you sure? Alchemy's been around since man's been around, period. If he wanted something to put flavor on his meat or do whatever, it's been around forever. People who have learned about roots and herbs and spices and tinctures, that to me is the true alchemist. But here's the thing. The church uses alchemy every time they say mass, because the word transmutation is in several of, they want to transmute lead into gold. What does the Catholic Church do? It changes the water and wine into the blood of Jesus, and this little wafer, they transmogrify, they transmute alchemically. So the church says, oh no, it's not in the Bible. You can't do this because it's related to sorcery. Okay, let's stop and think about this. Well, then the Catholic Church should be honestly accused of sorcery. What? Yeah, because they're taking the body and the blood of this and that, and they're changing it into Jesus. And he's dead and gone and buried and all, or, you know. So this idea of, so where do we draw, what is alchemy? What do we mean? What do we mean by this? Now, to me, alchemy is just it's early root doctors, okay? It's practical medicine. Somebody knew, now who taught Native Americans to scrape the bark off a cherry tree and use that inner lining as a cough medicine? Who knew? And I've been using blackberries for a long time for an upset stomach. You take fresh and I'll almost always find blackberry leaves, even in the middle of winter time. There'll be a couple, okay? So, but blackberries are good in what they have. There are many people there. But the leaves, for example, upset stomach, just take a couple and chew them up, and they'll taste bitter. And there are women who used to take for bad menstrual cramps, used to take a little bit of blackberry leaf, or make a tea. But you can just literally eat the leaf because you want as much as possible of the original medicine to get to you, right? So there are lots of other things. The people say, well, I make this soothing tea. Well, if you're mixing a brew of tea, you're an alchemist, okay? And if you thought about this philosophically, where this tea is going to do me good, then you're an alchemist in that sense. But are you a chemist? The answer is no. You are mixing natural things together to get different compounds or whatever, or to try to, they would take salt water and let it evaporate what was left, the salt, okay, because salt doesn't evaporate. So for long times, in places they still do that, but they got salt from the ocean simply by just letting the water dry up, So, and somebody said, wow, we had this saltwater fish and there's salt on it. And wow, maybe we should, salt. So flavorings for foods are a form of alchemy. Making of metals of any kind is alchemy. And they've got copper stone tools and stuff. And they found brass that's 10,000 years old in China, or possibly even older, that's very finely crafted. And that takes alchemy. It takes a lot of understanding. It would take me a while to set things up for me to even want to pour or make brass, or even just melt aluminum down, which is not that hard in the long run. But to mix and have a copper, zinc, or whatever it is, I can't remember what's in brass. But anyway, to the point, you got to know the right proportions. So there's math in this. The philosophy of mixing it, I can understand where philosophy can be tied to the alchemy. But here's my thing. So what in the old days, the philosophers were thinking, why lead into gold? Why lead into gold? Why not something else? And there were other people kind of messing with stuff, but because they're both heavy. That's the only thing they have in common, and that they melt easier than other things, right? And so, they're soft in that respect. So somebody said, man, they have these similar properties. Yeah, underground salt mines are huge, absolutely. But that the formulas for these things had to come somewhere. Now, I have been arguing this for years about ancient aliens, because man did not just sit down and figure out how to make even a copper tool. Even copper tools need working. Why would they find this stuff and decide to turn it into a tool when they had been working for centuries or millions of years with stone tools? Why take this stuff, this coppery stuff, and do anything with it unless somebody showed them? So we just have to keep that in there, because no one has ever been able to come up with an explanation that doesn't include our sky brothers and sisters in this material, about which includes alchemy. If you're going to make metal, if you're going to do these things, if you're going to learn about herbs, so who taught the natives of how to, dig a particular root? Who told them that blackberry leaves were good? Who told them that this was good? And if you combine this, this, and this, you could make a salve. Who told them? Who were the first people to show them? You know what I mean? So I think we've had instructors for a long time, and this idea that alchemy just started around the time of Egypt is pure. A lot of bad words are going through my head right now. Nonsense. Okay. It's pure nonsense. Don't believe it. There's a bigger picture to all of this. Okay. So folks who want to go be an alchemist, and this is not against it's not against anybody, really. But Max, if you're still in the house, this ain't against you or those folks, because you understand it differently than some of these, I want to say, these greenhorns out here. Hokum Pokum, thank you. Teresa Crafty, Ed, I don't know if I missed anybody. But anyway, so in this discussion about alchemy, there are people who are making these concoctions of different kinds. And I would say buyer beware. I mean, in talking with folks, it comes to mind right away. Some of these people are selling snake oil. You would literally be better off with Dr. John snake oil than you would with some of this other stuff, because there might actually be real things in this. But I would say buyer beware. Oh, let's buy this. It's the formula of the Egyptians. Well, if it was secret and people haven't used it for a long time and it was only for the elites, listen to me now, pay attention to practical medicine. Do you think that somehow it's been secret all this time? Somebody just found out this new thing and this is how they did it. And now we want to give it all to you and y'all eat this stuff, this white powdery stuff, whatever they want to, it doesn't matter. Think practically about this. We really don't know how they made it. Okay. Did the Egyptians have this thing? Probably. But do we collectively know how it's done? I don't think so. I think when they left, they took that with them and it was lost over the years. But for somebody, to claim that they know the secrets of the pharaohs and they want to sell it to you for $70 or so, oh, shut up. Listen to your own gut and to your own spiritual guide and say no to that shit. Okay, please. All right. There's no harm. Oh, yeah, but the pharaohs took it. And it's this and it's that. Now, with that said, there are folks who take it and swear by it. Okie dokie. But it also could be a placebo. There was a lady who used to come into the doctor's office all the time for her blue pills. And had a new nurse at the desk, and she said, but doctor, we don't have any blue pills. And he goes, they're candy. Okay. They're these little tablets that she gets. It was actually a pharmacist. And she came in once a month for her tablets. And she was convinced she had to have her tablets. Yeah. So, but anyway, yeah, snake oil. Yeah. But anyway, so now there are, back when I want to say something about this too, and I don't know, but I was getting into this C60 thing a couple of years back when it first came out. People were talking about it and stuff. And I was like, I think I'm going to get me some of that. It'd be worth it to try it and everything. So I said, let me pray on this. And my spirit guide said, you breathe in oxygen, and what do you exhale? Carbon dioxide. Okay. Why would you ingest carbon? Why do you want it in your body? What, well, it's a lubricant. It's carbon. Okay, well, I can do carbon. Oh, but it's not C60. Yeah, but I can go out and burn a stick and carbonize it. I can carbonize sugar. The bakers do it all the time. They take a torch and, glaze over the top of the sugar, But anyway, um, it, Gaza's backyard. See if you're going to use the stuff. Make yourself a source for all your materials because only you will know what the ingredients are. Exactly, Max. You could just eat burnt toast. If you've got a sour stomach, the old timers Granny would burn toast and go, here, eat this. But it's all crusty. Yeah, but it's got carbon. It's charcoal. Okay, so you can enter charcoal. That's why, for me, if I'm going to cook outside on the grill, people say, oh, you burnt the edges of that. Yeah, I know. Well, why? Because I want some of that carbon and the flavor of the meat, but I also want some of that carbon of the overburned fat on the outside of whatever I'm cooking, It's the carbon, Why? Well, it does help filter us. I haven't had a serious stomach ache, which was like regular for me. Once a week, I had stomach issues. I haven't had those kind of issues in years, okay? I can't remember the last time I had the screaming crappers, because I don't eat out anymore. I make my own food, or I'm careful. I say I'm careful. If something upsets my stomach, I don't eat it again, or I found out why. So if something messes with your system, then don't do it. People are taking all this prilosecond stuff, or and I'm like, it's their eating habits that they have. Well, their stomach, yeah, their stomach is because they've had bad eating habits for a long time, and if they quit eating some of the shit that they're eating, well, it really tastes good. Yeah, I know, but every time you eat it, you get a stomach ache. So don't eat it. Oh, I love peppers. So you eat them anyway, and your stomach hurts, and then you bitch at me because you got to take a pill. I don't want to hear it. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I mean by practical medicine. The practical medicine is, oh my God, I got sick when I ate that piece of fruit. Don't eat it anymore. Or maybe it was rotten or something. English muffins. Oh, love them. And I haven't had a muffin in a while either. Carbon is made in jewelry today, as carbon is also in water filtration, like Brita. Yeah. Charcoal, that's what carbon is. So, and and I've talked about this before, but if you're ever in a survival situation, burn some logs or burn some stuff and use that charcoal in it to pour bad water through it. 2 foot of sand and some charcoal mixed in there will help to purify the water. Be a whole lot better off and let it collect at the bottom of a 5-gallon bucket. Put a pinhole in it, kind of thing. But the idea, though, that we've known about charcoal, we've known about carbon in these easy ways that we can take it. So, and I've talked about these vitamins. If you use Centrum or all day vitamins kind of thing, if you think you're getting vitamins, look inside your poop, okay? If you take a vitamin, take one of your vitamins, and if it's got a hard shell on it, drop it in a glass of water and see if it dissolves. If it does not dissolve easily, then you must break it open to get anything that's in that out, to any benefit of that vitamin, okay? So they're feeding us bullshit. Here, take this pill that will literally go right through you. For those of you who might be new, I worked with wastewater treatment plants, and I went to this one. I've been to several, but the first one I went to, my friend Serge, who passed away last year, he said, watch, look at those vitamins out there floating. And I mean, they'd already been through somebody's stomach, had already been through the sewer system, and these thousands of vitamins are floating on top of all the shit, along with tampons and other things that people flushed down the toilet like little plastic toys and things. But the idea that there were all these vitamins, and you don't believe me, do the test yourself. Take your favorite vitamin and drop it in a glass of water. If it does not, don't, nothing special, just drop it in and see if it dissolves. But anyway, hey, Brandy, if I haven't said hi. Yeah, chewable vitamins, you actually get them. Absolutely. But this idea that these people are taking, one a day, multivitamins and things and stuff with all the stuff in them, they're not dissolving. They are not dissolving in the human system. Okay. And I mean, if they're float around in a waste treatment plant that aerates the crap and everything, if they just float around like, they're just bobbing around, not, what's going to break them down? So anyway, so people are buying some things with the intent of staying healthy when actually it's passing right through them. And then they're taking other things that are supposed to help them. And I don't have any information on this, but some of the folks that started taking C60, a couple of people who were talking about this that don't talk about it anymore, somebody got cancer and somebody developed this and something like that. My spirit guide said, it's carbon. And do you really want to put it in you like that? And I said, well, maybe not. They said, before you go buying something that's, quote, new on the market, wait for a while. If I'm going to die, I'm going to die anyway. So, but if I'm going to stay healthy, then let me use the natural things that Mother Earth provides for us, not something that a snake oil salesman is selling. Now, a word or two about colloidal silver. I've had colloidal silver. I've taken it, and part of me knows that I should probably be doing a dose once a week, and I had a little setup and everything. But you can, putting low voltage over silver inside of water, and some people say, well, you should only use distilled water. Okay. But if it's mineral water, if it's natural water, that's okay. It's fluorinated and chlorinated water that you should avoid. But to do that, just let your water sit outside and let it rest for a couple of days and then make it. Okay. Just saying. And by the way, if some folks don't know, but, fluoride is a byproduct of the aluminum industry. Just saying. Okay. So fluoride in something, maybe you should stop. All right. Just saying. You want to brush your teeth? Use just baking soda and water. You don't need anything else to brush your teeth with, Leave your breath fresh and all that good stuff without any kind of chemicals or any kind of, who knows what they put in their stuff. Okay, let's just leave it kind of at that. It's 11:15 here. Hey, Ed, it's been almost an hour. Yeah, I like vitamins. Yeah, I do my vitamins too, but my vitamins are powdery or will melt in your hand, or if it is got a hard core coat on it, all you have to do is break it open. That's all. It's that simple. It's not that the vitamin's not any good. It's not any good with the casing on it. That's, the vitamins are good, and if you break them open, you'll get all kinds of rushes and stuff from what's in them. So it's not that the vitamins are bad. The salesmanship is bad. They don't tell you that it goes right through you. So people are buying all these vitamins to stay healthy, and they would probably be healthier if they just break the damn things up. I'm just saying. Yeah, there's really not enough nutrients in a lot of foods anymore. That's true. And I can attest to that because they have over farmed some of these areas down here. They're supposed to do rotational farming. I took forestry classes back in the 70s, and, rotational farming and all that stuff. And, the little Grand Canyons in Georgia was a result of bad farming practices. And so they started using terrace farming, which is very popular still, but as far as them rotating crops on their land, farmers haven't done that in a long time. So what would have, now some farmers do, but the practice is maybe 50-50. Where in the old days, farmers every year they would not grow the same thing in the same field. It was like heretical. You know, they knew you don't put the same thing twice in a row in the same field. And because those same plants will pull out certain minerals and not be replaced and all that. So after now a century of planting the same crop in the same place, and they add fertilizer, but it's only three main components: phosphorus and, you know, ammonia. But here's the thing: phosphate, phosphorus, similar but not. But they're only putting three of the many different minerals and fertilizers back in the ground after they use it and use it. But so to the point, Max, you know, the nutrients just aren't in what you're getting commercially generally. Okay. I've had some tomatoes that just had zero taste. Look great, but you put your nose up to have that tomato smell, it ain't there. Okay, we got 2 minutes for those who want to do a 20 with me. It's an hour and 1 minute and 20 seconds into this. Same with pots, changing soil every 1 or 2 years, but use homemade fertilizer. Yep. Nitrogen and potassium, right. Sea salt is good. You know, now here's one of the things, and I don't get me wrong, when it first came out, I got it. Now everybody's got Himalayan sea salt. Now, let me just say this. If everybody's using it, not a problem there. Think about how many millions of tons of salt. Now, if it's from the Himalayas and all that kind of stuff and everything, not a problem. But if everybody's using it, what's it doing to the Himalayas and the minerals that are there? And let's ask this very pertinent question, but you know, the Himalayas are the tallest mountains mostly in the world. And so it's way high up there. Would you say, well, let's clean up air up there? Is it really? Or are there contaminants and stuff that could be, quote, in those minerals? So everybody's all hyped up about, I use Himalayan salt too. I'm guilty, but after seeing the boom in the Himalayan salt trade, I question it. In that, just wondering, just curious. You know, sea salt is made from evaporated seawater. Okay. So you evaporate the water, and what's left is the salt. All right. All in their natural, you know, down in Louisiana and up underneath the Gulf of Mexico and stuff. There are huge salt mines and stuff down in there and other places too. Somebody mentioned it. If you can see all the salt, you must supplement with iodine. Yep. Yeah, we've been using all kinds of salts and stuff. Absolutely. And for what I learned with my friend Serge, who was a chemist and a biologist and a naturalist and all that, I mean, he could clean up, you know, chemically treated sewer water and make it almost, you could almost drink right out of the thing after he got it. Anyway, so do I know it all? No, but I understand more than a lot of folks do because he was my friend. I did drawings. I went to plants. I worked in industry. So there's the experience of it. So it's, well, I missed the 20. It's a 21. That was a good one. Pineapple Express. So here's the thing. A lot of people are using these holistic things. Okay, so you're using Himalayan salt and you're taking zinc. Okay, so you in the understanding of this with your philosophy, you have become the alchemist. All right. Now, I don't have a problem with people using the word. It's what they insinuate with the word. Okay. Well, this alchemy, it's tied to paganism. Is it? Well, here's the thing. Before Christianity, there was what? Paganism. Okay. Well, real pagans and folks that I have met are much like Native Americans. They were just white in color. They understood about the natural order of the world. Now, the Druids, on the other hand, I think they'd been visited. I know people are going to go, you're crazy, Dave. No. How did they learn how to mix certain things together? And why would they learn to do that? And who died in the process? Okay. So, hey, give it to Mikey. He'll eat anything. Well, if Mikey keels over dead, we don't eat that. That's a that's a bad way to test a theory out, right? Although many theories have been done that way. I mean, look what they did with the Tuskegee guys and the black men with syphilis and all. It horrible what they did. Unconscionable. Was it Tuskegee? Anyway, I buy the natural salt lamps and bust them up myself. Most aluminum salt, if not from Pakistan, is normally not 100%. Yeah, right. So my point to this is people will tell you, well, because it's got a label of Himalayan Himalayan salt, is it really? And is it really that good for you? Well, it's from the Himalayas. And there's an old, W.C. Fields. Yes, my dear friends, I'd love to go to the Himalayas. Yes, those giant tall mountains. Yes, with all the snow year round. Yes, the Himalayas. I'm going to go there one day, without children or dogs, I must say. But anyway, W.C. Fields, a bad imitation. Yes. But so it's the Himalayas. Okay, so Himalayas, but to the point though. So there's a lot of this stuff been going on, and I'm not saying that there aren't, but the Himalayan salt doesn't help with all these other minerals. But I know people around here, and I've talked about this, and I've got clay in the bottom of my well that shows up in my water all the time. That literally go and dig clay at certain sites around here and eat it. When I was in Selma, Alabama, getting gas one time, dropping my daughter off, not in Selma, but anyway, there are these bags of white clay, and that's what's in the bottom of my well. I mean, I've got acres of it under my property. I'm sitting on tons of this stuff, okay? But that doesn't mean I could dig it out and say here, and it would be pure Georgia white clay. That's true. But, it is clay. I don't know what it's actually going to do to you, but people eat this stuff. It was $20 for this little bag of dirt. And I'm like, I'm sitting on excuse my language. I usually don't try not to cuss, but I'm sitting on a freaking gold mine here. I've got tons of this stuff. And at $20 a pop for a 2-finger bag of clay that's legal to sell, man, but anyway. So I've often wondered why some of my friends have passed away and have gone by the wayside. And for those of you who've heard me talk about my friend Marcia, she did die. She passed away back in February before her birthday, apparently on February the 3rd. So for those of you who've been listening in and you've heard me talk about my friend Marcia, who broke her arm and she got this, they had to put her in a nursing home. And the information is for true. Yes, she did pass away. And apparently those folks, nurses who knew her from working at nursing homes. She worked at nursing homes all her life, and it was a nursing home that killed her in so many ways. But the last time I saw my friend Marcia, she had death on her. That's all I can say. And I mentioned it to a couple of people months ago, and I was like, I just saw death in her. I mean, like, coming soon. And it was sooner than I thought would happen. And I wasn't expecting it to happen that way, but she has passed away. So just sort of, and I just found that out yesterday. So I'm still kind of new. And Marcia, you know, I love you. I've always loved you. And if you're up there listening, you know, we love you here too. Last 2 days, some salts are melted first, but the process of grinding can release some elements. Right. Absolutely. Salt grinders and stuff and all. But anyway, but here's the thing. Before you go taking some newfangled thing, stop and think about it a minute. About this thing about the gold, okay, from the ancient, you know, Egyptians. Think about the gold. Why would you want to swallow a metal that is probably not going to be digestible in your system because it's gold and it's a metal? Let's just stop and think about it. I don't care how small the flakes are, it is a metal. Now, could it help you? Don't know. But does the body absorb those things from a biological standpoint? You'd have to get it really small. And here's the key word, soluble. Okay. Because if it becomes soluble, meaning it can dissolve or somehow mix with water, it's not going in you. Okay. So I don't care who's doing what. They're going to try to sell you this thing. If it's $70 a jar or whatever it is, then it ain't gold. It's $70 worth of whatever they put in it, and they're selling you. Oh, well, it's got gold in it. Really? At the price of gold, they're going to sell you a jar of this for $70. And after all their time and effort, I don't think so. Well, it's in the molecules. It's in the salt. Then buy something locally. Do something that might actually do you some good. Now, with that said, the colloidal silver is done by electrolysis. And so the water and the silver on a very molecular level separate and dissolve. So the colloidal silver is going to do you more good in that it has gone through a process to dissolve it in water. You follow me? Whereas anything, unless, and I don't know of anybody that's been able to dissolve gold, okay? And this idea that we're going to mix it with this thing, we're going to put it in here, and we're going to turn it into a paste, and then we're going to sell you, you know, they're going to sell you moose turd pie. And so let me tell you the story about moose turd pie, just because it's fun. Way back in the day when they was building the railroad out west, there was folks that come in, a big old strong burly fella come in. And he was like, well, I'm going to come out here and I'm going to show a John Henry type. And he's like, you know, I'm gonna come out and I'll show these boys how to lay some rail at the pounds of you know. Okay. Well, John Henry was new on the crew and went to the, you know, cafeteria thing and was sitting there and eating the food, and he said, by God, this food tastes like shit. And you could hear this Yahoo back in the kitchen. And this big burly man comes out of the kitchen, taking off his apron, and goes, okay, the first rule here at camp is whoever complains about the food gets to be the cook. And he was like, what? And they were all like, yep, that's the rule. You know, complain about the food. You get to be the cook. So he was like, son of a bitch. So he's being cook, right? So it don't take him but about a week or so into this that he does not. And the guys are like, this is really good. This is really good food. And he was like trying his best to make it as bad as possible. So one day he's sitting there, you know, thinking up a scheme, and he's looking out there, you know, on the prairie kind of thing, and he sees these, you know, these mud pies, you know, these moose turds, you know, and buffalo chips. And he decides, he goes, I think I'm going to make some pie. So he went out there and he collected himself some moose turds, and he mixed it up, and he did this thing, and he put it in the oven, and he baked it all up, and then he served it to the men when they came in. Well, now there just happened to be a greenhorn that was in there, big old burly fella, going to show them all how it's done. And so he sat down there and dug his fork into that pie, and he took a big old bite of it and spit it out, and he said, oh my God, this is moose turd pie. And everybody just went, and he looked around the room, and he kind of winked, and he said, but it's the best damn moose turd pie I've ever had. Because he knew if he, you know, said anything about the food, he would be the cook. So anyway, moose turd pie. But it's the best moose turd pie I've ever had. So I think some of these people are buying moose turd pie, and because it's claimed to be so good or whatever, you know, that it's got to be good, you know. Okay, but then I've got some dirt I want to sell you. I got clay that people eat on a regular basis. If you want to go that far, I'll send you a bag of clay if you really want to, you know, if you insist. But it'd be cheaper than that other stuff. But anyway, you'll know what's in it because it'll come in a chunk. It'll be a brick of clay, you know. Anyway. So there are folks who are making claims about stuff. And here's my thing. Do I think that the old timers knew about stuff that probably included gold and probably silver too as well? The answer is yes. But do I think that these people now that are trying to make the claim that their recipe for whatever is just like the Egyptians? And my answer would be no. Okay. Because it's like someone who watched someone make a sword. Okay. So they say, oh, they took a piece of metal and he beat on it and he hit and he heated it up. And, you know, and the swords in Japan, I've seen, you know, the historical documentation that was like, you know, 2 or 3 hours long. And where these old Chinamen and their apprentices sitting around this kiln that they made out of brick and wood and firing it, and, you know, and keeping an eye on it. And for days they watched this metal and then they bring it out. So who taught them that shit? You know, it's the color of the metal. It's the color of the fire. Who taught them that, you know? And it's not that hard really to learn, but it is tricky. So in making of a sword, there, you know, there's the Forged by Fire, I think on Netflix or one of the things. But anyway, and very interesting because I've done some blacksmithing and metal working and being a machinist and all. So, and have known a few blacksmiths in my day. And sort of one of the things I wanted to get into later on in life, but I ain't got there yet, but I still have the capabilities. But anyway, and I got a lot of scrap metal that I was saving to use for blacksmithing, but that's another story. But anyway, to understand about Damascus steel and how they folded the steel over and how it wasn't just the metal, but it was how it was folded and how it was pounded, how it was heated and also quenched in water or oil or whatever they quenched with back then. So if you don't know these techniques, if you don't understand what you're doing, and especially like in quote alchemy, so you're studying someone who's done this process when you've actually not tried to do it yourself, or you should at least be an apprentice before you go trying to do some of this stuff, you know. So there are folks out there putting their trust and their faith in some things. The process, stop and think about the process that some people are using, and it doesn't make practical sense. If you want to heal yourself, there are lots of natural uh, roots and herbs and things. Now, a Native American side of point of view on this, but it's also sort of an indigenous thing, not just here in America, but indigenous peoples understood that the ancients and the ancestors and the elders taught them what they know. And we give thanks to the elders and the ancients for the knowledge they bestowed upon us, which is still available, you know, but not in the way that these folks want to use it. So when you throw in the word sorcery, because the Catholic Church didn't want you to heal yourself, you had to go pray about it. When Francis of Assisi, and they turned into a saint, much to his chagrin, and downright, he was pissed, went to the Pope and said, you're called him an idiot. But anyway, because he was using herbs and things to help heal people in the communities, he would allow the animals into church and bless them for his people, the villagers and so forth. They were going to burn him at the stake. And the locals were like, oh no, because the Vatican was considering him to be, guess what, a witch, because he was practicing with all these herbs and spices and teas and remedies and poultices. Where do you think he learned it from? Probably from some old witch lady. But that doesn't mean she was a witch. It's that she had been taught practical magic. I'm sorry, medicine. And they termed it magic. All right. Practical medicine. It's in the title of the video. But so in practical magic, it's knowing that if you know that certain, like I said, the simple thing is that blackberries, the blackberry leaves can make a tea. And if you've got an upset stomach or something, just a little bit, doesn't require a bunch of blackberry leaves, but just take one and munch on it and dissolve it in your mouth, put it on your stomach. But anyway, but now Francis is a saint. We think the Mufka cakes had monatomic gold, but it may have had many other things as well. Yeah, it's really good clay. When I hear some new thing or snake oil, I'll look up scientific pairs on what the extracts process. There is a natural product easily available. Yeah, but there are folks who are like, they're literally betting their life on this stuff. And my question is, are you sure? Raise your hand if you're sure. If you're convinced that this is it, okie dokie. But I'm the watchman, and I have to bring these subjects up. And are some of these things good? Possibly. Are all of the products good? I would hesitate to say that, because there's no particular regulation as to what, they claim is there or whatever. I mean, they could be, who knows what they could be putting in it. Simply because they say it's there. Is it on the package? Are you sure? Well, they say so. Well, the government's been telling us things for years. Do we believe them anymore? Be careful. That's all I'm saying. If you can learn how to do something on your own, but I go back to the gold thing. You have to understand the process and what gold is. If you're going to dissolve it, then it ain't gold no more. If you can transfer it by electrolysis into water or a liquid, okay. But what I'm hearing about some of this, how they make it, it's absurd to me that you could do that, because metal stays. You know how old gold is? You know how long it's been in the freaking dirt? And you have to really do something to it to change its properties. Okay. I'm just saying, think about it. Okay. Don't just, well, they say it's okay. I'm telling you the Brooklyn Bridge. Yeah, and there's stuff that's labeled here in America that is organic when it ain't really organic. Yeah, and then to the point, Max, I always look up what's in it. But at the same time, the people who are selling you this stuff, how long have they been around? Are this really true? Do the local people buy it? Are these, or are they selling us a bill of goods? It does dissolve at 9 to 12. Well, that's interesting. I've not tried gold. I don't have enough. I don't use gold. I'm not a gold person. I would give it away. Although I have pan gold and I have flecks of gold that I have panned myself. So, but my point though is that if you make it yourself, Max, then you know what you're getting. If you're buying it from somebody, buyer beware. Just saying. Pay attention. And this isn't against anybody. If you want to try it and you want to experiment with it, go for it. I'm just saying, know what you're doing before you claim to be that alchemist. Max, you've been around as long as I have. We're old geezers and we've studied a lot. We've got a lot of life experience. There are quote kids to me out there doing stuff that I'm like, please don't try that. Go take a class. Go study with somebody. You know, go learn a little bit about this. Don't just watch a YouTube video or something and now you're an expert. Please don't do that. Especially if you're going to ingest it. Okay, I'm just saying. So anyway, thank you, Max. That's good wisdom. Take it slowly and learn first and experiment later. Absolutely. Because people who experiment with stuff, in my humble opinion, don't have a good basic knowledge of true alchemy, chemistry, and that what certain things will do, not do, what's this and what's that, and they should take some basic chemistry. And some of these folks don't seem like they have had that. And I would be very wary myself with everything I know about making some of this stuff, because I know there's a little more to it, because, there are the masters who make this stuff who they say, well, we let this cool in between, or we do this. There's something that's missing, because there are people who can replicate a samurai sword, but it will not stand up like a samurai sword. It looks good, and it's for hanging on the wall. It's not for being a samurai. And it's not for being a samurai. Okay, you're not going to be lopping off heads and stuff with it. It won't hold an edge. So, but anyway, and in the same thing, the people who are experimenting, they're okay, but buyer beware. Just be careful. So I don't want to belabor it, but use practical knowledge. And here's the thing: the native story that I was going to say. Way back in the day, animals and people, humans, spoke together. Now, in a lot of ways, they still do, but in that the animals wouldn't speak to the humans because humans had become dishonorable. They didn't respect. They just killed for the sake of it and this and that and the other thing, like killing birds for their feathers and, just certain things. So to teach the humans a lesson, there was disease. So certain animals will carry, so like Lyme ticks disease or something, So, but Creator said, well, if you're pissed off at the humans, then do you really want to kill them all? And they were like, no, we just want respect. So Creator said, okay, so for every disease there are plants, herbs, barks, trees, roots that will cure it. And so the Creator said, okay, so they kind of parted ways in that until humans could respect the animals again. But the knowledge of the herbs and roots and the old root doctors. I've talked about an old root doctor that healed one of the guards at the Hillsborough County Jail. I've talked about this. And it was a root doctor that many people here in South Georgia and North Florida knew about. He lived around Quincy, Florida, somewhere in that area. And that he was an old black man that was seldom seen, if ever. And he'd cured many a person of God knows what, but they were cured. An old root doctor. And the guys that I knew, the herbs and things and the salves that they could concoct that would literally heal, I'm telling you, I mean heal almost anything. There was somebody that had a bad sore and wouldn't heal. I gave a jar of this to my doctor, and she said, David, she said, I can't use it on my patients, but she breeds horses and races horses. And she said, but it's great for my horses. Oh my God, I could sell this stuff. What's it made out of? Can I get some more? And I go, and she goes, I'm sure if it works on my horses, it'd work on people. And I've been using it. I bought up a bunch of this to help my friend out. And, but I believed in it too. So I literally gave jars of this salve away for Christmas presents or just presents, gift them to people. And I wished I had some of that salve now, but I mean, it's just, oh my God, it works so good. And it's just all natural things. So this idea that we have to go to extremes to get to be healthy, if you understand, as you always hear me talking about, the nature of things, nature has the cures for what ails us. And Creator provided these things for us in lieu of these ancient teachings that say, and I can kind of get it, men quit being respectful. And so people got diseases. I mean, look what happened, to the Native Americans. They didn't have many diseases until the white man showed up. Think about that. They didn't have Black Plague and the Black Death and the this and the that. There were issues with tribes and certain things and stuff, but not anywhere near what happened in Europe. Okay. And so people would say, well, the Europeans, okay, let's look at the planet as a whole. As societies, native peoples are on Turtle Island here in North America and South America, okay, thousands of years of tradition, but they didn't have the Black Death. They didn't have the plague. They didn't have all these things because they trusted in what they understood about the Creator, that there was a cure for anything or whatever like that. Yeah, only use 100% metals, whatever it is. Yeah, some folks just don't listen. So we have to be careful with stuff that we do. So my 10 cents on it is like, I know more about colloidal silver than I do about the gold. I just think the gold thing is a little silly, quite honestly. because there's a lot of information why Native Americans wore silver and they didn't wear gold. You know, well, gold was supposedly only for the emperor and all that. Yeah, okay, but lots of people still wear silver in the Native communities. So I would say that, for example, I've talked about this before, but if you use silver, if you handle silver, you know, if you see some tarnished silver, lick it, you know, because you're going to get that, you know, it'll ingest easier. What? Yeah, lick the tarnish. You know, are you serious? Yes, I am actually. But the idea, though, that wearing it, we could constantly ingest it. It's, you know, it's a protection, if you will, in that respect. So it may be that, but the diseases that plagued mankind before they came here just wasn't here. So is it the lifestyle? Is it the, you know, was Europe and over there cursed because of all this other stuff when native folks were just living with the earth, you know? They were just, you know, doing what they did. But wait a minute. So who are the smarter of the two groups? Who really lasted longer? Native tribes or the people who, you know, industrialized the world? And I would say still the native tribes, because if we lose electricity, if we lose any kind of power system, and they keep talking about that it's going to shut down, you know, we've got a lot of solar activity, and one of these times it could shut down the grid, and then where are people going to be? Well, well, we had a solar event. We had a Carrington event. It's happened before in our lifetimes. The one time, you know, it fried all the telegraph um, lines and operators. There were people who were fried, you know, because they were tapping out a message, and they got shocked, and some of them had heart attacks from the you know, the event. So, but that, yeah, so it has happened. And look how electric everything is now with all the computers and stuff. They've talked about this. So, but we keep depending on it more and more and more and more. But if the event does happen, and we're kind of overdue for one, quite frankly. So it's like, so, but then where would it put us? In so many words, it would be put us back to nature. What would we naturally do? Well, the refrigerator ain't working, yeah, and the gas pumps don't work, so they can't get the gas out of the ground so I can run my generator. Well, wait a minute, there are electronic components on my generator that got fried because of the event. Oh, holy crap. Now what do we do? Well, natives people would know what to do. You know, they would just say, well, the lights are out, you know, okay, you know, and they deal with it. Now, I don't wish this, don't get me wrong, but the fact that the dependence upon things and, you know, that an event like that could seriously put a lot of people into a lot of discomfort. And I mean, you know, the hurricanes and tornadoes that went through here a couple of years ago and devastated this place. I mean, oh my God, it looked like a war zone. And I've not been in a war zone, but the way things were down and here and there, and trees toppled on houses and cars and roads, you know, blocked for weeks, you know, and it was just a hurricane. Well, with some tornadoes, but to the point though, we all figured it out, but we had to go back to basics. And the basics, regardless of how you want to look at it, when all else fails, guess what? We can always go back to basics. So, with this little discussion, why not just go back to the basics? If you need something or you want to invest in something, then take a course in herbology. Go online, buy some books so that you can take the field guide. You know, uh, Peters makes some really excellent field guide books that you can literally stick in your back pocket or a pack or something. And they make them on minerals, mushrooms, uh, edible plants, wildflowers. I mean, they make these Peterson's guides in all different areas, and are really excellent to help you get started. But if you want to do something, go back to basics and learn what's in your area. Learn what plants you have. Learn what creator has already given you or left you or planted in a field down the road from you or something. Because if anything happens, we're going to have to go back to the basics. So the basics are simple, no matter where you are, no matter how complicated things get. If you know that you got an upset stomach and you know, and there's a blackberry bush nearby, you got, that's just one example. But to the point, for example, I was outside today looking at my grapevines that are growing. And the whole part of the vine is good for you one way. Now it's a little hard to eat the leaves, but in the old days it is said that they would dry the grapevine leaves and make sort of like a dough out of it, sort of a pasty kind of floury thing, and that it substituted folks when they didn't have real flour or any kind of cornmeal or anything. And it was like, what? So and that if you're ever in the swamp or there are, vines around, if you're thirsty, don't have any water, you can cut a vine and it will drip water. And it tastes really good. So there are curative things in grapevines. I mean, not just in the grapes, but in the vines themselves, And so there are many things that people just don't look at, like kudzu, for example. I had a friend of mine that wrote a book about kudzu. We palled around for a while, and she moved down to St. Petersburg, but she showed me things, and she made this sort of like pepper jelly stuff with using an extract from, guess what, kudzu. And that kudzu can be used to feed farm animals and stuff. It can be used as but how many folks know about kudzu? And it grows all over the place. So would you know to go get a kudzu plant? Would you know to go get this? Would you be able to find a cherry tree if you had a cough and needed where do you think cherry flavored cough drops come from? From the cherry tree, okay? So there are things out there that if you go back to basics and learn these things, you may become a natural alchemist, truly, in that you know how to use the nature of things, infuse them with water or whatever, for the curing that you and I need, or we need, or someone else, that we as a collective need. So I've talked about mullein quite a few times, mullein. And I had kidney issues, went to several doctors. They were going to do all these tests, and I read about mullein, and I've got some mullein in a bottle. It was about $30, and I thought, well, what the hell, right? I paid the doctor $30, and he just looked at me. So I took the mullein, and within 2 weeks, my condition was 200% better. And I finished the bottle. I still got it just for shits and giggles, but I've got mullein here. I've had mullein grow. It grows in a lot of places further north of me. But, there are so many curative things in just the mullein plant, that people don't even pay attention to it. People have kidney problems and this problem and that problem. Man, you make a tea of the leaves, and I'm here to tell you, I haven't had kidney issues since I did that concentrated mullein oil. So there are natural things that you can buy, or if they're in your area, you want to become an alchemist, then learn how to get the juices out of the leaves and learn how to make a tea. Learn how to use what's natural that's already around you versus buying some from somewhere that might have gold in it or whatever. Okay, fine. All right. Okay. Your time and money and energy might better be spent in looking for the things that Creator gave us that's already here. Not something that you have to invent. You know what I mean? Well, we got to have pure gold. Okay, all right. I'm not against that. I'm really not. But how many folks are like looking for roots and berries and stuff? How many people are paying attention to that? Well, they're buying the stuff and it's claimed to do this. Okay, all right. But wouldn't you rather do it yourself and know what you got? I'm just saying. So I beat this subject up enough. Hey, Elena and Johan and Isby, how are you all? Good to see you. And you know, Max, I ain't picking on you. You know what you're doing. It's these young folks that really just grind my groin. And well, it's this process and this, and this. Did you study with a master? I just want to ask you, did you study with, well, no, I watched a video. Okay. Did you, have you ever worked with any kind of herbalist or anything like that? Well, no. Or okay, so there are questions that I would ask of people to ask themselves. If you want to know about this, then go learn. There are people who teach courses in to be an herbalist and stuff. Sign up, go learn, go get some hands-on knowledge. Pick the herb yourself, cook it down, and make your own, salve, because that's what Dale would do. And I'm trying to think of my other friend's name up in Alabama. But anyway, do I think we can cure each other and help keep ourselves and keep ourselves healthy as possible? The answer is yeah. But now we have to ask the question, though, to what extreme? And well, how much knowledge do we have about this? I'm just asking. Okay. I'm just asking. You should ask that question yourself. Um, it's 12:04 in the AM time. That means it's Monday. So it's hard to say happy Memorial Day if Memorial Day is supposed to be remembering people. Maybe it should be happy. I know I will miss my friend Marcia. I will miss my friend Serge. We all still miss our friend Brian Barnett. There are other people that some of us have lost friends and neighbors or co-workers or whatever. So to all of those people, my Memorial Day is, you know, is already remembering, my pops who took care of me and my sister and adopted us and got us out of a bad situation and loved us till the end. I will remember him. My granny Raleigh that I always talk about, and in memory of her, for whatever you want to use, uh, um, how you want to use Memorial Day. Now, is it about veterans and died in war and all that kind of stuff? Okay. Well, my grandma lived through the war and she made bullets or bomb parts or something. I don't know, when, she worked through the war years, as a lot of women did. So in a way, she was a soldier because she was on the home line. All the people that survived that era, that were on food rations and who saved tin cans. I mean, we throw our tin cans and stuff away, but I mean, they saved tin cans and the metal went, down to the local place, and all of this was collected. I mean, it was amazing what they did, quote, for the war effort. Okay. And I was born right after that in 52. So I have some of that feeling that was carried over into my generation, us boomers. But, a lot of boomers don't feel the way I do. But in that I felt through my grandmother and grandfather, not that they went to war, but my pops was in the Navy at the end of the war. And so he was too young to enlist any earlier, but he enlisted when he got old enough. So it's like, so he was a Navy man, had Popeye tattooed on his arm, and on the other arm was an anchor to show that he was a Navy man. was a cook in the Navy. So, later on in life, he, had his own cookhouse that he fed people and folks with. So he knew what he liked. He was a meat cutter for 20 some odd years, knew his cuts of meat and so forth like that, and taught me a lot in a lot of this stuff. But having been in the different process plants and slaughterhouses and, watching them make hot dogs and sausage and, having them, shoot the cows, and by the, in just a few minutes, that cow's in there stripped, hide, and cut up into steaks. So depending, on where you were, and hogs are the same way in that respect. But anyway, and I don't even want to talk about chickens, but the idea though that, there are basic things that so many of us have forgotten how to do. And I think it's important going forward that some of these basics be retained. I mean, in my meditations and visions and so forth, one of the reasons that I'm still here, they have told me, is because I need to remind people of these old things, that if the lights go out, if something happens, can we have enough information to be able to survive, basically? What is mullein? It is a big leafy, it's a beautiful plant. It can grow 5 6 foot tall, some of them. And but it's mull, yeah, ien. You spelled it. It's ien is the spelling. mullien, and they call it mullein, but it's actually, it would be mullein. But anyway, lots of different things out there, but especially for kidneys. I mean, for example, if you dry the leaves, you can smoke it for people who have asthma, and it will take that asthma attack right down. You just dry the leaves and roll it up like a cigarette. You take a couple of drags of that, and it will get in you, and it's like, oh my God. And I've told people who have COPD and stuff like that, you don't have to smoke the whole plant. Just take a drag or two of this plant and allow it to do what it's supposed to do. And, they, still, rely on the, pharmaceutical folks to do it. I still have been analyzing my reading from the other day. I think I was telling me to be more bold, but to stay smart and safe. Okay, so Elena, here's something that you just blessed me with. You blessed me with the knowledge that you're still thinking about it. And one of the things I said the other day was like, just remember that I'm giving these readings, from the bottom of my heart to y'all. And the spirits were yelling at me, tell these people if they don't act on these cards, they're, and I was like, you heard me say that. So for me, Elena, that you said that you have been thinking on it is high praise, not for me per se, but in that the message got through and that it was worthwhile to you. And that is like, and I don't mean this in any kind of bad way. I don't get paid for this, but to hear that something helps someone, that's my payment. I don't need details, but to know that something has helped you. You have to look it up, sweetie. It's a plant. It's an herb, and it grows. I've seen it up there in Tennessee and Kentucky and Virginia's and the Carolinas and North. That it used to grow around here wild. It used to grow in my garden, but it hasn't come up this year. But anyway, so I'm going to have to go searching for some more mullein. But they seed at the end of the year. They have these really pretty big stalks that spikes that come up to the top. And it's a biannual. So it will come up every other year, or I've had one plant that lasted for 2 years and then it died. But anyway, so just look it up on the internet, my dear. Mullein. mullion. Depends. The old timers just called it mullen, but it is spelled with an IEN. But it's a pretty plant. It's a really pretty plant. Thank you, Elena. As I was saying in my last video, in gratitudes to the universe, and I just to know that the message got through is what is important to me, because I want to make sure that my connection with whoever, I hear you guys up there, but you know that it's good. And so it is not so much a pat on the back. For me, it's a relief. Oh my God, the cards did. Somebody's getting something out of this, you know. Oh my God, you know. It it's humbling to me that I have the ability to do this, and I am in continued gratitude. Yes, it's a plant. Yes, Teresa. So I'm not looking for praise or anything or money or gifts or nothing, but to know that it made you think or that it's helped you in some way, that is the gift to me. That's it. That's the grace from the universe that I've been trying to describe. And it comes back in a really strange way. It's good, it's odd, it's different, but you know. So we're coming up here on a 20. It's 1:56. It's an hour and 56 minutes I've been doing this. I may possibly tick some people off about some of this stuff. We've been around a long time, I remember. Thank you. Mullen leaf heals lots. Yeah, in the old days. And it's got a really fuzzy kind of interesting texture to the leaves. To me, it's a really pretty plant. But, you know, you could eat it. It doesn't taste real good, but you can make a tea of it easily. You can take a fresh leaf and kind of crush it up, you know, and steep it in some hot water. Add a little honey to it, because the honey is curative too. So, and it will help deliver whatever is in the plant and the water to you quicker, just saying. But as far as the kidney issue, as far as smoking it and the idea that it helps with asthma and it helps with this and that, it's got a lot of stuff going for it. I'm just saying. And it's pretty too. Medicine Man as a kid showed me from a standing rock. Yeah. So, you know, and if there are folks who don't know that it exists, and they might go by and go, oh, look at that big old giant weed. And I look at them big old giant weeds and dig them up. You know, I dug one up from a place about 10 miles north of me, maybe a little further. And it was growing on the outside of the farmer's fence. So it was, you know, technically part of the county roadway, the ditch, you know. And I dug that puppy up and brought it to the house and transplanted and put it back in the ground here. And it made it for a while. And I collected some mullein out in Arkansas when I went out there and brought some back. And with the seeds, I planted them, and I've had mullein here in my own garden several times in a row. And but this last time it grew, nothing has come up since. So, but it might take it another year, and it might pop up next year. It's an odd plant that way. It's a biennial. So, but anyway, but there's a curses as well. What? Oh, cures as well. Whatever is actually in your own metaphysical genetic makeup. Yeah. To me, there's a lot of magical properties to mullein. I'm just saying for myself, because it cured my kidney stuff, and I have not had any more issues since then. And I will admit I drink too many sodas. I might drink only one a day, but sometimes I drink 3 of them. Okay, it's hot and I've been outside. My friend was here yesterday and we were chatting, and we each had a soda. And I'm happy she introduced you too, Elena. Probably from a really strange person that does stuff on the side, an herbalist or somebody. Um, you know. So, and I'm and I know I say this often and a lot, but I honestly mean this. You all are what make this channel. It ain't about me. I bring up subjects, we have topics, and we have conversations, and I'm glad that I can help you to think. There's been some issues that, not necessarily in closing, but at the end of this discussion of alchemy. But if you use the idea of alchemy as a philosophy, then alchemy as a philosophy, okay, all right, you know. Now, were there people who were sorcerers and tried to manipulate stuff? Yeah. But a pagan simply means a non Jewish person or a non Christian. Pagan has gotten a really bad rap. When pagan means basically just the natural people, the folks who live on the land. Now, they may have superstitions and they hang things over their doors. Well, so do the Jews, and so do the Catholics. I mean, come on. So I've never been to any kind of Native American or quote pagan ritual, and I've been to a couple of them, and I've known some folks, and never have they tried to change water and wine into the blood of Jesus, or anybody else for that matter, or try to turn bread into the body of someone. You know what I mean? And the Catholic Church does it all the time. But, paganism and those kind of rituals, those things, oh my God, those are bad. But listen to us. They do this. For those who may not understand, but for a priest to have a real mass, the chalice must sit on what they call a relic, and it could be the bone. It's a bone of a saint. Okay, so some dead guy they've encased in this little piece of rock, and in order to perform the magic of the mass, they do it over the bones of a saint to make it work. Now, I've never seen any pagan. Now, there are some, demonologists and folks and stuff. I ain't talking about them now. I'm talking about pagan folks, just, including some Wiccan, that were just naturalists. That's all. They used herbs and things and stuff. Their ceremonies were to the goddess. Okay, Mother Earth. All right. Oh, well, they're out there dancing naked. Yeah. Well, I got to say, there is something about dancing naked, but that's for another story. I don't neither condone it or, deny it. I'm just saying there's something about dancing naked. Yes, I have. I live down here in the woods and I have danced naked. So, but, it just seems like there are times when, now, would I do it at a spring ritual or something like that? Nah, I don't know. I'm not so much into that and those kinds of things. But for people to say, well, they were dancing naked in the woods on, on Midsummer Night's Dream kind of thing. Did they hurt anybody? No. What were they doing? Well, they were dancing and singing and drumming and, drinking wine, and some of them were kissing and other stuff. Yeah. Did anybody get hurt? No. Were they trying to kill anybody? No. Did they have, were they doing anything to any kind of animal or bestiality or anything? No. What were they doing? They were dancing naked in the woods. Oh, but we can't have that shit though. We can't have people dancing naked in the woods. Why? Because we don't understand it. Oh. So anybody that has done anything like that, you know, now, did some of them do some stuff and devilish things? And yes. Did some folks know some dark art magic? Yes. Does dark art magic exist? Yes. I will warn people again about using sigils. You don't, if you have not been taught by a master, don't do it. Stay away from symbols and things, especially what you don't understand. Same thing like trying to be an alchemist. Learn from someone. Don't just assume you can do it. It will get you, it could get you killed. Okay. Quite frankly, it could get you killed. And I just don't want that. It's especially if you can be avoiding. Well, I say this candidly. When I'm out there dancing around the fire in my shorts, it's damn near like being naked. Okay. It's close enough to being naked without being naked, but you know, and so I can't make the statement that I won't dance around the fire, at least partially naked or mostly naked, you know. But anyway, oh, cool, Crafty. So you can buy the seeds. Cool. I figured you could, but you know, I Knowles Mulls. There you go. The mullings of the, you know, the muse. Never mind. But anyway, so you know, we missed the 420 mark, and I was yapping. But anyway, bring honor and joy upon yourself by using as many of the natural things as possible. Teach yourself what you used to know, because the people that I've met from many different tribes, north, south, east, west, and even from South America, even the little kids know about certain plants and herbs and things. I mean, they're just, oh, here, look at this. You know, 3-year-olds know how to make a tea or a poultice or something. They can get this and that, chew it up a little bit, and put it on a wound or something. And you know, it's like, what? You know, so, but we just don't know that kind of thing. So we should learn our territory. Wherever you are, learn what's around you. Go drive around if you can, or you know, go walk. Depending, I know it's very difficult where some of you live. I know, but if you can get out 20 miles from anywhere and go some, just and while you're driving, look out the window and see what's growing. Now, the key thing is that if it's growing beside the road, don't pick it. Okay. But if it's down the ditch and up on the edge where the fence row is, there's stuff that'll grow that grows along the interstates and stuff up on the grass and things. And if you keep an eye out and you know what you're looking for, you know, you might not be able to dig a plant up, but you might be able to go up there and chop it down, because they're probably going to mow it down or something, you know, so you can look in the right of way. But if it's right on the road, not so much, because it's getting all the, you know, exhaust and everything from, but if it's down the ditch and up, you know, where the right of way ends, it's fair game for anybody, you know. And if it's growing and it's nice and green and it looks good, and you know, it doesn't look like anybody's used any poison or anything around it, take the plant, you know. But I'm just saying. So people say, well, I don't know. I have no, you, I can just drive to the store and look out the window and see things growing in the ditches and stuff, you know. And, you know, like, for example, when I went to town the other day in Meg's, I'm riding along and I'm looking, and I'm like, all of the elderberries that are blooming now. And my friend Emma was here yesterday, and I pulled down some of them. I said, see all those little berries that are making? They're all, these things are all going to be these little purple berries really soon. And unfortunately, I think I'm going to be gone for 2 weeks when the damn things bloom. Now that sucks, don't it? And she said, she made a comment. She goes, well, me and Mama will come and pick them for you. And I was like, now that's love right there. She's not even related, but that the understanding of, do you know what that is right there? No, it just looks like this, weird little plant and stuff. Yeah, okay. Well, what's that over there? Well, that's garlic. It is? Yeah. Here, taste a piece of the leaf. You mean you can eat it? Yeah. Well, it does taste like garlic. Yep. Okay, and look, here's the seed buds at the top, and these are going to make seeds, and and blah 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 blah, and just walking just around in a small area. Here's this 13-year-old. She is a lovely young lady and so smart. Oh my God. And I said, right here, there's this, and there's that, and there's this, and there's this, just right here in my backyard. But if you don't know what it is, it's just a weed, or it's just this bush, or it's a shrub, or it's a something, it doesn't mean anything. It's just some kind of wild thing. Yeah, but we'll look at that over there. That's something wild too. But did you know that is a medicinal plant as well? No, I didn't. Well, there you go. See, right here in this little spot, there's 5 different plants that before we had the conversation yesterday out in the yard, I said you didn't know about, and now you do, So it's, the youngins, there are some youngins that are interested in it. The parents, now Emma's mama, Mandy, she's a lovely lady. And so, but she's interested too and has understood some things. But when you get kids, and she's won an award for flower arrangement in her FFA thingy for age, whatever, wonderful. And got a good eye for stuff. So if she wants to know about plants and what's that over there and what's this over here, and she's already interested in flower arrangement, then there's something in the plant thing. So I'm just going to show her these other things, and any help that she needs or wants to go walk around, and it will help me to remember many of the things that I used to know that I've forgotten over the years. And I need to get some of my books down and go back over them, because I could, I had two good friends of mine who were both seriously really good expert herbologists. Take you on a walk and show you stuff, just amaze you. And both of them made salve, so that would cure everything, and you could eat it. It wasn't like something that was going to kill you or something. No, it wasn't toxic. But anyway. You remember Grandma's lye soap, good for anything in the home. The secret was in the scrubbing, because it wouldn't suds and it couldn't foam. Anyway, I just had to throw that in. Not in a million years, if you won the lottery and paid what? Rhubarb, yes. Yes, that too. And something else that you've heard that song, and I'm not quite sure who sang it back in the 60s or early 70s, Poke Salad Annie. And so poke salad back in the day, now it's a little late in the season, but for some of you further up, pokeweed should be coming out. And it looks, in a way, to me, sort of like rhubarb. It grows up big, it's got a stalk and everything, and it puts out these purple berries. But in the springtime, because when it first comes up, poke salad was what all of the folks ate, because they would have suffered the winter and scurvy, so it's high in vitamin C and stuff. Well, they put out this purple berry that, when you look it up in the book, it says it's poisonous to not eat them. Well, here's the thing. You can eat them, but spit out the seeds, because it's not the berries that are poison, it's the seeds. Okay, so they got these tiny little seeds. So you crush them in your mouth and you get the juice out of them. You feel the seeds and you spit them out, and what little, depending on how big these berries are. But here's the thing. So in limited amounts, these berries, and you can collect them and, take them as a medicine if you wanted to, helps with heart disease. So I missed my poke salad and the berries this spring, But while they bloom during the time of year, I would always eat one or two, you know. And there is a type of vine. It's got thorns on it, like cat, um, a cat briar. Anyway, but some of these, when they put out these little tendrils to like cling onto something, that you can eat those little tendrils. And for the guys, it helps with like prostate and stuff. And as my friend Dale would say, it helps your wiener get up if you need help, you know. So it's like, what, you know, and he would look at me and giggle, you know. And I'm like, okay, but wild blueberries go fast over here. Hey, Mossy Man, if I didn't say hi. Yeah, you used to eat pokeweed? Yeah. But now when it gets older, it gets tougher and it's not near as good, but the fresh and stuff. But here's the thing. So they make these big plumes of purple berries, right? If you know what you're looking for. So you can cut the whole plume, stick it in a plastic bag and freeze it. And if you ever need a little bit of pokeberry juice, you just, you know, thaw, pull a couple out and thaw them out, and you've got, so it's, there are ways that you can do it, or you can juice them all and learn how to take a tincture of the berry juice. So but is it poison? Yeah, because people want to eat it like, you know, yum 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 yum, and it ain't that kind of berry. So there are some berries that are, there are some, I mean, for example, there are things about mistletoe. I mean, I got mistletoe that grows in this oak tree over my head. And so there are things about mistletoe that, if used correctly, is a good medicine. But if you use too much of it or in the wrong way, it will kill you. Okay. So we have to be careful with some of these things. But, you know, if you take too many aspirins, you know, so you have to learn dosage and what's important. But for a lot of people, they would be surprised at what's around them that could be used, especially in an emergency and at certain times of the year. I mean, for example, we have a, you know, mediocre summer, but, you know, it's already a lot colder than normal, right? Here it is, you know, the 1st of June, and y'all got cold weather up there. That's, you know, that's different, right? And it's been really normal here this year. We could use a little more rain, but, you know, I'm not going to wood, not going to bitch. The river's way down, and, you know, and the ground is hard as a brick bat. You know, I mean, I'm serious. You you don't dig in the ground now. You use a pickaxe, seriously, or wet it first, you know, and then dig it. But you don't just dig the dirt now around here. Nah. Um, which is sad because the blackberries are starting to make, and if there's no water, the berries will be small. Some of the blueberries that were doing well have slowed down because we haven't had any more water to help fill the berries up, so they've stunted. And it dried up so quick that any of the other berries that I had that were going to make didn't make. So, you know, if we'd had a little bit more rain these last couple of weeks, things would be even better. But I'm not complaining. You know, it has been much worse. So I'm grateful. You know, mock plants is the moving into the well. Garden is. They plant soybeans. Yeah. Now there are some farmers that will plant a barley or ryegrass in the winter times, and then in the spring they'll turn that under. They'll cut the grass and sell it to a farmer for hay or feed or whatever. And there's another plant, I can't think of the name of it, but it grows really well here in the wintertime. If we don't have too severe a winter, which the last few down here in South Georgia has been like really too mild. But I'm not bitching, not complaining. You know, we barely got into the 20s, only once or twice, and barely like 29. You know, Um, but we usually go into the low 20s several times during the winter, and we didn't do that this year. I think that's another reason why some of these fruit trees don't do as well, because they need so many hours of, 35 degrees and below to, make pears, peaches, you name it, so we don't have enough cold days. I mean, it even affects the pecans, and other trees. So, and I understand that it could affect the oak trees and acorn population as well. So the deer and the wildlife eat the oak, eat the acorns. So we want eight, and I've got a lot of oak trees on the property. So we want the acorns to be profitable to fuel and feed the wildlife. Where other people are mowing and doing and this and that, and then oak trees don't matter to them. But I understand that oak trees are an important part of the whole ecosystem, especially when they drop acorns for all the critters in the forest to eat. My neighbors around here, everything's all mowed clean. They've got little trees and shrubs and stuff, and they're all the typical lawns. But there's no habitat. Now, there on the fence line, there are some bushes and stuff, and but they might have some, a shrub bush along the fence line between the neighbors, but that's it, right? So, but you come to my house, and as soon as you turn in the driveway, there is this forest of small trees with different berries and different heights, different this and that. So all of there's nothing for the birds to live off of right next door or up the hill or any of these people or anything like that. There's nothing there. It's just grass and a few shrubs and trees around, small trees around, nothing for wildlife. And here I've got my hill, and there's nests in the trees, and the birds that come and go and fly off in different places, and I'm like, I really have learned to understand how important this is. I just was like, I'm a naturalist. I'm going to let it grow, and this is how. No, but after all of these years and being able to observe what society does as normal is not good for the ecology at all, because there's no habitat. I filled out a thing about rabbits and some kind of R blood disease or something. I can't remember at the moment, but to the point, and I've mentioned this before, I haven't seen a rabbit around here in years. Not a wild one. Not on the road, not run over, not used to have them in my field and up here in the woods. I have not seen a rabbit. And so the questionnaire, and I answered, I said, I haven't seen rabbits here in this area. And I mean, go, 7, 10 miles that way, 10 miles this way, sides of the road. Rabbit used to run out of the ditches all the time, slam on brake to miss them and or hit them, I haven't seen a carcass, haven't seen any rabbits. I ain't seen hide nor hair, if you get the drift of them, in several years. So, uh, we're not one of those states that are supposed to be quarantined with a disease, but Florida is. So, but if there aren't any rabbits, did they die from something and that's why they're not here? Or is there another reason that the rabbits aren't here? Bottom line is there ain't any rabbits around here like they used to be. I'm not saying they're all gone, but a vast majority. I mean, you could ride down a dirt road and scare one out of the brush or along a fence row or something, and they'd skitter across the road. In my drivings around and stuff, there's not even the signs of a dead rabbit, and somebody had hit them, they'd be in the side. I mean, that was used to be common. Just don't see them, and there aren't that many people versus rabbits, because I've lived here a long time and there have always been rabbits that have been killed by vehicles. I've hit a few myself, but this last couple of years, it's been eerie that things like that aren't there, They just aren't there. But anyway, Taleo, along with Wild Turkey, I keep seeing him. It's Pascalite Clay. It's not just an herbal remedy book, Teresa. Get a book about what plants are the herbal, because there are lots. For every book that I've got on medicinal plants, there are variations in which plants to use and how much. So do not trust one source would be my first thing. I've got 3 or 4, maybe 5 books on medicinal plants and edible plants and stuff like that. And plus the knowledge that I've picked up over the years that I've forgotten. But there are some plants, one book will tell you that, don't use this plant at all. Then there's another book that'll say, use this plant, but only use a couple of drops. If you have a concentrated or whatever, they'll warn you, where other books will just say, don't use it. And so I would like to know that I have everything in my arsenal of knowledge. I will go up, not right now, but I will go upstairs and I'll do a video on the books that I have and medicinal stuff that I've learned. And I've got a medicinal book online that I could read from, but I can't really share it, kind of thing. It's in some kind of format. I'll have to see if it'll be. Hey, Pearl. They've got newer books. Some of my books are 30 years old, and there are probably newer books with some more stuff. There's a lot of good information on the internet, and some of it is you just have to be careful. Don't just read one and go, oh, so that's how you do it. Nah, read a couple of them, because there are different folks, and the folks that are similar, those are the ones you listen to. And then there'll be 1 or 2 down here on how to do something or whatever, and you go, I'll keep that in mind. But the 1 or the 2 or 3 that are similar out of 4 or 5, that you may read about, a particular plant or what it's good for. But then there are those plants, I don't care what book you read, they may not include, like, for example, there was a book that I'd read that it did not include kidney ailments with mullein. But in other ones, and especially at the health food store that I bought this stuff from, it was said right on the bottle for, kidney and urinary issues and stuff like that. So I'm here to tell you, man, it's mullein is like the goal that, wow, if there was a plant, that's one of them. Yeah, they're upstairs and kind of scattered. So, but not right now, but I will, I promise, because I need to do it. There's some plants that are growing in my field right now that I don't want to cut down because they remind me of something, and it's like I got to go look it up before I go cut them down. If I want to cut them down, then maybe I could. I don't know if it's the root or the flowers or the leaves, but if I'm going to cut them down, then let me collect them anyway. So, but yeah, so all right. So it's been 12. It's 12. It's 2 hours and 30 minutes. I have to take a break. Y'all hold that thought, okay? Yeah, next time, of course. I promise you, I'll do one soon. I got to find all my books. Hey, buddy. Okay. So here's a book. Peterson Field Guides, Eastern Central America, Medicinal Plants. Stephen Foster and James A. Duke. There are pictures, references. They have color plates inside. Now, this doesn't do them justice, but description. You gone, Teresa? We love you. Thank you. But here's dandelion, bluets, pineapple weed, purslane, and they call it pusley around here. But I could go through this book. But so this is one book, and it's got, it's been used so many times. But I suggest you buy the series of these Peterson Field Guides. They've got them on birds. They've got them on minerals, edible plants, medicinal plants. And this is for Eastern and Central America, because once you get out west, there's a totally different set of stuff. So here's one that I've had for a many years. And this is it's a field guide to edible wild plants. But some of these plants also have medicinal values to go with them. Here's one that I've had a long time, and it's not a picture book, but it's a really good reference book that goes with the picture book. And so this one is called the Herb Book. This is a paperback edition, but I think they have a hardback edition. But you can't carry a hardback edition in your backpack or in your back pocket like you can these. So these are, it's the most complete. The print is really small. I'm going to read who it's see. The most complete catalog of nature's miracle plants ever published. Now, it's quite a few years old, but it's the Herb Book by John Lust, illustrated with over 275 line drawings, more than 1 million copies in print. And this particular year, it's got a barcode, so it's newer than that. I'm looking for a really, it goes back to 1974. This book was copyright 1974. Wow. I've had this book a while. Benedict Lust edition, published May 1964. So all them years ago in May, same month. Excuse me. So, but anyway, Peterson Field Guides. Yes, I highly recommend them. And there's also, I've got one upstairs. Like the Audubon Society, there's some folks who puts out some books. They're like Peterson's, but they've got them on minerals and things too. If you got some money, if you want to waste money, because if you buy something and it doesn't work for you and you take it and it's just whatever, you spent $70 on a couple of these really good books. These things that have literally lasted my lifetime. For whatever I paid for them, they have paid themselves, and they're still good. They're still books. They're still knowledgeable. And if the lights go out, I got it right here. Now, I did that years ago. People were like, well, what? And I was like, well, if it's true about the apocalypse and the world coming to an end, I want to make sure I have enough books that if I forget something, I can go look it up. So I've got, for some people, I've got an extensive library in areas that at some point might do me good, you know. So I see a good medicinal book or something like that, pick it up. And you might be able to pick some up at secondhand stores or something like that, or a used book or just whatever. And if it's in decent condition and you can afford it, hang on to it. Because this one book I've had for 40 years, you know, at least, you know. So are they any good? Yeah, absolutely. But like anything, it's a tool. If you don't use it, well, but I can always use them. They're always at my beck. You know, I can always go put my hands on these. So anyway, so I'm going to kind of sort of cut this short tonight. It's almost 1 o'clock. And I wanted to just get on here and have a discussion about the alchemy thing. I don't have any long term, and I haven't really had supper or anything yet. And all y'all that are here, if you go outside and look, it seems like the constellation of Scorpius is higher in the sky tonight than normal. I went outside to do the dog thing for a minute when I got up and looked outside, and it's higher above the trees than it was a couple of nights ago. So the earth wobble is still on. I don't know what's up with the moon and its position, because it's not matching at all what I was observing, because there were a lot of synchronicities. Like if it seemed like the earth was tilted down, which means that Scorpius is higher, or if the earth had tilted down this way, then Scorpius would be lower, or any of the other constellations. That's right now, that's just my signature constellation until Orion and Pleiades come back in the fall, couple of months. So, but anyway, so my observations of this constellation and of Sirius, the bright orange one, before it goes in 3 directions, is that, you know, it's higher tonight than it was by a couple of degrees, you know, like 2 fingers if you hold them out kind of thing. So a couple of degrees higher, but it's definitely higher than. And the position, I use my 3 fingers because there are 3 stars out here, and it kind of presents that 3-finger kind of thing. Anyway, to me, and that right now it's like in the right position, where sometimes it appears that it's turned sideways. So it's a little higher than it was, but it looks right in the sky. So I just wanted to pass that on. I'm always thinking about stocking up, and just in case. Yeah, you're welcome, Elena. Hawkeye coming on Andromeda Wednesday with Delabar. Yeah. And thank you, Teresa. And cool back down here. Yeah. Right. Strange things. But here's the thing. So regardless of what it is, you know, too many people are like, well, I'll look it up on the internet, or I'll even go to the library. Well, you know, there are so many people that are, to me, they're wasting their monies on things to make them healthy, when if you bought a couple of these books here and studied them, you would be healthy with the knowledge that you gained. You would be healthy knowing that you could go take a drive and collect something or whatever, or buy, or at least buy it from a reputable herbalists that are growing these things naturally, you know. So buy some of the plants, buy some of the mullein leaves, buy some. I've got a couple of herbs in here that at the powwows that people sell the herbs, and are packaged in, you know, by weight or volume or whatever, in a plastic bag, so that you can use the herb at your discretion. But at least you have it, or seeds or plants or roots or whatever it is, right? So, and there are folks out there that are reputable in doing that because they use those products themselves. And I've talked with folks at powwows and things like that. But here's my point about And not to say you should never spend money on something that might help heal you. That's not my point. But to the point where people have wasted money and gone down avenues, but a book on plants and a book on, medicinal ways and taking a course or something or whatever is invaluable knowledge, no matter how old you are. And it's something that is tangible. Somebody, they can't take that knowledge. I have forgotten knowledge, but they can't take it away from you. You know what I mean? And your books may burn or whatever, but if God forbid, but if you have your books and you've got your library and you've got the knowledge, to me, I'm confident that no matter what happens, I got my stuff. Me and Duggar will go walking. That's how you find things. You go on walks through different neighborhoods and places. What grows on my hill might not grow someplace else around here. What's growing down the road and across the bridge on a pine over there, it may not grow here, but it's grown over there. There are microcosms and climates and things, and certain things grow really well, and it could be right down the road, but it won't grow here or further up the hill. It's just, it is what it is. So, to know your neighborhood, know where you are, or at least be able to recognize things. That's knowledge that is just you take with you. And if we're all good and we do good on this in this life, then we'll be able to remember this our next time through. That's supposed to be the deal. That's supposed to be that if we do really well this time through, we'll be able to have this knowledge in our next reincarnation without having to go through all this stuff to remember it, to learn it over again. But for many of us, there are things I've talked with folks and that we know how to do some stuff and we don't know how we know it, and it's like, so those are the talents that we build on, and they're remnants from our previous lives or whatever that have bled through into our consciousness. And the thing is, don't worry about why, or, I still am curious, like, where did I learn sword fighting, but I don't dwell on it, but it's always kind of a question out there, like, okay, it's a standing question to the universe. Where did I learn how to sword fight? Okay. And one of these days I might find out some way, but anyway, it's interesting to us, but if we have a talent, let's not question, well, I don't know where I got this from, and I'm not saying you folks do. I'm saying our focus should be, I don't know where I got this from, but let me see if I can hone what seems to be a natural thing to me, so and if I somewhere along the line while I'm practicing sword fighting or whatever, like I'm really too good with a bow and arrow for what little I do and what I know about it. I should be shooting up and I don't. It's something that is, I just know. And so I'm not worried about practicing all the time because I know I'm going to get really close because I have this instinct about archery or something, Do I hit the bullseye every time? No, but for me and an old man and not having had much training, I get really close to that sucker, and with a couple of shots, I will hit the bullseye. Okay, Teresa, you have a good night, good morning, and a good day tomorrow. So, but anyway, so if you have this, whatever this talent is that seems natural to you and you don't know where it come from, don't question where, just be thankful. And I don't want to say, well, depending on what that talent is, then focus all your attention on it if it needs to be. I mean, but everything, if it is your life's quest or mission or whatever, then by all means go for it. Now, like for me, you know, I have accepted this mission of being the hermit, of being, and it dawned on me the other day, OMG, I've become an elder. Oh, holy shit, I've become an elder. What? Whether it's tribal or what, oh my God, I've become an elder. Y'all hold that thought. I left my coffee over there. Let me get it. Hey, Dogger. Yeah, I brought the books back and left my coffee over there. But so for those of you who came in late, the discussion about intuitive, Miss Amber, hope everything is well. Yuck, 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 yuck. I'll take knowledge any day over here, try this. Well, okay. Like a quick fix, if you will. So, but in understanding about alchemy, we haven't really talked about the philosophical side of what people would attach with alchemy. So alchemy just isn't chemistry when if you hear it, because people who talk about alchemy now associate it with paganism or some other kind of, that's the Druids. And okay, so let's back the boat up a second. So the Druids, like a lot of other homeopaths, people in the village all knew that Mullen had healing qualities. So if a stranger waddled into town who didn't know about it, and they sent one of the kids to go get the magical plant, then, oh my God, it's a secret. Well, people in communities knew what was sacred. The native folks knew and they called them sacred because they had healing properties. That's why the damn thing's sacred. You know what? Yeah, okay. So pay attention, but to the pagan, to the churches and to religions, it's all about, we don't want them to know. We want the people to come to the church for their salvation. So if people can get cured and healed on their own, like, Francis of Assisi was doing before he became the saint, which he did not want. And one could ask the question, was that a reincarnation of Jesus because of the things that he did and stuff, and the fact that they wanted to burn him at the stake for being a root doctor? So if you know someone, and ask around to other local folks. Now, if you live in a metropolitan area, there might not be one. But if you find some offside shop somewhere that sells curios and incense and maybe, books on different kinds of, be it the devil, Satan, psychic energy, whatever, that kind of a shop. Go in there and look around, and there might be somebody's card on a thing, or ask if the proprietor looks and go, anybody around that, that teaches or does medicinal plants and herbs. And, you can say, I'm not looking for a witch or sorcerer. I'm just looking for an herbalist. But, now you might end up getting a witch or a sorcerer, but that's not the point. If you can learn about herbs or something, And if there's something that really ails you, they can send you, without spells, mind you, the herbs or whatever that's necessary. You know, if you got to repeat some kind of words with something, I'd be careful with that. But anytime you put something on you, you can ask. I ask the universe to help me heal, this wound. I ask the universe, so whatever you do, your prayer and your intent, I ask the universe to help me with this, or So it isn't about God, you know. It is about spiritualism. It is about each of us and our connected, like Simon Parks and connected consciousness. We are in that. So, we're all members of the League of Like-Minded Beings. I won't let it, I won't let you forget that. But the more that you get it, the more that we all are practicing it, the more that we are more aware of it between us. This energy is, to me, it's increasing. Now, what are we doing with it? Let's just put it really simply. I'm here having this chat with you to think about positive things, how to positively be able to search and what books or something and whatever, so that we can take a positive outlook with our lives. We can take a positive step by learning these things or whatever for your own benefit. None of this does me a crap load of good. You know what I mean? Um, as far as the universe is concerned, it's what you do with the knowledge, right? So, but when you take the knowledge and you go, I see value in this, then our collective thought adds value to the universe. What is that value? It's a positive force. It's a positive thought. And directed in ways, for example, I want to learn about plants so I can help heal my friends, or I want to learn about plants to heal myself. Because if you can heal yourself, then you can be a better person and help other people. You know what I mean? So we have to stay healthy ourselves as much as possible. So that's important. But if we take this level to the understanding of the universe, is that 1111? 111. Okay. Interesting that my eyes got pulled down there. But the idea, though, that when we take this thing to another level, meaning we add philosophy, if you will, to this. Well, let's think. Let me think. Is this going to help me out or not? Well, I'm going to learn about stuff. That's cool. If I'm bored and looking for something to do, order yourself to pick up that herb book and read about something. Well, I don't know what to do. I don't want to watch TV. Then go get your herb book. And you waste time or do something. I'm guilty of this, you see. Well, I don't really want to do that. Well, then sometimes, I have to look at myself, and go, Hawkeye, Dave's trying to, he's got the remote control. Take the remote control away from Dave, Hawkeye. Because the third part of me is the camp counselor who keeps all these other, personalities of mine in check. So Dave wants to keep clicking through the channels and watch nothing or do nothing. He's just bored. And Hawkeye's like, he's too lazy to fight with Dave. But he's like, well, Hawkeye says, well, I'd kind of like to read up on that book. I forgot about it. Maybe I should go look for my other herb books or something, where Dave's like, nah, me and Doug are going to watch a movie or something, So the argument with self is sometimes the other guy wins. When maybe if we change our focus, which in the long run is a more positive step because we're learning something, okay? And it means something. I'm learning about mullein. I'm learning about this. I'm learning about that. I'm going to learn how to make a tincture. I'm going to learn how to make a salve. Whatever it is you're going to learn about, you see. So, and it can be passed on without a book, especially if you learn it well. So, but what does that give us? It gives us what Moose was talking about in the cards the other day. It gives us pride in a job well done. That keeps coming back up in my head. We should learn. Why? Because to learn this knowledge means that we have something we didn't have before. We have relearned something that, depending on where we lived before, used to be taught. All old timers knew about this and that and stuff that grew around. And as the generations died out, as societies took over, as the small farms and the things, as all these things have changed, so has the knowledge that used to be natural. That's why in the title of this, it's practical medicine. It's people just knew, that sassafras grew all around here. They made their own root beer. They made their own sassafras teas, and the Cajuns, still use the leaves of the sassafras and in cooking and stuff as an herb. So and despite its curative properties or whatever it may be good for, it's also good and it helps make a jambalaya or a gumbo. So um, where do we want to put a price tag on what we learn versus what we're going to spend on learning what somebody else is doing on the other side of the world with something that is like really off the wall? So we practice, we listen, we study, we buy, we try it. What did you get out of it? I'm not saying don't do some of these things, but you got to look at the bigger picture. I'm going to spend $70 on this jar of stuff that's supposed to do this stuff to me, and you ain't got a clue. You spend $70 on books, you know what you got. You've got further knowledge. You've got instinct. And at the end of the day, if you go find your first herb and make your first tea or whatever, you have the knowledge and the feeling of Moose, in that you can bellow out, I'm proud of what I learned, and I'm proud of a job well done. I did it. Versus taking something that may be iffy at best. Just saying. So, to kind of wrap up this, it's 1:16 a.m. here. Yeah, I've been researching the natural medicines. I've landed with virtually everything in the books. Lots of stuff. It's amazing, Elderberry. That's one of the reasons why I wanted to move to the Ozarks. And a lot of places I've been through Kentucky, lots of different places in Tennessee, not everywhere, mostly from central Tennessee east. But I have been in the western counties, passing through and around. I've been through Mississippi, and northern and southern. Northern Mississippi is beautiful, let me tell you. And I've been through many parts of Alabama, been all over the state of Georgia, all over the state of Florida, all the way down to Key West and all the way back up. Not bragging, I'm just saying these are the places I've been. I've been quite a few places in South Carolina, a few places in North Carolina, mostly to the western edge where Tennessee and Georgia and all that mix. A lot of places in there, but any further east, I've been up around Boone, North Carolina, and up in there. Beautiful country, I got to say. Nice folks. Been to Virginia up in there. I went to West Virginia across the Ohio just to say I was there. Been around Ohio, grew up there, been around several places through Kentucky. Haven't stayed there, but have stopped and looked and been through the state several times. Got to go through Kentucky to get to Ohio. So I've been through Illinois. I've been through Arkansas a lot. Been through parts of Oklahoma. Been through the state of Louisiana once. Been down in the South, through New Orleans and down in there a couple of times. I haven't been to Minnesota. I have been to Wisconsin. I have been, wait, did I go to Michigan? Yeah, Detroit is in Michigan, ain't it? Yeah, been to Detroit several times. Been to Canada. I've been to Windsor and all the way across, all the way over to Toronto. So, but as far as places that have a vast variety of stuff, my point is I've been all these places. The Ozarks and Missouri and through there has got more plant life, medicinal, and other stuff that a lot of places just don't have. There are a lot of things in Arkansas that a lot of other places just don't have. I mean, especially in the quantity, and they're really happy there, you know. So, but anyway, so yeah, Barry, I've known about the Ozarks and that. I've been through there, lived up there for a week, lived there for a month, you know, trying to get a job. The only job was a chicken factory, and I just couldn't kill chickens to, so we had to come back to Georgia. But anyway, been on the Buffalo River several times. Been to the the Washita Mountains and some places down in there. And there's some places down there that are gorgeous in the southwestern part of Arkansas in the Washita Mountains. So, been to Mount Ida and in there, dug for crystals and that kind of thing through that area. Not as much as I wanted to, but we did. Mount Ida's got some of the best crystals, let me tell you. It's closer to Hot Springs and the Crater of Diamonds State Park, where they have found diamonds still. They go through this field and plow it up, and people go through there, and you just basically sift through it, the sand, and look for rocks. Which diamonds are these? Are a man's best friend. Ha ha ha. But yeah, back a few years ago, it's 1:20. So thank you all for tapping in and branching out. You too, Julianne. John Denver is screaming his song Country Road in my ear. Oh my God. I've been researching them. Yeah. Joy always. Thank you, Julianne, Margaret. And joy always to all of y'all. So it's that 1:21 in the morning time here, 4:20 somewhere. And so I'm going to have this evening bowl. And I'm going to cut it off after 3 hours in here tonight and this morning. I love being here with y'all. I do. And I know some of you come on at different times. Country roads take me home to the place I belong, West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home, country roads. Anyway, last time I drove through the mountains, the turkey herded up, and I had a train and a turkey bee popping across the road. Really, bee bopping. I got you. Yeah. Yeah, there's one thing I've noticed. There are populations of other things that have decreased. The wild hogs in Georgia have increased, interestingly enough. Not anything that I've seen in my backwoods yet, but they're in the neighborhood and on the swamp and on the river, so they're around. Some of them are feral pigs that got away from farmers or whatever, and some of them are just wild boar. I mean, they look like wild boar. I've seen them. I've seen wild boar up in North Georgia and the Carolinas and in Tennessee and up in there in the Smokies. And they look just like them, a little bigger, but just like them. Where was I headed with that? Somewhere. Yeah, I went off on the turkey thing, but there are a lot of turkeys around here. I mean, the gobblers that I've seen around that are down on the river and down in the open areas and stuff, with all the oak trees and things, so they got a lot of foraging. And so I'm glad that I still have a lot of oak trees. And I'm glad the turkeys are down there. But the last time I saw the flock, there was like 8 or 10 hens and a gobbler. So, if you had to supplement your diet and, um, if you took one a month, if you had 8 or 10, well, that's 8 months, if you got one. But my point is that so you could take one out of the herd every once in a while if you needed to. But there are other areas near here that have a lot of turkeys. So I'm just saying, if I only had my property and only this land, which it connects with a bunch of other, my point is that, uh, I could eat wild turkey if I absolutely had to. It's 124. Let's have one for the road. I was 4 at the fair by a giant pig got loose and chased me. Oh man. When I worked on a pig farm, okay, it was a farm that had pigs. All right, it wasn't their major thing, but they grew corn and other things and some cotton and stuff. But anyway, um, they'd turn in a couple of cows every year. They had a small herd, and they had pigs on a slab, and I'd go down and feed them and everything. And it got to the point where I just wouldn't eat pork for a while. I mean, a long while, for years. And I still, once in a while, them baby back ribs really are good. Once in a while, some smoked pork chops on the grill. Once in a while, some ham. But where it used to be like a regular thing, yeah, once or twice a month, maybe, you know and but raising the pigs and being around them, and I can understand why some people would say, uh the thing about the cloven hoof, but there's something about pigs, their smartness or something. And I'm trying not to put cows down, but there's just seems to be a different level of intelligence. Not that we should be eating anything, but there are certain animals that said, "Hey, you can have me," and there are some that didn't necessarily agree to it. And for example, if you turn a pink pig that you see in the movies or whatever, and turn them loose, within 2 months, they will grow tusks, they'll change colors, and they'll be covered in hair. They will revert back to their natural state almost immediately. And you can take that pig after his hair's grown out and grow tusk and put him back on the slab. He'll still stay. He will still be the hairy pig. It won't go back. Pigs that go wild, there'll always be that hairy pig instead of that smooth skin. You see these little squealy piggies. But whatever it happens, when they go feral, I mean, within months, they will immediately start. Their skin will change. Where they might be nice and pink, in the wild, they mean turn brown with sort of white spots on them, but they will not be pink. You know, and they will grow tusks where they don't normally have. So, but anyway, yeah, that's an interesting thing about pigs. But they're in looking at them and feeding them, they were like, "Let me out." And I was like, "Gonna feed you. Let me squirt down the poo off your thing. Let me out." And I was like, "Doodle, no, hey, mister, let me out." And I'm like, "I can't do this." So when it comes to pigs and pork, like I said, a little once in a while, and chicken, I had a piece of chicken last month, the first piece I'd had in a while. Do I eat chicken now? Because I see how they're raised. And people say, "Well, I'm just going to eat white meat." Let me tell you, I told this to Teresa earlier today. I said, if you saw what those chickens look like being raised in the pen with that great big breast, they look like a cross. I used to raise ducks. I had ducks. and I've had chickens for years. Well, these chickens look like a cross between a chicken and a duck, because a duck walks around with its breast out kind of thing, and these chickens look like they have a breast of a duck. I don't know if they're genetically altered or whatever, but they do not look like a chicken. I'm here to tell you. So people say, well, I just get the breast. Yeah, well, that might be, for those people who all like white breast meat, well, I don't know, that dark meat. The dark meat might be what you want. Really, a thigh might be better off than what these mutant, because I used to do, my adopted mother was always, oh, give me the breast, and I want the white meat. Okay, that might be true back in the day, but not anymore. I'm here to tell you, when you see them and they see them raised, and you go, I don't know where that I was thinking, a chicken and a duck would be a chuck. I've seen these chucks by the thousands, and people are eating them or whatever, and I'm just like, not me. Sorry. Well, why didn't you kill them and eat them, Dave? Did you see it? Did you look at it? If it had been a duck, maybe, because I would have known it was a duck. But it's a chicken that looks like a duck. Ain't eating it. I'm sorry, I ain't eating it. They died and were buried in the woods, kind of thing. The critters came up and drug them off and ate them. But Lord have mercy. So be it to the possums and the raccoons or whatever, but I wasn't eating them. But anyway, so quack, quack, it'd be like, quack. I don't know. The chickens we raised back in the 70s. Now I've raised some Aracanas. They're big chickens, and they lay these beautiful blue kind of teal looking eggs. Oh my God. And those chickens had bigger breasts than these other breeds of chickens, but they're natural breeds of chickens. I had an Araconda and a red that mixed. I had my own chickens that were a mixture of Rhode Island Red and the Araconda. They were beautiful, much bigger. And of course, there was a bigger breast on the chicken, but I had them for laying, but to the point of that though, so there are natural ways that you can have a chicken, but these things were nowhere near natural. I mean, honest to God, it looked like something that came out of a sci-fi movie. I said, no more. If I buy chicken now, it's leg quarters and stuff, because I do not know what was in those other chickens, But anyway, so, I get white meat. I'm just saying, well, I don't want to get all the hormones, and I don't want to, you might be getting the worst of it. Hell of a drug, yeah. Hey, Intuitive, did I say? Yeah, Amber Dawn, I said hi. A hawk tried to get a pigeon in my yard yesterday. Felt so yard, eat, relax. Hawk came and attacked them. Miss Amber, all critters got to eat, And I've lost cats to owls and hawks around here. And I was talking to my adopted granddaughter, Miss Emma. She was like, what? And I said, yeah. I said, I've gotten attached. I got 5 new kitties, right? And over the years, they're kittens every year, but they just all seem to just disappear. And I'm like, where do they go? And I'm like, well, to nature. I don't think they run off because they've been too small. But they're easy prey for hawks and mostly owls, because they're out there in the yard playing, and a hungry owl comes by and, oh my God, the owl ate a kitten. Yeah, all wildlife's got to eat. And no offense, but it's fair game, literally. I mean, I don't like to see critters getting carried off, and I've seen them being carried off. So, but the thing is that in nature, we just, are you going to shoot the hawk down? Better not, or whatever. No, they're just doing what they do, and so it shocks us. I'm always surprised when one of my favorite cats, that I'm not supposed to pick a favorite, I'll go out in the yard and go, where's that little, and gone. from one night to feeding to the next morning, gone. The only explanation, owl. So, but I can't blame the owl because it needs a meal. Because if there were rabbits and if there were other wildlife that mankind is, is ceasing and desist around here. So if they got to pick on felines and stray cats or whatever, then okie dokie, you know. Uh, I respect all things, and I want the owls to stay. I want the hawks to stay, and I don't know about all these cats. I used to have like 20 cats around here, and they just started disappearing. And I prayed to the Creator. I said, "Send me something that will take these cats away." And they just started disappearing. I don't know whether a bunch of owls moved in, but they like all of a sudden I've been down to 2 cats for several years now. So I've got 5 new ones this year. And so far, they're still here. They might not be here when I get back from vacation. I don't know. I'm just saying, not planning anything or wishing bad. But in the past, when they get to a certain age or something and playing and they go out in the field, they're like become more prey. Owls, hawks, fox, weasel, coyote, snakes. Yeah, everything goes after chickens. Only meat suits. If we didn't eat that, would stop so much pain. It's true. I fed my dog raw meat, my fish, shrimp. Yeah. I see. I learned about the sparks that run all creatures. They never die. Yep. Everything's transformed in it. We're energy. If it weren't for the energy about us, if somebody says, you know, Duggar ain't got a soul, I'll whoop them. You know what I mean? But anyway, so I promised I was going to get out of here, and I'm still at it. I really do want to go get something to eat. I want to go make something. I talked about doing the shrimp sauce thingy last night with the spaghetti sauce, and I haven't met it, but I looked at them shrimp sitting in my freezer and went, and then now I'm doing this video, but anyway, ESV, I wouldn't be here if I didn't think souls evolve. I mean, I didn't mean that to sound rude if it did. I literally wouldn't be here if I didn't think that souls evolve. That's one of my prerequisites of, I'm here for me because of crap I did in a previous life down here. I knew about this property, and there were things that I found when I found this property. It's too long of a story, but let's just say spirit brought me here. And there were reasons I had to come here was because I was here back in the 1800s kind of thing and was a real shithead and did nasty things to native folks here. And I had to come back this time around and give honor and learn the honor that I didn't learn before. Hang on there. What's up, Duggar? So, I agreed to, I understand that I agreed to my soul contract and this to, and it wasn't so much about karma as it was that I chose to come back and learn the lesson. In a lot of ways in my life, Coyote has been my friend, and I'm always self-destructing or something in similar ways. But in this life of things, I mean, even Dante said in one of his recent videos that, there is life after death. Yes. And then we can reincarnate. I'm not sure who I was back in the old days, but I know he was a butthole. I know he, picked on women and mistreated Native Americans and was dishonorable and was just, an old nasty 1800s, redneck farmer, sharecropper. And little regard for anything, and probably a bigot in a lot of ways, so I had to come back in this life and not necessarily straighten it out, but straighten myself out, because whatever happened in that past incarnation, I didn't learn it, and I had the opportunity to, and I tossed it away. So this is sort of like a redo. Can I come back down here into? I mean, I'm basically the same area, the same farm, not on the spot, but in this area, and not necessarily make amends. Although I've said lots of ceremonies, there are some old spirits here that were really pissed off with me. And some of them are like not so pissed off, but they're like sitting there with their arms folded and looking at me like. So I'm like, okay. But here's the lesson that I learned about that. And from my shaman teacher, medicine man, and from other people over the years, one of them, my friend, being my friend Marcia, who, as some of you may just came on, she did pass away. But that she could see spirits and things. And she's like, Dave, she goes, these folks don't like you. Whatever you did when you were here before, they don't like you. And so I've tried over the years to, I would get up in the middle of the night and go out the back door and play the flute to the woods. Just play a song and say, for those of you spirits who may still be here and wandering around and who hate my guts, just know that I'm trying to do better. So, but after all these years of understanding that, my previous time here, I had some negative energy, and there may still be spirits around that knew me back then that are still pissed at me now, kind of thing. And so I'm making the amends. The only way to make amends was to prove it, not just say it, not say, well, I promise I'm going to do better. I promise to the earth, and I promise, and I promise, and I'm going to do better. I'm going to do better, but you have to do better in the eyes of whatever, right? So I've learned that forgiveness from some of these spirits, entities, or whatever that I completely offended and just nasty me. The only way that I could prove my word is true is to be that person, to walk the red road, to be what I said I would be, that I would work with the land, that I would do, these things that are natural, right? That I would respect the spirits that are here. And that anytime that I would drum with honor, and which is true. And so, but my honor is not just with the drum, my honor to the land and the spirits, the things, my honor is always now. I don't have to, it doesn't get turned on and off. It's just there. So, but anyway, in my reincarnation, in my redo, I learned not to be and I was an asshole for many years, but I've learned not how to be an asshole that way. I don't have to be that kind of person. I don't have to project that kind of thing. You don't have to be, angry all the time. You don't have to do it. There are options, And for example, and bringing up Dante again, and one of the videos was that, simply because you were born, let's say a Vlash or a Mater of, I'm not sure what kind of essence I have this time around. But if I have Charistus or some other, long time essence, maybe to Pleiades, maybe to the Sirius star, because of, Native American traditions, and if that's where our ancestors really came from. But my point is that it doesn't matter what our blood is, even though, you could be Hitler's son or daughter or whatever. It's what you decide. It's not the bloodline that determines who you are or the essence that you may have. So there are creatures like the Vlash and the Mater, that nasty beings. And so there are humans that have that essence in them, not by choice, okay, but they don't necessarily have to be that essence. So the free will, regardless of whether or not your mom and daddy was a reptile, you may look like a reptile or consider yourself to be a lizard, but that you don't have to be a lizard. You don't have to be like, you be what you want to be. There are folks who associate themselves with certain, I know this has been a while back, but someone that I knew that just kept having this demon thing, well, I must be attached to it. And it was like, just because you see it don't mean you're attached to it. I'm just saying, it may be trying to attach to you and you keep seeing it. That might be the warning. You keep seeing it. So don't accept it, but if you think that you're a demon because you see some kind of reflection in the mirror, are you really a demon? Or, there was a time when I saw in my own face looking in the mirror, doing some mirror work. I was like, whoever you are, get the fuck out of my body. Because I could see something like movement. I was like, nah, get out. And it was in a really bad time of my life, too. And I looked at myself in the mirror and I said, whoever you are, whatever you are, you do not have my permission. Get the out of me. If you're trying to attach or whatever. So I think I won the battle because it wanted me to kill myself and to die and stay in the wheelchair and to give up. I ain't there. So I must have won that battle. But in the grand scheme of everything in the universe, there are people, and I talk about all kinds of things, but in the grand scheme of things, people only consider the earth. Well, the Bible says, and the this and the that, and okay. But there were things that were natural to humans and to the earth long before the Egyptians got here too. Okay. Long before the Christians came, long before they wrote that book. There is a bigger plan than us on this planet, period. Our spirits, our souls, our previous lives, we have been reincarnated in different ways and shapes and forms. And if we're struggling through this one, it may be because we got put in the tumbler. Somebody stuck us for a joke, they stuck us in a dryer and turned it on. And we're like going around like this. Well, what the hell? You can see out the thingy, but the world is upside down at times. It feels topsy-turvy. But we have the choice to kick the door open and to get out of the damn thing and to let our mind settle down and go, okay, I'm in a laundromat. Oh, okay, groovy. Where's the door? All right. So regardless of what laundromat we're in, we have the choice of what door to go out of. And anyway, they shut down to Daytona. Oh, really? Yeah, I don't know if I have pears on the tree yet, Barry. I went out there looking at my fruit trees, and some of them have these little tiny little balls on them, but I don't know if they're going to turn into real pears or not. And they're real pear trees, so it's like, but anyway, but there are a lot of elderberries. I found out that what I was calling one of my wild blueberries may actually be huckleberries, or that I may have huckleberries including the wild blueberries. So, um, but anyway, so in things that are going on, yeah, it's been an interesting spring. It really has. Uh, Abnormal in a good way for us down here. I do wish we'd get a rain. We had a shower yesterday morning. It lasted a few minutes and got things wet, but that was it. So, but anyway, some people don't have, I mean, some people are way lower in water than we are. So I consider myself lucky and, very proud and all that good stuff. But anyway, everybody stay healthy, stay as wealthy as you can. And by all means, if you get anything out of this particular video, it's to go get yourself some books on medicinal plants and edible plants, mineral, whatever it is, get the books and study them. My also advice is buy 3 different kinds of medicinal books from 3 different areas. Can you call me tomorrow? What are you going to call me? Yeah, I guess. I don't think I'm doing anything tomorrow. I've been half-assed trying to, want to go down to the river with Duggar. It is so low right now. But before it gets too hot and too stagnant, I'd really like to go now than later. Uh, it ain't about the holiday. It's just, it's the time of year. It's only going to be, like 90, which is warm, but not blistering. In a week or two, it could be 100. So, and past years, it's been 100 this time of year. So, I would just like to take the opportunity. But yeah, you got my phone number, Mossy Man? Oh, I thought you were here. Man, I missed out on that one, Michelle. Uh, Tomorrow, 1 p.m. my time, 4 p.m. your time. I'm thinking, I need to go to the store, but I don't know if I need to go tomorrow. Let me think a minute. Yeah, yeah, give it a try. Give it a yeah, Mossy Man. Yeah, and if I should decide or my friend comes over and drags me to the river, I might be home a little later than 4. So if for some reason, now if you call, my phone will ring 3 times or 4 times, and then an outside service picks up the phone and is the answering machine. So once it starts, I can't turn it off here. So if it rings 4 times and I don't pick up, hang up and call me right back. Because if I'm sitting here by the phone and I'm reaching for the damn thing and it's the 4th ring, it goes straight to the answering machine and I can't control it. Now, if I don't answer, then I may have been drugged to the river tomorrow, which in a way I'd kind of like to get drugged to the river. I'd like somebody to come in and go, come on, let's go to the river and give me an excuse to have to go to the river, when I really want to go anyway. But my point is that uh, that 6 p.m. might be better for me. So that would be 3 p.m. your 5, 2 is 5, so 3 is 6. But anyway, tomorrow afternoon, yes, will be fine. Okay. But my point is, if I have it, I may have, and of course, me and Duggar might just be in the yard too. We might have just walked up and around or something. So, we take our walks too. So I might be on the property, but just not by the phone. So, but anyway, I'll call you back, okay, and at least ring you. So, but the answer is yes, Mossy Man. Okay. One way or the other, I'll be here tomorrow afternoon and evening. So, and you can call for sure. Okay. So at 3:36, 153. Hey, so you got my phone number, Mossy Man? Probably got it from someone. But anyway, I'm listed in the phone book. Okay. I got my phone on charge. Oh, I did give it to you? Okay. There are some things that I remember, and no offense to any of y'all. We did? Holy crap. See, there goes my memory. And I don't mean this for you talk to me. Oh God Almighty! I've got stoned and I missed it. I guess. Oh, please don't make me feel bad. God, don't remember. Lord have mercy. Now, if I was to hear your voice and go, oh yeah, but yeah, there are certain things that I remember, but at the moment, I'm like, we talked on the phone? No shit. Holy crap. I'm embarrassed, But to my point though, there's so many of you that have called or, whatever, or anyway, for me and my feeble brain sometimes, I like, son of a gun. Now, like I said, if I heard your voice and whatever, I might go, holy shit. Yeah, now I remember. But at right this moment, I'm like, holy crap. But see, here's the thing. I'm crazy enough and honest enough, I will admit it. We talked on the phone. I don't remember. It must have been a really good bowl of something, that just whacked it out of my brain. Or, any number of things. It could be old age. I don't forget anything. Now, see, like I said, now there are some times that I could hear your voice or say something, and I'll remember the whole conversation will kind of come out. But anyway, at the moment, nope, it ain't there. and it ain't over there. And I looked under the seat and it's not there. So we're at whatever that memory is, it ain't here at the moment. So memories pressed between the pages of my mind. I need some of that. Yeah. And here I am like, well, the last of that bowl's over. I got to have me some more of that, whatever it was. I need some more of that. Purple haze all in my brain. uh, I might not be here, Michelle. So is weed the real reason I got clinical? Maybe. Let's talk Southern talk. All right, y'all. We can talk that Southern talk. Talk like them folk that live down here. Now they don't talk like no hick and nothing, but they know what they be talking about, And you might think they're dumb, but they know more than you ought to be thinking by. And they kill the old red rooster when they come. Let's talk Southern talk when we talk. Let's talk. Okay. Man, CRS, boy, I'll tell you. I mean, I'm embarrassed now. I mean, like, son of a bitch. What the fuck? He called me? Okay. Damn it, man. So, but anyway, yeah, because I've been on here almost 4 hours already because I got on here early. And I really did not have supper. And I really am hungry. So, and, I just wanted to get on here and have this conversation. And now we're just, not that I mind, but now we're just kind of visiting. So, yeah, take a ride up Copperhead Road. Yep. Copper Line. Yep. So, Mossy, man, tomorrow afternoon, and remember now, I might be just outside with the dog. So, uh, you're in, remind me where you're at again, Mossy, man. I know you're on the West Coast. There are some things that I can't remember until I'm stoned. And there's been a lot of research done on it. So people who like study in college, and I used to have this issue, not that I was stoned, but I used to have this issue. I could read it and answer questions about it, but when it came time for the test, I couldn't answer it. Um, so some kind of thing, but one of the teachers before any of this stuff was gone wrong, but I'd also had a couple of head concussions when I was a kid. Hit my head on a coffee table when I was a child, and so in the old and nowadays they would have, because of the hit on my head, they would have, put me in a thing and monitored me for head concussion and all that kind of stuff. And back then they was just like, oh, he'll be okay, Los Angeles. I do remember something about having a conversation, but I swear to God, at the moment, I can't remember the the content or any context or anything that, like I say, if I hear his voice, I go, oh shit, now I know. But anyway, um, yeah, I do remember the Los Angeles part. But anyway, so call me tomorrow, and for you all, have a good day. You know, of all the things I ask you to learn is to learn how to think, learn how to scrutinize. Uh, for some people in this, like I say here in the last half of this, buy some books on medicinal plants or something. Put them in your library and study them. You will be grateful that you did in the long run. I hope, if if your mission in life, I was talking about the reincarnation thing and so forth. So a lot of people don't believe in it. A lot of people say, well, reincarnation is phooey and all that kind of stuff. Okay. But I'm in my spirit and so forth. It's like I've known for a while I was here before. And whether it's karma or not, I know that so, but each of us has our own path. Some of us, this might be our first time on this planet. Why are we here? For the experience. What is my purpose? To learn, to have knowledge. What if, and one of the things that they showed me a long time ago in what was supposed to be my future, and I'm kind of sort of in it, and it was to show people and teach people. And I thought it was going to be like local or something. And here I am talking about medicinals online. So maybe this is part of the journey for me as well, in that they showed me that I would be teaching people and showing people about plants and edibles and stuff like that. because there would be so many people that wouldn't know. And so here I am sitting here thinking, well, this is this it. I mean, right now I'm thinking, holy crap, this is part of my mission. Now, for those of you out there, um, your mission might not be my mission, or your mission is to learn about this stuff, and there's nothing wrong with that. But it may come at a further point in your life where you realize it's really important that I learn this. But then later on, you'll realize how important it is that what you've learned should be passed on and needs to be taught, because these are the basic things that all human beings used to know back in the day, till the damn white man came to Turtle Island. But the Hopi prophecy says, and in that a fire from the sky will hit another ocean, meaning not the Pacific. So that's interesting. Yeah, and I needed my perspective for me too, David. I mean, this is my lesson, but the extra part of my mission this time, with the Mother Mary influence and other things, and White Dove, as I've talked about, and that it's like it's my mission to learn it. But I thought, see, the way it came to me was that I would be one of the elders that would be able to help replant after whatever happened. So I've been thinking about this totally different than I'm thinking about it right here, right now at this moment. So this is sort of a little tiny aha moment to my mission, if you will, to my visions that I saw as a child. Okay, this goes way back. And that is, so I may not have to be with you to teach you about these things. So about one night we might discuss Mullen. One night we might discuss the values of this plant or that plant or whatever. We'll pick where do you live kind of thing. Like for those, I don't have anything about the Pacific, to the West Coast. So, but anybody that's, anywhere from, Kansas east, north or south, there's lots of similarities, but, we can have a chat. Not that everybody else can't listen, but the most of the plants that I'm looking at, because I live here on this side and I've chosen the books for this area. But it's still good knowledge one way or the other. But so that's why I'm always saying, pick your area. If you're living on the West Coast, then these books that I got ain't going to help you. You need books from your area, and there's totally different types of flora and fauna and things and stuff, and there are some things that you have out there in the West that we just don't have here, and vice versa. But there are things that will heal and cure just as good. It's just not the same as down here or over here on this side of the coast. But anyway, hey Gaza, you got your promotion today. Great, honestly. It's Monday morning here at 3:07 a.m. Wait, 2:07. 2:07? I'm early today. Yep. Yeah, it's 2:07 a.m. So I've been at this almost 4 hours. So guys, I'm gonna have to be leaving you really short. But since you're here, we'll have a chat. How are things on your end? I honestly, I mean it. And now with all y'all and knowing y'all in different places and stuff, it's interesting the little thought messages that kind of come through my brain. Now, I'm gonna honestly, I don't know if it's y'all thinking about me or not. But there are times when I go, was that such? That was see, where did that come from? And I don't know. It might be one of y'all talking about me behind my back. My ears are burning, or something. And so I'll just like catch this little blurb of something, and I'll go, "Well, that was cool," you know. And my point to that is that the more I've done readings for y'all, the more I've had these like interruptive blurbs. So it's like somehow it's not like I can read your mind or any. It ain't nothing like that. But it's almost like um, there's once in a while that I might get a photograph. And I don't know if it's from you or somebody but it's sort of like in the spirit thing. They're like these little pictures of something, and I'm like, what was that? And then somebody might say something in the chat room or something. And I'll go, I might not say anything out loud, but I might go, So in that, hey, Mary Wins, how are you? Did I miss you being in here? But so, and it's interesting on my part because it's as I was have talked about the last couple of times I've been on, in that it's interesting that this feeling or awareness or whatever it is, I didn't see it coming. You know, it's a good thing. It's okay. I'm not in any kind of hey, Whispering Winds, can you do a reading for me? Sorry, I got here late. I'm not doing readings, Whispering Winds. I'm not in the mood. I'm tired. I've been here for 4 hours, and my apologies, but I can't do it now. All right, it just I don't have it. Okay, and I'm not just going to pull a card uh, just to make you happy, because that might not be the right way. I'm not in tune, and my guys have taken a rest. So, but if you will please come back another time when it's not, I haven't been here for 4 hours, I would love to. Okay. So, but I have to decline right now because of my energy level and so forth. Okay. So forgive me, please. But and I thank you for respecting that, because there are some folks who think, well, he's on, he can pull me a card. It really doesn't work that way for me. Other people might go, okay, let me get my cards, and they do. I can't do it that way. I don't do it that way. And if I don't have my connection going, then I can't officially pull a card. So, but with respect to you, I want you to know that, another time, absolutely. Okay. So, okay, I'm back on YouTube now. I can't force a connection, Whispering Winds. That's the whole deal. So if I were to shuffle the cards and pull one right now, it would just be the luck of the draw. There would be no connection. It would just be, here, okay, here's a card, and it wouldn't be fair to you, you know. And for me, if I'm going to pull a card for somebody, I want to do it right. And so if they're in a connection, then I could just open the book. Here's something. I could ask Creator to say, okay, on Whispering Winds, open this book to a page. I'm not going to look, I'm not going to ask. And so I'm going to open the book here about the cards, and it's Mountain Lion. So instead of trying to go through a thing, I randomly opened the book, which would be the same as just randomly picking a card. And here's Mountain Lion leadership. I read this the other night, but I'm too tired to do this right now. But my point is, that's just random, versus being connected. And, because there are sometimes I'll open the book and they'll go, nope, wrong page, go back one. I just opened the book and it was on that page. So for me, that's just random. And anyway, but I'm still learning about this. But I know what is and what isn't about my readings. It isn't just about pulling a card. It's about my connection in order to pull the card. You am a lioness? Well, so, okay, so, um, um, all right, since you said that. But here's one thing. I don't know if it was up or down, but let me read a tad about mountain lion. Isn't that what I said? Now I don't remember what page it was on. I read mountain lion the other night was one of the cards, number 17. I'll read this for you and see if it. Uh, Mountain lion, O kingly leader of sleek feline form, touch my heart with courage, then sound the alarm, that I may lead with foresight, assurance bright and true, to carry on the spirit of the strength I see in you. Mountain lion is a very difficult totem because it places you in a position to be a target for problems of others. You could be blamed for things going wrong or for always taking charge when others cannot. You could be the perfect justification for the insecurities of others. Mountain lion medicine involves lessons on the use of power and leadership, the use and abuse of power in a position of influence are part of this great cat's medicine. It will teach you the understanding that all beings are potential leaders in their own way. By observing the graceful power of mountain lion, you can learn how to balance power, intuition, intention, physical strength, and grace. There's that word that keeps popping up. A giant feline never wastes anything. It only kills what it needs for survival. If mountain lion has come to you in dreams, it is time to stand on your convictions and lead yourself where your heart takes you. Others may choose to follow, and the lessons will multiply. If you pulled the card of mountain lion, you may be asked to review the purpose behind your personal beliefs. They want me to repeat that. If you have pulled the card of mountain lion, you may be asked to review the purpose behind your personal beliefs. You may need to discover whether or not your plans include a pride of clubs, cubs. I'm too tired to do this. Okay. So that's that for that. I pulled that for you, Mary Wynn. Yeah. But there you go. But the message in that is in balance and power. So you may be a lioness, but the lesson in it is to be to use grace and the sleekness of mountain lion, and don't waste anything. Don't eat anything. Don't kill anything. That don't need killing or hurting or whatever. So with the power of something also comes great responsibility. So, but anyway, so there you go. And that's my 10 cents, and I'm sticking to it. And we got 3 minutes before the 20 mark. I got a fresh bowl packed, so I'll stick with you for another couple of minutes. But honestly, I love you all, but I am tired. And I'm hungry. Okay, I want to go cook something to eat before I lay down. And it's 2:20 in the morning almost. But anyway, here. So remember, honor the universe. I have been watching folks, and some folks are like, well, if you don't believe in Jesus, you ain't going to heaven. Yeah, cheers to you as well. So it's like in my world, I will accept the Christian or the Buddhist or the Muslim or the whoever they are, the Hindu, or, I will accept them in my world and say, if you are a true spiritual being, I don't care what religion you are, and this ain't like trying to be the Pope. This ain't what I mean. If you are a true spiritual being and understand the law of one, to do no harm to anything, to do no harm, and to do the best you can as a spiritual being, then you're on my side. I don't care how you got there. But if you have malice and revenge or whatever, and my God is better than your God, then you don't get what I'm talking about. So from a spiritual basis for each of us, good for you. So you do get blamed for others' problems. So then that page was for you, but I don't know if I could have picked the card. Anyway, uh, as I was doing it, they were like, "No, we can't do any more. Quit reading." And so they made me blunder it. But in the spiritual realm of things, a Christian, even though I believe in Jesus Christ, even though I believe, to me, higher than the church, and the Bible's just a book, I believe more. I think Jesus was here before he was crucified many times, and I think he's been here several times since then. Okay. And that he just didn't get, recognized the way it happened when it did. Doesn't mean he wasn't here. Doesn't mean that the essence of the Christ, that true Christians, they're the Christus, and there are, uh, you know, thousands of years of bloodlines of people who are connected to the same kind of family that Christ was connected to. Okay. So it might be a cousin, an uncle, an aunt, but Mary had to be from somewhere, right? Was she an only child? No, she had an aunt, so there are family. So the family of the bloodline, not necessarily directly from him, but of his brothers and sisters and cousins, and, so, but these people have existed before he was born, and they existed after he died. So, but that's just the idea of the bloodline of the Christ. Okay. So, but the Christus and those folks, if you would truly understand the bigger picture, they've always been here. The essence has always been here. Christ essence never left the planet. It just reincarnated into something else. So to a Christian, I'm speaking blasphemy. And because I look at the Bible like any other kind of book, and I go, well, that's interesting. But there's so much more to the story, because there were 10,000 years before the Bible was written. There were things going on this planet. There were people and things and interactions and stuff that, and this idea that the world only started around the time of the Egyptians, and that, well, alchemy and all this other stuff, it only started, yep, it's 222 here. So 222, here's a second hit for the 222 mark. But we have to stop and think, well, what about this and the Egyptians? I ain't saying the Egyptians didn't have stuff. I didn't say the Egyptians probably knew a lot about alchemy and chemicals and stuffs. They built the freaking pyramids. Of course they knew stuff. But here's the thing. It wasn't just the Egyptians. There were people who were here before them that knew stuff too. Where do you think the Egyptians learned it from? Did they just all of a sudden, if they just all of a sudden woke up one day and said, well, we know all this stuff, then it had to have been an alien that landed, because you don't just wake up with the technology and the idea of how to build a freaking pyramids. Just saying, So they had knowledge. They brought knowledge, whoever them folks were, Enki, Enlil, blah, blah. It doesn't really matter. But let's consider that the one king was disassembled. He was his body parts were strewn all over Egypt, and his wife or sister or mother or whatever searched him, put him back together, and he was resurrected. I can't remember his name, but was that a robot? Was he an android? And he was one of the kings of Egypt, and I can't remember. But to the point, though, so there are these interesting points. They're sort of like stories in the Bible, and it's like they tore him apart, but then she found all these body parts and put him back together, and he was resurrected. Wait a minute, doesn't that sound like an android? What got tore apart, and they put him and they resurrected? Now, was that magic, or was he an android? And you have to stop and ask yourself the question: what? Are you serious? Maybe. Have we, as any, I've talked about, how did the pyramids get built? And to me, it's really simple. Giants. There were giants in those days. You get a 20, 30-foot tall giant, he can carry blocks one under either arm. Just think of the Hulk, bigger. And they've got, there are records of giants in Pakistan and Turkey and all up in there, and the giant, the Kandahar giant, and all this stuff that's supposed to be real. And like recently, one of the things about the Antarctic mysteries and stuff is about, they uncovered giants down there. So, but the idea that they have found giant bones many places on this planet, and to think that there weren't giants that, well, they had all this stuff. No, they had a couple of big ass giants that were moving rocks and doing stuff and building for them. I mean, come on, stop it. Pay attention, Oh, but they used winches and things. I ain't saying they didn't, but it makes a whole lot of sense if you add the giant equation into that. And some of the pharaohs were really tall, so they were big themselves. So what? They had kinfolk that was another 5 feet or 10 foot taller, that could carry and do these things that a normal human being couldn't do. Come on now. So my alchemy, now I'm using this after 4 hours and staying on topic. The alchemy of this, hey, Lady Cord, how are you? In the word alchemy, as I read out of the dictionary 4 hours ago, one of them is that philosophy is tied in with the alchemy. So it's chemistry. We can all agree that alchemy means early chemistry. The alchemy part, who knows, it goes back and dates, but that's where chemistry comes from. But so philosophy and sorcery and witchcraft is tied to it. But what's interesting is that philosophy is tied to alchemy. Let's drop the witchery source. Okay, that probably happened, and probably could still happen, because there are sigils and things and words and stuff. And please don't go there. But that, because it will do nasty things, and unless you're really that kind of person, then okay, then go for it, I guess. But leave us out of it. But in the understanding of staying on the light side of things, which is like, why not? What have we learned from all of this? Well, have we learned anything? The ancients taught us this, and the ancients taught us that. And there were giants in those days. There's too many places that big things and stuff. It's like, listen, if you just stop and think for a moment, oh, yeah, a handful of giants would have been like, wow, And the Nile looked totally different in that area because the river was in a different place, and the whole earth. Think about this: 2,000 years ago uh, isn't when the pyramids started. Okay, so we have to go back 4, 5, 6,000 years. I think older than what people are trying to describe the pyramids as being. I think the pyramids are older than that. Um, and I think the evidence is staring right at everybody, but it's just me. You think about all the rocks that are under the sand. Now, here's the thing: the sand didn't used to be there. The sand has come because of 6,000 years. And around here, the dust and the river changes. A sandbar will appear where there wasn't one. And later on, that same sandbar might disappear if the water is up and pushes it away. So it's never the same. So the sands of time have filtered in. I mean, they had to dig out the Sphinx when they found it, so there's still more sand. So I don't think they've reached the bottom of the pyramids because there's still a lot of sand there. So we have to stop and think. We're not seeing the whole picture, is my point. We're only seeing part of it, what's still sticking up out of the sand. You follow me? All that sand that's around the pyramids and stuff now needs to go, because it was much more than what's sticking up out of the dirt now. I'm just saying. It just makes sense because they keep finding stuff underground. It wasn't underground when it was built because the sand wasn't there. When it got abandoned and the earth changed, and there were several wars out there in northern Africa and out there in the desert. If you've ever looked with Google Earth, go to Egypt, go to and just turn left, just go west out there and look at what the land and the earth looks like. It looks like a huge bombed out sites. There are places that literally look blasted out like this. Whatever went on back then, that was the end of the pyramids, them folks, something really big happened. Something really big happened in the neighborhood. Now, let me say this other thing. The earth is expanding, so that by the expansion, things aren't in the same place. Things have changed. Climates have changed. There's more dust. All the sand that is still there around Cairo, I would swear to you that if they were to just keep digging and remove the sand and put it somewhere else, if they ever got down, they would find a plaza where the pyramids sat, and there would be stones and things and walkways. I'm just saying, you know, but I'm an idiot. But after 4 or 5 thousand years, you would expect that kind of thing, right? So, but what they're trying to tell us ain't the whole picture, is where I'm going with this. So, when we look at things in history, we still don't know the whole truth. When we look at things religiously and spiritually, they're trying to confine us to the earth, and it's more than that. You know, our ancestors come from the stars. Whether you and I are star seeds, and I'm not quite sure. There's so many different definitions of star seeds. I don't even want to go there, except we are all star seeds. We are all a part of the universe, and in that, we are all star seeds. Now, there are these new folk generations who are like, there's this generation of individuals coming to the earth now to help us out. Well, I'm here. Teresa's here. There are other people who are here who are younger, older. I've met people who are older than me. To me, they understood the universe. They helped me to understand it. I'm here as an elder now. I can't believe it. I just keep thinking I'm almost 70 years old. Holy shit, you know? But that these older folks knew and had this connection they understood differently than all of their other folks that they sat around and had wine with and stuff or whatever, you know. They just understood on a different level, which is what we do. We understand it's not just about the planet. Now, to them, it wasn't about UFOs, but it was about that this is just the earth. There's more to this religious thing rather than just this planet. It is the universe. So they had a thought of universal, you know. So not so much aliens or people on other, although these people that I've talked to, they said, I don't know if anything else exists out in the universe. But, you know, if we exist, then why can't someone else or some other being? So, dragon and possibly the Leviathan lay to rest in Africa. There's a lot of stuff, you know, Mary. There's a lot of stuff. There's been a bunch of years, you know, and we really don't know the whole story. You know, we really don't. And there, I was. Oh, what was it? A science article. Scientists say, and I can't remember what it was. So I'm gonna, don't quote me on this. I'm just gonna say it's something about Lake Tahoe. There's been a lot of earthquakes, like right in the middle of the lake, kind of thing. And I've been in that area of the country in Reno, just passed through, but been there. So I could see it, I could understand it. So I can't, I didn't swim in the lake or anything like that, but drove by, saw it, and said, "Well, so that's Lake Tahoe, huh?" And then went down the hill to Reno. Uh, but and stopped at Donner's Pass and saw that. That was very interesting. But anyway, and what lengths people will go through to get through a winter, by the way. Uh, but in the grand scheme of the universe, if you understand that there's something more, if you're a fatalist and say, well, that when I die, that's it. Okay. But if you understand, you don't know what's out there. You don't know what it is, but you know there's something more, and you just accept it, whether it's a god or angels or whatever, you know, because there were times in the day, well, you know, people are like, well, I just, you know, well, you know, do you believe in God? Well, I know there's something out there. You know, I know there's something, you know, when I look up in the, I'm thinking of this old timer sitting up in the woods going, you know, every time I sit out here with my dog and look up at the stars, there's got to be something more out there, you know? And, you know, there's people who are connected to the earth also feel connected to the universe in a way, I guess you could say. They understand that there's more, maybe because they're outside more, look up at the stars. I don't know. But if you think about it, those folks who are outside, or, you know, you don't have to be outside to be outside minded. You know what I mean? You know, you may be stuck and have, you know, have limited access to the outside, you know, it may be a town or a neighborhood, but if you can sit on the porch at all, you know, if it's not, you know, too unhealthy for you, and imagine, you know, some mountain or a place or out on the plains or just, you know, someplace out of town that you've been. You can feel it, you can remember it, and if you meditate on it for a moment or two, you might be able to actually smell or taste the air, you know, of the last time you were there or something. And so it's something tangible and it's still in your memory. So that means it's still real. So these real life experiences that we can pull from our memory and relive as we need them, um, is important, because if you can understand that and feel it, then there's got to be something else beyond this. So what it is, I'm not really sure, but I feel like I visited there a couple of times. I've seen myself on an operating table and told the doctor about it. You know, he was freaked out. I said, "What were you doing to my neck?" And he looked at me and goes, "What are you talking about?" I said, "Look, I was over you looking down while you were operating on me. What were you doing to my neck? What was that thing around my head?" And that's when I found out they put this thing around you when my neck hurt so bad and so forth. And they tie a 50-pound weight and drop it off the side of the table and put your shoulders on these rests to pull your neck apart. So they cut through here and went in and got my vertebrae out, right? And did the work and all that kind of stuff. So now I was like, "What were you doing? What was that thing around my neck? And what's that stuff?" And he goes, "How do you know that?" And I watched you do the operation on me, dude. You know, it freaked the doctor out. So, you know, there'd been too many incidents in my life to understand that there's something about the spiritual thing, because I've had those observations from my spirit body, and people go, "What?" You know, so I know that it exists. Now, am I going to know what it feels like to like be that all the time? That's going to be interesting. You know, it's going to be I have felt it kind of, sort of, so I know it exists, for myself. I know I've astral projected because I've done tests with people over the years. I've talked about that. So I know it exists. So for me, it is all my life, it has been some kind of test and practicing. So when somebody said you can astral project, then okay, let's try this out. Let's set up an experiment. Set up your own and set up your own. Oh yeah, big time traction, dude. Yet I could not believe at how much weight it takes to separate the head, and holy crap, but afterwards everything's been pulled apart, and oh my God, for 2 weeks, it was like there was no real pain, and it was a relief simply because your spine had been pulled and stretched and all those things. And it was like, oh my God, it was really nice there for a while, But anyway, there are mud fossils that were giant apes. There's all kind of stuff. Yeah, they didn't put any screws in my head, but I had to wear a somi brace that was, it was almost one of those angel things. And I wore it for 2 years. So been there, done that. It holds you in the back, made out of aluminum, sits on your chest and straps on. Yeah, 2 years I wore one, almost 3. Yeah, but anyway, yeah, I have been there. Um, but in talking with my friend the other day, who was here, I was like, there are a lot of people, my dear friend Marcia passed away, and she was here when I'd found out about it. So I was having a tearful eye, but somehow I knew she was gone, but it's not like she showed up in the house that I'm aware of, which is interesting. Maybe she's mad at me. Um, but I have trouble some days taking care of myself, and I have to be honest. I'm too old to take care of somebody else now. If somebody came here for a couple of days and or something like that, okay, I can help you, take care of you here, but I can't go somewhere and help somebody that's literally twice my size and be able to honestly say I can be of help. I've gotten too old to be, and I've gotten too wise to say, listen, I seriously can't do this. As much as I would like to, as much as my energy would like to, I knew I couldn't do it. The other thing about my friend Marcia was that I saw death on her. It was just on her. And quite frankly, there was still the bottom line to this understanding of spiritualism and stuff. I saw that, I I just knew something was up. And I think she knew something was up and she was panicked about it. And it was like a downward spiral. No matter what she did, she was always in someone else's hands or control or whatever. And being a very large person, they don't just roll you around like me. A nurse my size could flip me over, but the Martha was 300 plus pounds, and it's going to take a couple people to flip her over. I'm not trying to be mean. It's just more difficult. And that was one of the issues they had with her. And I'm sorry, she tried her best. She lived a good life. She was always kind to people and helped people. She helped me out many times. And I know in a lifetime, as far as that goes, that she made a good passing. She didn't want to go and didn't feel like it was her time. But, here's the deal. For me, I tried my best for over many years that I've known her to get liposuction because the fat that she had was not coming off through her diet and through her exercise. It just wasn't. And I had mentioned, I said, you have got to go do, and she did exercise, but it still killed her. Because in the end, it was her weight that kept them from treating her correctly, which was one of her bitches. She got thrown out of a nursing home for complaining all the time. She had a right to, but at the same time, she's a large woman and it's not easy to take care of some of these things. So, but the combination of those things resulted in her death. But she already had complications. She already had COPD. She already had heart issues. She already had, breathing issues. She already had, there were a lot of complications she already had besides her age, almost 68. I mean, yeah, almost 68. And I say this in respect to my friend and I learned something yesterday as well, also, that my granddaughter, who was like 120 pounds, is now pushing 250 because she was in prison. Get this, this is the excuse, because she was in prison and because of the COVID, she gained all this weight. And I'm thinking she was a stripper, okay, and had a young body, and was not skinny, but thin enough. And she's almost 250. She's like 5'6", maybe, 5'5", 5'6", and 250 pounds. And she's not even 30 years old yet. What? Are you kidding me? And then I learned that my daughter has gained weight. And I'm like, what? Yeah, well, I'm about what? Oh, well, I can't get out and walk because of my back and doing stuff. But I'm like, honey, I got a bad back. I'm 68 and a half years old, and I still weigh 165 pounds. No offense to y'all, but that's no fucking excuse. I'm sorry. If you weigh 250 pounds, it's your fault. My friend Martha just died because she's overweight and all these complications. And here you are, younger than her, and you're pushing her weight. Here's my granddaughter, and she's pushing that. Are you serious? Stop it. No, it's your fault. It ain't there's no excuse. I'm sorry. I know there are many folks who deal with it. Yeah, no, my friend Martha was heavy all her life, and there was collected fat in her arms that was not coming out on their own. It's not, okay? I've watched too many medical things and stuff, where that excess fat, because it ain't coming out, has got to be sucked out. And I was like, if I had the money, I would pay for the liposuction for you to go get that fat out that is just not coming out. She had good muscle tone and this and that. But, you don't, at 325 pounds and with back issues and neck issues, she had neck operations like I did. She's had other problems with her knees and, just, and all related to weight. And I was 250 pounds. I can talk about this, and I'm telling folks, and I told my daughter, I said, listen, if you get used to it and your body gets used to it, then it'll be difficult to get rid of the weight. I was 250 pounds for 2 years. And I looked in the mirror and said, we ain't going. No, I ain't doing this. So I decided to change my life, and I got down to 225. And then I got down to under, my goal then was to just get under 200. And then all of a sudden I was at 185. And then it took me a while, but then I got down to 175. And now I'm about 165-ish, maybe 170. I haven't weighed myself in a while because I still look the same, and if I've gained a pound or two, but I've not gained 50 pounds, and I've got back problems. I'm an old person. What the, you people are, you're my daughter and my granddaughter, and you weigh how much? Shame on you that you would, the excuse is, well, I was in prison. When I was in prison, I gained 10 pounds, but we used the cell bars as exercise. We used to do push-ups in there. I came out buff, toned. I'm here to tell you. So this idea that just because I sat in prison and I gained all this weight, that's just bullshit. I'm sorry. You're using it as an excuse to be lazy or whatever. And I'm going to be brutal about this because I can. They're my children and grandchildren. But this is stupid. I don't know if they'll ever watch this, but please, Jesus, don't give into this. You can change it, figure it out. You can walk in place in your house. I've talked about this before. You can use your chair as an exercise machine. I lost 100 pounds 21 years ago, diet and exercise. Yeah, I lost almost 100 pounds too. Not quite. I lost an honest 75 pounds though, and the first 50 was the hardest, but it only took me within a year, I was under 200 pounds. I was at about 100, 185 within a year. So, and I was still eating a little bit too much, but I was so proud that I was under 200 pounds that 185 was acceptable. But over the last 5 or 6, 10 years, I realized that for every pound that I weigh, I got to tote that shit around. It's hard on your heart. It's hard on you, so no, I'm going to eat what I want, but and I'm guilty of this, instead of sitting down and eating a whole box of cookies, which I have done, I don't do that anymore. I eat one or two and I'm responsible. I still allow myself to have treats, but they're frequent. So if I go to, I only go to the store once every 10 days kind of thing. So I go to the store and I say, I'm going to get a treat. So, okay, that treat's going to last me a day. So, but it's going to take me 9 days to go back to the store. So, I buy simply, yes, I can have a treat, but I'm not buying 5 of them. I'm only going to buy one. I'm not going to buy, a bunch of candy because, but I do like chocolate covered raisins. So, and it's because I like raisins. So, and the chocolate, yeah, come on. So, my sweet treat are chocolate covered raisins. I lost 2.5 sizes this last year. I estimate 30 pounds because I banned the evil scale years ago. I could go one more size. Just look at it this way. Simply put, and this is alchemy if you want, for every pound I weigh more than I need to is energy and more strain that gets put on the system. And from a philosophy, still sticking with the topic for tonight, mind you, the philosophy of the energy, of the psyche, of the spirit, and its effects on the body. Because one of the things about the alchemy was they wanted to find the elixir of life. What if the elixir of life is just living clean? You know what I mean? Is there any special sauce? Now, I do think that our DNA was tampered with in such a way that we used to live longer than we do now. There's evidence about that. Methuselah, Noah, all them folks, they lived a lot longer. And somewhere along the line after the flood, we got our tails snipped. You know what I'm saying? And by that, I mean, we got how long we lived got snipped. I firmly believe that, just from some evidence I've looked and watched and understood. But anyway, so consider that too. And our DNA has been snipped. That's just obvious. So, but I think one of the things they snipped was our longevity. So we couldn't carry wisdom. We couldn't become true elders. You know what I mean? And be healthy at 200 years old. And regrow our teeth if we have issues. Why do I need teeth, and I wish that because when I was a child I grew new teeth. Why can't I grow them now? What? So it's only a one-time deal anyway. Uh, so our relationship to spirit, in one way, shape, or another, whether we believe in God, and that's my whole premise about why I'm here. It ain't about the God you believe, it's what you believe spiritually. Do you believe in a higher self? Yes or no? Yeah. Do you believe not necessarily in angels, but well, yeah, okay. Do you believe that there's more in the universe than just us here? Yeah. Okay. Do you believe in the one rule to do no harm? Yeah. Well, you're you're in the same league of like-minded beings as me and my friends here. Oh, there's the moon. It's really late. And it's wow, that's interesting. I never noticed that. I'm getting a weird reflection through the glass. It's really orange. But anyway, so our participation in this, in the alchemy of life, because we are a living organism. We put things into our body and poop and pee stuff out. So whatever we put into us, we're putting into a machine. So how do we look at that? If we overfeed it and overdo and whatever and don't exercise it. I mean, I was locked up in prison for Christ's sake, and I came out buffed because we would have competitions between us as to how many push-ups we could do in a row, or how many sit-ups, or how many pull-ups, or something. you know and so if we didn't have a weight room, we used what was available, like the bars in our cell. We'd put our feet up and grab a hold and do these exercises. It was great. I kind of miss it. you know in that they were great exercise tools, and we would have contests to see how many could do these particular exercises that we had come up with, hanging onto the bars. And we could run in place. We couldn't go outside. We had no outdoor privileges whatsoever for the year that I was there. But there were places, there were places the sergeant go, "All right, boys, what y'all doing back there?" Sarge, we're just running in place. We're okay. There was a place behind this where the elevators were leading into the kitchen, the freight elevator, and so it wasn't in the kitchen, so we wouldn't bother anybody, or look foolish. Not that we cared, but we would go down there and we would run in place and look out this little tiny window that overlooked the interstate. So we'd stand there and run in place, looking at the interstate, wishing, and talking and bullshit and whatever it ain't. So, but this idea that, you can't, oh, the excuse is, I'm sorry, been there, done that, and that's bullshit. I'm calling, I'm calling bullshit on my own family. and call them bullshit on their excuses. You know, they've gained the weight. That's obvious, but you know, they need to take things into their own. Oh my God, I'm trying to picture, and it's hard for me to picture my granddaughter at 200 and some odd pounds, 240 pounds or something, whatever it was. I was shocked, and my daughter, the last time I saw my daughter, she had gained some weight, but she goes, "Well, I've gained a little bit more weight myself, Pop," and I'm like, "What? You can't be doing this. No wonder you don't feel good and your back's hurting you. You're 50 pounds heavier. That's like, you know, well, this bag of dog food is 31 pounds or something or whatever it is. And it's like, or I don't know, maybe it's 50. I forget. But anyway, it's the big bag of dog food, right? And so I'm carrying it in the house going, son of a bitch, this thing's heavy. And I used to be able to carry one of those on each shoulder like it was nothing. I could pick them up and move them around, but I'm 68 years old. But at least I can still pick it up and carry it. And I'm thinking to myself, here's my daughter that's carrying every time she walks, and my granddaughter too, every time she walks and does something, totally, she's carrying this bag of dog food everywhere she goes, because that's how I thought about it. I was like, 75 pounds, that's 2 bags of dog food, you know. I'm carrying around when I get up to go pee, when I go, whatever I'm doing, I'm carrying around. I have to lift 2 bags of dog food, the big bags, every time. And when I put it into those terms, I was like, nah, this ain't happening. No. When I visualized that, easier on knees and wood foot, I damaged when I danced in my younger years. Dancing's good for us, and we can dance in place without overdoing it until we get healthier. But there are so many things that we can do. I mean, locked in a little cell with a couple of other guys, you know, we did not have much room. It wasn't like this, like but you know, we there were 2 bunks over here and 2 bunks over there, and we had a community table. So, but we were still locked in a small area. About the size of my living room as I'm sitting here looking at it. Not much, not any bigger than my living room. With you know, it was just a small room with 2 bunks and a toilet, and that could be locked on its by itself. And then the common room, there might have been 6 of us, 2, 4, yeah. There was 2 that were locked in, and then mine and Dana's bunk were up against the bars. So we were open to the common room where the other 2 cells, the 2 each. Yeah, that's it. That's what it was. But anyway, but to the point, it was still a small space. But in the months that I was there, I not that I want to be in jail at my age. I think my thinking would still be the same. I'm in jail. I can't get exercise, and if I were in jail now, God forbid, that I would still be doing exercises on the bars. Is my point. I have my master's in special ed. I'm a mother, needs child. Bless you. Yeah, I've had a lot of training, Lady Court, in special ed. Many times I know you. Yeah, I send out prayers all the time, Michelle. You know, for you and your son and so forth. In fact, I was having a thought the other day, and listen for a second, Michelle. I don't know if this makes any sense. It came to me the other day, and I meant to say something or type you a little note. And quite frankly, you know, I had visitors yesterday and phone calls, and it's just, you know, a little out of the normal for me. But it was that Spirit was sending me this message. and it was about you and Nate. I think I got that right. And it was that I, because I've worked with children with special needs and so forth, I get it. There are times when it seems like you thought for yourself, whatever the agitation is that will get them and they can't calm down or something, and they seem to be hyper or something. And sometimes our energies are really low because we've been dealing with it, right? So the message was sort of like this, meant for you and Nate. And it's that when those situations seem unbearable, unlighten your load and allow him. I don't get this, but I'm going to try my best. Allow yourself to become him and him become you. So somehow you have to just become so neutral that it, and I don't know if that makes sense. Okay. But I know I've worked with children who you were just about, you thought you had hit your last nerve and they found two more. And it's the day, it's whatever it is, it's the mood, and you're trying to grab a hold of the situation, and it just seems to keep getting more out of sync. Okay. And so the message that was trying to get for you was that when when you feel that last nerve, and I can understand this, but I don't know if I can explain it. When that last nerve hits and it thinks you think you're gonna pop for whatever that emotion means, okay? So I don't necessarily mean anger. It could be frustration. It can be whatever it might be that last nerve is, and it could be different on different days. Having worked around children like that and special needs adults, there are just some days that sometimes it's all you can take to just not lose it in some way, shape, or form. Walk away, whatever, just, you know. So, but those are the times when we need to awaken our inner selves and just be calm. But he's driving me nuts, and just because busting that last nerve, because they'll find another one. So it ain't the last nerve. So to allow it to go past any more nerves, or to allow that progression of energy, when you feel it's the last nerve, that's the trigger that you go, oh crap, I need to be still. Oh crap, I need to be still. So, because the more our energies reverberate, they pick it up. And it's sort of like there was a sci-fi movie where there was this energy being transferred between the two people, and it was getting out of hand. And it started out as a woo 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 woo, and then it would go woo 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 woo, and it got out of hand. And so, but because the one side couldn't control it and the other side was being affected by it, there's this energy. So, but that's true. So their vibrant energy can push our last nerve and allow that energy in us to go, and it's hard to control. But the trigger is when you feel it start to go that way. That's when, and I've learned this, I've studied it, I've practiced it, so I do know it works. It's hard a lot of times, but once you learn it and can get it, you can still slip. Don't get me wrong, we're human. but you will be able to handle some situations that might be driving you nuts now. It won't bother you later on. Because if your energy is still, whatever his is doing, doesn't matter, your energy has to be calm. He can be, and you have to tell part of that brain that wants to scream to shut up. No, you over there, shut up. I'm no going to be calm. However you want to view it or whatever. So, but in the stillness of that is calming to him because of this reverberation of energies. So if you feel that the energies are starting to do that thing, then so you know what I'm talking about. You don't have to explain. When it happens, that's your trigger to go, wait, instead of me getting out of it and these things, you go, okay, calm. I'm gonna just put this record player in neutral. You know, it can still be spinning, but you put that record player in neutral, and eventually it'll just slow down on its own. You know, that's sort of an interesting way to view that. But anyway, a record player, huh? How many people have record players anymore? But anyway, but still, but to the point of that exercise. So if we're capable of not allowing the energy um okay, Michelle, so you get what I'm talking about. So, and no offense, Lady Court, there are some situations, and I think Michelle knows what I mean. You can do music, you can do this, you can ask them what they want, and they get it, and they don't want it. There is a certain agitation that will happen, and there's nothing you can do but just let them be agitated. I mean, but overreacting and even underreacting, and you know this, Michelle, I bet you're learning this. It's not that you don't care, but you have got to put them emotions aside. You love him, you care for him, and so, and it's, you have to, this is a really hard, you may understand this, but when I was working around these folks, I had to grow up, meaning that I couldn't let their tantrums bother me. I had to be like that old grandmother or grandfather that was very patient, you know. So whenever I felt myself slipping, I would think about a grandparent figure, my granny, for example, who would go, "Oh, now David, just calm down." And she'd let me rant and she'd go, "Well, it'll be okay." But she was always that calming thing. She never let her emotions get to the point of any of us, kids, kids in the neighborhood. She never let it got there because she just stayed calm. Well, isn't that horrible? Well, okay, but now calm down, she'd say. Well, tell me about it, but don't holler, don't lower your voice. Just very calming. She didn't tell you to shut up, and she allowed you to get it out, but the whole time it was just calm down so I can hear. Listen. Calm down. So it is that. So yeah. So, and there are just some situations that have certain things that have like always worked ain't gonna work. They just ain't gonna work. Yeah, 2:11, and here I am another hour, and I wasn't going to be here. Shame on me. But that this message came to me the other day, and I was like, "So this is for Michelle, huh?" And it was like, "Yeah." And at the time, it seemed like, I don't know if Nate was giving, if something was being, it seemed to me that it might have been like an extra stressful moment. And, when we don't have exceptional children to deal with all the time, life's hard enough, you know. So, but when we have exceptional children, we really, we have to go beyond the normal. And I know you know that, Michelle. Oh, I had eggs earlier, Michelle. I made me sort of a scrambled egg, uh, not an omelet in a way, I guess. Um, and mixed different herbs and stuff, and a little bit of hot sauce in there, and scrambled them all up, and then melted cheese all over that. Um, yeah, so a friend of mine from high school, her son is autistic, and he's like 40 years old now or something, or possibly even older. But even at that age, he's still a handful, you know, much better. And I've met him at different times over the years, through going back to class reunions and stuff. And it's been quite a few years now since I've seen him, but the last time, uh, he remembered certain things about me, and he hadn't seen me in like 10 years or something. So it's really been that the people I know, I've got a good friend of mine with Asperger's. And yep, I already had him. Yep, 214. I know. I really am getting hungry. I keep thinking about it. But anyway, I'll go find something. I got cereal in there. I do shredded wheat with a little bit of sort of like Cheerios in there. Anyway, um, but this thing about weight and things that get us. I I I just hope that some of my family members and folks would have enough sense not to gain 100 freaking pounds. I'm sorry, I don't know how else to put it. I know I did. I went through a period, but if these people persist in their weights, oh, this is what I was trying to get at earlier. I think one of the main reasons that I lost the weight as quickly as I did was that I had gained it quickly and I didn't hang on to it long. There was like a 6-month period that I was 250, and I just said, screw this. So, where some people gained weight and stayed heavy for years, now I graduated and I gradually got to 250, but it took me a year and a half maybe to gain that weight. But when I decided to not, that I'd had enough, it was really easy for it to come off. And I think it's because I hadn't kept the weight for long. It was easy for my body to get rid of it and for me to use it and all that kind of thing. So for those who have been overweight for a long time, please start now. Please start now. Do something about it. Too many people that I know in my age group and younger. Oh my God, my daughter. Oh, she should be 165 pounds at least. If that should be like heavy for her. And she's up, she's 220 or 5 or something like that. What? No, my God. 165 is too much for her. But, I'm saying, okay, you're a little filled out, a little, but 225, shit. I, I'm sorry. I'm disabled too. I got back problems. I got a knee problem. I got one leg shorter than another. I'm 68 and a half years old, and I'm still and to the point, my wonderful compliment from my friend Mandy and her granddaughter. I mean, her daughter. Anyway, I love them to death, like they were my own. But I've known Emma all her life, ever since she was born. So, anyway. Um, but I'm walking outside with Emma and Mandy, and I'm showing them the elderberry, and I'm showing them the garlic and the this and the that and strawberries, and I gave Emma the only strawberry in the garden, like for me, and I was like, yeah, here you go. Yeah, food addiction can actually be, to some people, worse than other addictions, but anyway, an addiction is an addiction. And the thing is that, yes, I still smoke cigarettes, but there are times when I was telling Andy, I said, I've had a cigarette laying here beside the computer, and she was sitting there in the chair and we were talking. And I said, but this cigarette's been here and I can light it any time, but I choose not to. And so that's the difference. Am I still smoking cigarettes? Yeah. Am I still having trouble with? Yeah. But there are times when I just say no. So the cigarettes don't have control of me. But yeah, I keep slipping and I keep smoking them. But there are times when I go, no, you just can't have one. No. Well, I really want it. Sorry, dude, you ain't having it. But I have these open arguments with myself, okay, out loud. So yes, I'm crazy, but listen, no, you can't have it, damn it. But I mean, put it down. No, you can't have it. And I'll let it lay there on the table right there, and it'll stare at me. But I'm better than it is. You know what I mean? We got 1 minute. And here's one of the things that's important in all of these life's lessons. You want to become more spiritual, then you have to do the work. You want to become fat and lazy and slovenly and gain 100 pounds that you don't freaking need. Oh my God, I wanted to scream so bad. There's my frustration. You see, if I can't keep it in, but at the same time, I'm not going to be mad or pissed, but holy crap. But anyway, so I love them to death, and I'm going to pray for them, and I'm going to hope that they will see. But, if my daughter keeps up the way she's going, she's going to be dead before me. She's going to be 50 next year, and I'll be 69 this year. But here's to the point: she's got COPD, she's overweight, she's got that, and blah blah blah. Wait a minute, I'm supposed to be the one that's have all these problems. I'm the old guy, and you're only 50 and you've got all these issues. Oh my God, you ain't going to make it to my age at this rate. You got to make a change. Holy crap. You know what I mean? I remember when I was like to be thin, and I'm just past having children. I got COVID, lost my taste. Used. We have to adapt, Lady Court. I understand, so, but the thing is if we put our minds to it, and here's the thing. There are people who just will, well, I'm fat, I'm big boned. That's just the way it is. I'm sorry. I wasn't like that. There are many people that I know who didn't grow up that way. They were normal size, not heavy, but a normal weight type person. Not necessarily athletic, but, um, but then to gain 50 pounds and then gain another 25 pounds and then to gain another, when you were 125 pounds and now you're 225. Holy shit. Wait a minute. Your body, your frame was not meant for that weight. Your system ain't meant for that. I'm thinking of my granddaughter, for God's sakes. And she's already overweight, and, so the choices that we make are important. So I made the choice and said to myself, I ain't putting up with this. an extra piece of pie, an extra something, ain't doing it. I remember when I was lost my taste, lost your appetite. That's a shame, honestly, Lady Court. But to the point, don't give in, don't give up, because the taste might come back. There are things that we learn to adapt. And here's a Lady Court. Let me say this. Did they stick anything up your nose? And I'll just say this. You know, if you hold your nose, you can't taste certain things. So the issue may be in your sinuses and your smelling. Because if you can't taste, just turn a bad situation. Okay. But anyway, you know, that I have not been tested. They ain't going to test me. Sorry. I'll go back home. I'll turn around and go the other way. But if they stuck something up in your nose to affect your smelling, so which affects your taste, because if you hold your nose, you can take, you know, you can take a nasty medicine. What, because it's the smell that comes in. But anyway, so with that said, it's 3:24, and I talked through it. I would do a sniff test to see if your smeller is still working. I mean, just that would be one of my experiments I would do, and go, what? I can't taste anything. Can I still smell? You know, does that smell like cinnamon? Does that smell like dog poo? Does that whatever? But anyway, okay. I love you all, and most of you have gone to bed. There's 7 of you in the thing. And Barry, thanks for hanging out. 3:25 in the morning. Michelle always, and Lady Court, and everybody else that has been here, hung out, and may come and may not make it this far in the video, but you know, it's always good hanging out with y'all. So, Michelle, for whatever they wanted me to pass that information on, Michelle, here's this really strange message for you. Keep a hum in your back pocket, like humming a tune, or I don't know what that means. Now, it may be that if a situation gets rowdy, and and it's normal for ourselves to want to lose it sometimes. Don't criticize yourself because, oh my God, don't do it. You cannot beat yourself up for it, because it is what you're doing requires more patience than normal human beings have to endure. Do not self-deprecate yourself. Do not crap on yourself. Your son lost his taste too. That sucks. Had PCR, had blood test. Okay, said I have long-term antibodies. Who knows? Yeah, I would agree with that too. You know, they have, with all the experiments and things that they've done on me, they have taken spinal fluid out of me at least 3 times. I think it was 4. I had bad reactions every time. Sometimes when I have headaches and I have a loss of balance, am I still having issues where they poke me in my spine so many times? The headaches seem similar. They've given me medicines to create seizures in my head. And then when I had them, they told me I was crazy. and gave me these experimental medicines that were just fresh out on the market. And I was one of the new guinea pigs from a licensed neurologist, supposed to be looking out for us people, and turned me into a vegetable. So by the grace of God that I'm still here and have been through the mill, in so many words, don't give up. Some days are just for crap, but don't give up. Um, and don't give in to it. So, but the message, Michelle, is to keep a hum in your pocket, is to like, if whatever is going is like to keep a song in your heart. Okay, it's sort of like humming. Hum, da, da, da. Maybe it's a tune, maybe it's a something. So when part of you wants to scream, yeah, some days are a 10 out of 20. Hey, SD, how are you? Good night. See you, David. 10 out of 10. I got you. I'm understanding. I got it. So the message to you, which is thank y'all, is to keep a hum in your pocket. The interpretation is that so whenever a situation overtakes you, hum. Find something to hum. So, and it's like, it's a tool that you keep in your back pocket. Like for me on the carnival, we always had a wrench in our back pocket. Yeah. Hey, guys, how are you? Sleep well yourself, brother. But anyway, and I'm fixing to get out of here too, honestly. But so keep a song in your heart. So when things start to go wacko, try to remember that the wacko will trigger you to hum. And don't do it to be annoying, but do it to center you. So it's like, what do you do in a stressful situation? Hum a little tune. Should it be the same one every time? Up to you. But the trigger, in that when you start to go over the edge, it's sort of like count to 10. So you may not be able to count to 10, but if you hum a tune for a few bars, da 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 da, you've counted to 10. So you can hum a song, sing a song, but in that understanding of it, so what do I do instead? Okay, so, and it might be a different something. It might be a different hum. It might be a favorite song. Maybe it's something that would help calm him, but it's the humming that helps the vibration. If you can feel the hum, you can feel that vibration in you. You can change the vibration of the situation through the humming. There's that too. So I hope that helps. Special message. It's for everybody, but especially for you, Michelle, that came in as, and they're backing it up right now, but they're also telling me to disconnect, that I've been on here for over 5 hours, and um, it's always good to be around. Nate hums in the car. There you go. So hum with him. And you probably do, but I mean, but so that's important. So if a situation gets out of hand, then see, how would I know that about the humming? Keep a hum, keep a hum in your pocket. So it might, if he hums the same tune, if his things start to get out of whack, then you hum his tune. You follow me? Because if he's humming and he's in a good mood with it, then when things seem to get out of hand, you just start humming whatever he does. That makes sense, don't it? And I'm not trying to be right, but I look at situations. Of course, I've been in situations too, but look at the situation and what drives it out of hand. It's out of harmony, you know. So if he's humming, he likes to hum or something. But it was more, I didn't, you're a hummer too. I'm a hummer. She's a hummer. He's a hummer too. Maybe that's why. And there's nothing wrong with, I mean, y'all have been around me long enough to know that, when I pulled cards about I think it's the grouse that does the whirling dervish thing. And there's also the chant, the throat chant, the, there's the throat singing. So by doing that exercise, you start up here in your throat and work the change of pitch down inside you, down into your diaphragm. It'll also clean out your throat and sinuses and all that other kind of stuff. But to that, the resonance of the humming, but it will change the frequency. So if it's a high pitched tantrum kind of thing, then if it's a humming little tune, then it will just it can, not that it will, but it can cancel out the tantrum. It depends on the situation and what's gone on up here, kind of thing. What stimulated it, or overstimulated, or maybe understimulated, or something. Whatever drives that. But so Michelle, not that I'm putting you on the spot here, and we've talked about you and Nate, but there are this works in all kinds of situations with people. So if you can contain yourself by humming to bring yourself back to center before you lose anger or whatever that emotion is that's bothering you at the time, and it doesn't have to be any particular anger or emotion, but if you feel that something's getting out of hand, whatever the situation might be, and that you might get drugged one way or the other to keep yourself centered, regardless of the situation, if that humming can keep you centered. It's like your magical note. It's like the whale card that says we're the only animals on the planet that we don't have our own call. So if we hum in our own frequency, our own tone, and sometimes you might hum up here, and for me, with the lower, I might go hum, so try it. I know you will. But for anybody that's listening to this, it's not just about autistic children or whatever. It's about any time we find ourselves in a situation. And I don't mean you have to go throat singing, but that was just my particular example right now. I'm kind of lined up sitting here the way I am. But it is about the tone, and it will bring us back to center. And it is our power. Well, how do you not lose control? Well, I hum a little tune. What? Yeah, I've learned that when when things seem to be getting out of hand, I just, hum a little tune. And you might not be able to actually vocalize it if you're in a situation with other people where it might, but you can hum it in your head. So you hum the tune without actually making the noise, but you still put out that frequency. It's just in a different way. So, and by humming it, you've changed in your head, if you can't do it out loud, that you know what it sounds like. And the whole part, whether or not you actually calm anybody else down, you're going to keep it together. So that's it. Anyway, humming is a stress buster. Science proves that it helps us feel better. There you go. So, you know, but all of that kind of stuff, but from a, you know, we talk about these things in a different way. If you try humming in different octaves, the octaves will resonate. Try to make the hum if it's just one note. Now, it could be a song, but also try certain notes, certain frequencies for yourself. It's sort of like if you sang in a choir and everything, you always practice the scale. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. Anyway, but you practice the scales to warm up. So in doing the humming, now this might not be necessarily appropriate depending on the situation, but practice the humming for yourself if you're humming in different frequencies. So you hum this song, la 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 la. So okay, so but drop it an octave, la 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 la. Same song, just drop it an octave, okay? And so what that does is it creates different frequencies and vibrations within us. So, you know, one frequency might be good for a particular situation, but it may not be like the right thing for your body. So consider that they know a lot of folks know by now that outside frequencies at certain hertz and this and that, you know, the 420, the 432 versus the 440 and the guitar, all this stuff. We've learned about these things. So, but how can we heal ourselves? Well, if they have machines that heal us with sound and light, then can we heal ourselves by using tonal frequencies, by simply humming different a certain song or any song, but because we sing it in different frequencies and can feel it up and down through our chakras, through our body, that you can feel the vibrations, and if you hit the right note, it'll make your teeth chatter. So, but all that's important. So, I always feel it healing. So, why couldn't it, if with the right thought intent, we could heal ourselves with our own frequencies that we generate? And if we listen to ourselves and our higher spirits, they'll tell us what frequencies we need to hum at. They're telling me this to pay attention, okay? This is my lesson they're talking to me, to you about right now. So if you was to share something for somebody, resonance, yeah, I do it in public when I'm alone. Yeah, I do it too. Uh, So, but the idea though, so that it's another tool in our arsenal. I hate to use that term, but it's another tool that we can use. Frequencies. So if you're in a bad mood, you hum a happy tune. You know, I will miss my friend Marcia, but I will sing a song on her behalf. You know, I'm sure I will still shed a tear or two now that I'm positive that she's passed over. Absolutely. We've known each other for over 40 years. And a lot of ways I will miss her. You know, we were not any kind of lovers or anything like that, but we were just very good friends, like brother and sister. We've had fights over the years, and we were always able to make up and go do things together. So I will absolutely miss it, my companion in many adventures that we have. But so, but in our frequencies of speak, you know, I know that if I sit like I'm here in the chair and I'm moving slightly, you can't really tell. But if I move my body slightly, I can align the vocal cords and my diaphragm up. And even though I'm just talking to you, it's certain frequencies, like this lower tone, to certain frequency that note right there, I can feel it all the way down to my diaphragm, So it isn't the same frequency, but the frequency. So if you're meditating or, and it can be driving down the road, it doesn't have to be anything special. It's just, if you're going to ask your spirit guide, say, okay, what frequency, what tone what sounds good that I can hum? And so you allow yourself, and if you feel like you're going to hum something that might, like, it's a tune that might make you sad or a memory, so you might not want to go there. But and there are times when you like hum something and go, well, last time I hummed that, it reminds me of this, and you don't want to be depressed, no. So you automatically are like, okay, let me switch stations here and let me find a happier hum or a happier tune. Well, that one didn't work. Okay, so don't worry about it. But also, with practice of this, it's the distraction on purpose, but the distraction is to put you back in control and to make sure your vibration is okay, to make sure your resonance. Other people can be out of whack, but you're going to have yours okay. So everybody else can be nutso, freaked out, bat crap, cray cray. You're going to have control of you. You may not have any other control of the situation or of other people, but you're going to be in control. And that's what matters. Okay? Because if you're in control and other people are crazy, you can sidestep crazy, But if you're involved in the crazy, then you're just crazy. You just end up being crazy. But so, there's a bar room and some people one wants to argue and this and that. But if you take a step backwards and to the side, these folks can fight it out and you're not going to get hit but with the cue stick. You know what I mean? So but if you're emotional and caught up in the situation, then you might get smacked inadvertently, but emotionally or physically or what I mean, psychically. So the idea is though when you're in control, it's sort of like in slow motion sometimes, like da 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 da. He walks into the bar with his hands on his 6 guns and looks around the room as to who's going to shoot whom. And hey, Fox, how are you? And you know what? It'd be interesting. We'll have a humming session maybe one time. But it'd be interesting next time we get together. And y'all remind me, how's that humming thing working out for you? I mean, just as a curiosity, I know I don't have enough where I use, and I've talked about this myself. I have to increase it myself. So this is going to be a good exercise for me too. You got bad news, Fox? I've had bad news, but I'm doing my best to get over it. Same with smiling. Even if we're not happy, the brain responds favorably. Yeah, but there's a small. I agree with you, Michelle. But if your smile is weak, so here's the thing, that if we realize, holy crap, I feel bad, I'm going to smile. Then I'm going to put up a smile, and that's going to make me happier. No, it ain't. You're faking it. Now there are times when you have to do that, and I don't. But here's the thing: if we can, and I'm learning this, I'm still learning this, Michelle, and to all of you, that when that trigger starts to, well, I'm going to smile through this, and it's really, you're really putting up a front. Whatever it is that's got you in that mode that you need to smile, back it up maybe with a hum, but back it up with that I've overcome this, whatever it is, and you're here now. And with a positive thought and a smile, whatever it is that's gone wrong or made, whatever emotional, whatever, for that instant went wrong, that you're going to smile and go, well, okay. and truly smile. So you take that just smile to make you feel better. And if you've gone to the trouble of smiling, then make it genuine. Does that make sense? Last Saturday morning before the eclipse, my dad passed away. Son of a bitch. So for the last few days, I've been traveling to be strong for my sister and mom. Sorry about that, Fox. Um, I truly am. I just found out yesterday that my good friend of over 40 years passed away. And I knew she was in the hospital and nursing home, but nobody told me anything. And they've already cremated her and had the services and everything. And I'm like, and I'm the last to know, you know. So I'm like, you know, if my comment to that is, if I pass away, ain't nobody gonna know, you know, because she was like, you know, we were our backup to each other, and my backup's gone. So, you know, if anything happens to me, and nobody told me that she was gone, you know, of all the folks that knew me and her together after all these years, nobody, not her family, not nobody called me to tell me. And that sucks. But at the same point, there's nobody around here that would know who to call. If something happened to me and I passed, and you know, it's going to happen one of these days, but there's nobody here that would know who to call. Would they call my daughter? Would they call this or that? So I'm seriously looking into having all those arrangements made. I was over across the river the other day and at a New Bethel church. It's a Baptist church, but they got a cemetery there. And I was thinking, you know, there are certain laws to where, you know, I could be planted on my own property. It's big enough, you know, that where I could have a designated family plot and put me right here. Wouldn't even have to buy a spot. Just somebody'd have to dig a hole and put me in it. So, I mean, I'd have to get the permit and all, but, there's too many places here they could plant me and I would not be in the way. You know what I mean? And for future purposes. And with the remains and stuff up here on the top of the hill of where that they found all those arrowheads and so forth, I know that a brave was somehow was up there on the hill. We've had psychics and people discuss it. I've talked about it before. So if I was to go anywhere, they could plant me up there on the hill in a fairly useless piece of property up there by the road, because of where the power line is and where the old road bed is. They could plant me right up there and I'd be perfectly happy. The other side of the coin is I could go to the other side of the river and like right across, right behind me kind of thing from here, and be planted in the cemetery with some other folks. Not that that really matters. But you know, then I could pay for a plot over there and give to the church and mark out my own spot. So from over there, theoretically speaking, I'd be facing east towards the house and overlooking the swamp and the river and everything that I love so much. So, you know, hey, it's right across the river. You know, I'd be right here in the neighborhood. Not that there would anybody ever come or anything like that. That ain't the point. But as far as, you know, where do I want to go or anything like that, put me across the river, you know, or up on the hill if you know, and put me in a pine box. I mean, seriously, you know, I don't want to be in a metal box. I want to be in wood, you know. And anyway, my own personal thing. Um, but Fox, but good news, my twin flame might be just right around the corner. Well, we'll pray for you for that too. Um, yeah, we've all had somebody pass away recently, you know, and there's been I say quite a few. There've been several folks that have passed here within this last year, and it's just okay, you know, which is interesting to me because I thought some of these people would outlast me, and I'm still here, and I'm going, wow, ain't this weird? You know, not that I don't have a death wish, but it just ain't this weird, you know. And my 69th birthday's coming up, and in September, and it's like and then I'll be 70, and I'm like, damn, man, you know. I made it this far and I'm still here and kicking and I'm still wanting to go to the river and I haven't given up yet, you know, and okay. So, my dear friends, I don't know whether or not you have weight issues. And I honestly do not, I don't wish to be mean. Please, Jesus or Spirit or whatever, do your best to change it. Find a way. Exercise. You can sit in a chair. Please, Jesus, for your own benefit, do something. You can do something. Be inventive, be creative, make up your mind. But if you're over a normal kind of sort of body, if you're over 200 pounds and you're not 6.5 foot tall and a really large frame, then you're overweight. Don't make excuses. And you know that you can do better. However you do it, just do better. If it means that you got to exercise more, then while you're watching a movie, get on the damn floor and do some sit-ups and push-ups and roll-ups. Watch that movie, but do something, you know. And I don't know, and you don't have to go out and get some kind of rowing machine or nothing. You could, but there are so many things you can do exercising just with you and yourself, and maybe the rug or a mat on the floor or something. And you ain't got to go nowhere. It doesn't have, the only stress is that, you know, moving your muscles and that kind of thing. So you got bones that crack and whatever. I do too. I still exercise. My back hurts. I get up and stretch and walk around. You know, where other people, oh, my back, I got to lay down. Now, there's sometimes I got to lay down. But I'm here to tell you, for folks who are like, oh, it hurts too bad. Oh, quit being a whiny pot and get your ass up. At least to go on the floor. Sit in your damn chair and do legs lifts. There are things that you can do. I'm thinking of other people while I'm having this little angry moment. And that I can't believe my daughter is over, and my granddaughter are both over 200 pounds. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. 125-pound girl turns into a 225-pound girl because she was in jail. I just don't buy it. I'm still bitching about it, ain't I? But anyway, I will help. I'll do whatever I can. You need backup. We'll do video. I don't care if you need help with weight issues or whatever. But please, Jesus, nobody can make you do it. You have to do it on your own. So make the decision. Feel better. I promise you. You lose if you're 25 or more pounds overweight. You lose that 20. Always think about when if you buy potatoes and bring them in the house, and you got a 10-pound bag of potatoes. Think that if you're 25 pounds overweight, that's almost 3 sacks of potatoes that you're carrying every time you take a step, and everything that you do. It's on your heart, it's on your lungs, it's on your system, and you're carrying extra weight you do not require or need. So please, I will pray for you every day, I promise you, but please do something about it. Okay, you can do it. I've done it. I had issues where I was up and down there for a little while, but in my older age, all these people are getting, you know, diabetes and they're overweight and all this stuff. Stop it. It's your fault, not anybody else's. Oh, it's my medicine. It could be your medicine, okay? But to the point though, you still control what you eat, you know. Oh, but it's this. Oh, it's the COVID. Quit making up excuses. You're I'm thinking of my granddaughter when I say this. You're making up excuses, girl. I was in prison. I was in prison. I didn't gain 200 pounds, you know. I mean, excuses, excuses. My daughter that is 49 now, I have more mobility than she does, and she wasn't in any kind of extreme car accident or anything. Okay, she's got back issues and stuff, and but if she's gained 100 pounds, she's killing herself. So I'm distraught about my own family members who have allowed themselves to just and make up excuses. I know I'm going on and on about this. Hey, Regen, higher power in the heavens, because he reaches down to comfort you. Little meals, order appetizers, smaller portions. Just just eat a simple meal, you know. And I know it's hard to do. I was eating 2 plates full and going back for desserts, and sometimes seconds on desserts. I was eating way too much. And here's the thing, you won't have to poop as much either. But smaller meals, there are lots of ways you can cut down. And one of the things I would cut down are any kind of sweets or any kind of pies or cakes, or, here's the thing. You don't have to give them up forever. You give them up on if they're regular in your life, stop it. My brother, like for me, I've got 3 different kinds of ice cream in my freezer, and there's only a little bit of this one kind. But um, the idea is, though, I used to sit down and eat a half a gallon of ice cream myself. He could too. We'd get a gallon of ice cream and split it between us and sit down and eat it, the whole thing. So but now I've got a half a gallon of ice cream, 3 different kinds, and I take a couple of scoops. I love it. I enjoy it. I let it melt. Yum, 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 yum. But then I put it up. So I don't put it in a bowl, and I don't sit there and eat the whole damn thing. You got to say stop. You don't say I can't have any. So I had this little fruit jar, not jar, but little, like you'd put a little bit of fruit in or something, for cocktails or something. Anyway, and it could be used for a cocktail dish for putting shrimp in too. But anyway, this little glass bowly thing. And that I would put a scoop of ice cream in that, and that was it. So I still had my ice cream, but I limited what I had, and I didn't go back for seconds. But you got to be honest, and you got to be strict. But if you want to lose a child riding on your back, 100 pounds is a child, a large child. Then stop this. Take control of the situation. Move more. You don't have to go like you don't have to walk 10 miles, but do something around the house. You can just pace back and forth in the house and get a mile, but if you do, you have to take control. But so many people allow their situation to be their excuse. Hey, Regen, I'm eating roast vegetables that I cooked in my pizza oven outside in the freezing. Oh, but wow, that sounds cool. Yeah, I've done that, Gaza. You know, there's something about corn on the cob cooked over a grill in the husk. You got to cook it in the husk. Don't put no aluminum foil on it. You leave the husk on it and cook it. And if it doesn't have a husk on it, then put the ears on the fire. Do not wrap it in aluminum foil. That's just nasty. But you can butter it. You can put. Now what I do is I will put a griddle down if the fire's too hot or whatever over the thing to cook the corn more evenly. But don't wrap your corn in aluminum foil. It ain't right. You don't get the smoky flavor. So, but anyway, here I am another hour. Oh my God, I'm going on 420 for real. I don't think I can make it, honestly. Leaf husk on it. And the threads, yep, and throw it right on the fire. That's the way they call it Indian corn. Well, anyway, you just throw it on and you turn it and let it, let it burn, let the leaves and all, let the husk. Don't worry about it; it'll peel right off. But the hairs will burn, and the husk will open up, and it'll let you know it'll start steaming. And so you just rotate them and don't worry about them, catching on fire if the fire gets that hot. But, normally you shouldn't do that. But yeah, leave the husk right on them and cook them right in the husk. Yeah. And if you want to add butter to it, it's like a lot of people like put butter with it and cook it with the butter. You can always add the butter. Okay. Just saying. But some people, as it cooks and the husk starts getting all crinkly and everything, you peel a piece back to check it out. Add a little butter in there like that. Just toss it in there and then flip it around again, and it'll get some butter flavor in it. But it depends on how hot the fire is, lady Court. It really does. It depends on how hot the fire is. So if it's a medium fire, it'll take a little longer. If the fire is a little hotter, and the steaks are sizzling or whatever, if you do meat. But I'm thinking, that we would throw the corn on with whatever we were cooking, and you always put the corn on a little earlier because you wanted to make sure. But you can test it. It's not like you can't do it. But put it on and leave it and flip it around. Just get you a pair of tongs and flip them over, or a fork and roll them around on the fire. But it depends on if you're using charcoal, how hot the fire is, how close it is to the fire. Those are all determining factors. So if it's not cooking fast enough, and you can get, I mean, we used to take corn on the cob in the season, and it's starting to come in now. But just literally, if we were camping, we would just literally throw it on the fire. And so the ends would get a little burn or whatever, and it'll be a little charcoaly. There's something about that taste, though, when you cook it on an open fire. And anyway, but try it, yeah. When Deb was here last year, she had never had fish cooked on a grill. And I put lemon juice and some, a little bit of seasoning and some butter and olive oil. And it was like she had never tasted anything like that. And there are so many people that have missed out what cooking on a wood fire is like, and the right kind of wood and the right temperatures and that kind of thing. And it really makes a difference. There's this idea that people use propane to cook with. And I'm like, oh my God, it's like cooking a hot dog with a lighter. Come on, give me a break. I was raised with. Wow, that's interesting, Regen. Speech to text. Since I've lost most of my teeth, speech to text, it does not understand me at all. As clearly as I try to speak, it does not understand me. So that's interesting. But anyway, my dear friends, is coming up on the real 420. I'm going to take the break now, and I really do have to go in so many ways. And I'm not coming back because it's been almost 6 hours. So I am tired after this. But this is our this is our late night, early morning TTFN radio with your humble host David Noel and Hawkeye Two Feathers, and it is 4:07 a.m. on May the 31st, Memorial Day here on 2021, and we're glad that folks can be here with us. We have sad news amongst us, but we are all going to smile for those who have passed. And as long as we keep them in our hearts, they will never be forgotten, you know. So we keep that. My heart aches. My daughter has an opportunity next Monday. Ovarian cancer is small. Will do, SD. Remind us, and we'll continue to send prayers. If I do a chat again or do another video, please mention that again. Next Monday, a week from, okay. All right. I'm hoping everybody has a good week and a good day the rest of the day and so forth. Keep up the good work, everybody. This extra, I never expected when I started this channel for it to turn into any kind of prayer meeting group thingy. You know what I mean? But it has, and that's one of the wonderful benefits I see to this channel and to the Soul Tribe and those of us that we've met and we share. We pray for each other. We sound good energy. That's why we're here. If you ever question in life, why am I here? This is it. To share, to be able to send prayers to people that we have never met, but we know in our hearts. Now, maybe y'all have met, but I've never met any of you in person that I know of. So, but I feel like I know you, and my prayers are honest when I tell you that each and every day, this is my close, that each and every day I continue to pray that each and every one of you will continue to learn, to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. Despite our hardships, despite our losses, every single day when I put my feet on the ground and I touch Mother Earth, I say thank you to the universe in gratitude. And I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn, to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many, many blessings from the universe. In that law of three that honestly is important to me, I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you, your friends, your family, all of your relatives, and all of your relations, past, present, and to come, will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. And also, as my addendum here lately, is that I continue to pray that each and every day that you will continue to learn to reject those things that are unnecessary in your life. Remember, we can reject comments. We can reject other people's nasty feelings. We can reject the things that do not agree with our energies. Remember the humming. You're welcome, lady. Court, Regen, sorry you got in late. But it's been 6 hours. We're coming up on a real 4:20. So it's 4:11 a.m. I'm gonna sit here and have a smoke with y'all as we close out and wind down. The alchemy of life is that we use the things we find to change what is necessary in our lives. You too, Esty. There's 10 of you here, it says, and I want to make this comment. And not that I would make it with fewer or more, but I will make this comment at the end of this video. There are so many of you that come from different backgrounds, different beliefs, different religious upbringings or not religious upbringings, whatever. You come from a variety of different, social life skills, things, stuff. But we can all get together here, and I'm very proud and humbled by that fact. And that when we come here, we can all know that we're friends. We're not going to be attacking each other. but I will shake my finger at you. If you're overweight, please, Jesus, do something. Okay. I will continue to pray for you. Um, you know, I'm praying for your health. So, with alchemy as this subject for today, for tonight, for this morning, remember that whatever we put into us is the chemistry of life. Whatever we put into our mouth, we intend for it to be absorbed somehow. So, if we put things in us that aren't going to be absorbed well, too many sugars, too much of this, whatever it may be, when we take control of that, um, we have become our own personal alchemist. And I don't mean about having colloidal silver or doing the gold thing or any of that kind of stuff. I mean, when you take control of what you eat and when you understand, I'm eating these for tonight. I looked at my scrambled eggs and went, do I want them in a bowl or do I want them on a sandwich? So I put it between two pieces of wheat bread and with a little bit of ketchup on it and smashed that there, cheese omelet on between two pieces of bread and had me a lovely sandwich. And still had some left over that I just went and scooped up out of the skillet and ate the rest of it like a piece of pie. But the idea, though, that in it, I'm like, man, these eggs are so good, and the cheese and the yum, and and the flavor. So it's like it's good for me that I'm eating this because I prepared it with, the way I like it, and a little of this and a little of that and a dash of this and. So I'm thinking I'm making these eggs because I like these things and I like the garlic in it and I like the onion that I added. And so these are healthy things. So there are some things I just do without thinking, but I know they're healthy. You know what I mean? So I'm taking care of myself. I'm looking out after myself in that I know that what I'm cooking and what I'm putting together, as much as possible, uh, there are stuff that I get out of a can that I just have to trust that them tomatoes are okay, that when they were canned, and I have to trust certain things in cans or frozen. But with love and affection and some decent cooking, um, you know, and oh, my comment from my dear friend um, yesterday. We're out walking in the yard, and she looked at me and she goes, her real grandpa can't or won't get up out of his chair when she comes to visit. And here you are, older than he is, not even her grandfather. And I take her on this walkabout around the property and stuff. And she said, Miss Mandy said, you've got more energy than her own grandpa, and you're older. And she goes, if you might seem like you're not doing too good, but I'm here to tell you every time I come, and she goes, I'm proud to come and visit you. Me and Emma both like coming down here to visit you. And I was giving tips. Miss Emma, it takes dance. And we were talking. She goes, I would like to learn how to. I said, I grew up with carny people and acrobats and people that did trapeze and stuff. And I said, I used to even be able to walk on my hands. And she said, oh, gosh, I wish I could learn that. So I said, next time you come, I'll give you some tips. So before she left, I gave her some instructions on how she can start to strengthen her arms and how she can learn how uh, to walk on her hands. And the balancing as a dancer and being able to do something like that and being acrobatic and learning balance in a different way rather than just upright kind of thing. So, but anyway, so having influence with young folk, even at my age, teaching them how to walk on their hands, and I'm an old codger, but relatives and people that are younger than me can't even walk around in the yard with his own granddaughter. And to me, that's just, I'm sorry, that's sad. Get up, quit making excuses. Get up. She's not my granddaughter. She's a lovely lady and is inquisitive. And why wouldn't I get up and walk out with them? Oh my God. You mean they'll go for a walk with me? I'll go. Come on, let's go. But anyway, so attitude, how people look at things, the simple things for me are these walks with my, with my dear friends who have become, family. Um, and never give up, never give up, never give up, never give up, never give in. Unless sometimes there are certain times when it's necessary to give in. But anyway, um, like for example, when I mean by sometimes you have to give in, and I was meaning my friend Marcia, and God bless her, but she had gotten to the point where nothing was working and she was not healing. And sometimes it's bad because I saw death on her. So I'm looking at this now a couple of days. Well, yesterday I found out for sure. But that in my retrospection about this, not in some kind of gory or, but that that was an inevitable thing that she just couldn't get out of. And sometimes you just have to give into it. That no matter how hard you're fighting, there are certain things against you that it's just like, okay, let me take a look at my situation and go, all right. And sometimes in those situations, you just have to, it's not that you give up, but you have to give in to the situation. It's beyond your control, and you're just going to have to ride it out. And in that sense, sometimes you have to give in. Hand procedures. How does this mean it's called carpal tunnel surgery? Yeah, listen about the carpal tunnel thing. And for those of you who are you're new, Lady Court, Regen, ST, I think you might not have heard. And Max and I have talked. Max Vision and I have chatted about this and on the live stream. And if you're drinking out of plastic bottles at all, stop. I'll be 69 in a couple of months. I used to have arthritis so bad that I would wake up in the middle of the night screaming in pain. And I stopped drinking out of plastic bottles many years ago now. The arthritis has cleared up in my hands. My knees that should have been replaced years ago are still my knees. I have less pain in my knees and joints and stuff, but I do not drink. I drink milk out of a plastic jug, but as far as bottled water and all this other kind of stuff, sodas in plastic bottles, and I quit all that. And Max did the same thing, and he agrees with me. When he quit drinking out of plastic bottles, his arthritis all but went away. But for those of you who are here late, I'm here to tell you there's a few other people, but if you're drinking out of plastic bottles, please stop. It will also help you to lose weight because there are polymers and things that are in the plastic that off gases into the liquids that are absorbed into your body, but not absorbed like they get stuck. Okay, these polymers never go away. Um, I use cans all the time. In fact, something that I had not discussed with Max, but he put it in the chat that night or that morning, and he goes, "I use stainless steel," and I'm like, "I moved to stainless steel. We had never talked about this, but my coffee cup is stainless steel inside, and now I use stainless steel because I've got a lot of clay in my water, and any kind of porcelain gets stained with clay very easily. And so, but I've been using stainless steel because it doesn't absorb. I can clean it with a wire brush, which I do if there's too much, coffee left in there, that I need to clean out. But and I cook with cast iron. Not that there aren't other things, but I cook with cast iron, and use, olive oil and real butter. And, for me, I cook delightful meals, and they're just common things. It's nothing really special. A lot of stuff is canned because I don't have the fresh produce that, by going to a big box store, but I get by. And I'm as healthy as, a lot of other people that, God, Marcia, I love you. I do, darling. But, I'm obviously healthier than some other people. So knock on wood. And I mean no disrespect to the folks that have gone before me, but, I just figured that I would be gone before them, is my point. And here I still am. So what am I doing that's right or wrong? I'm still here. So I must be doing something right, but not drinking out of plastic bottles, and changing diet, and using only like olive oils, and real, do not, I have mentioned this before. If you're eating margarine, stop it. If you knew how they made it and whatever, you would not eat it. Eat real butter, for God's sakes. Okay. There's actual properties in butter and things. It's just, oh, don't overdo it. But if you're eating margarine, please, Jesus, stop that. There are polymers and things and stuff in the hydrogenated oils that do not go well with our bodies. They are not absorbed well. They will collect in pockets and create this fake fat. Stop eating margarine. Oh, but it's going to help me lose weight. No, you're going to get fatter, and you ain't going to be able to get rid of the fat that's already in you. But cans, now here's the thing about cans. They spray this type of, not all cans, but because of citric acids and so forth in the sodas, it will eat the aluminum. So they sprayed this. It's sort of like a plastic, but it ain't, inside the can. And from what I understand, it's a sugar corn based plastic. Okay. So it is enough of a coating on the can, on the inside of the can, to protect the soda or whatever's in it from interacting with the aluminum. But the quote plastic it's made from natural stuff. It's not a plastic. There are no polymers or anything involved. So and from what I understand, that most of it is a corn based kind of sugary thingy they made this plastic out of before, that was biodegradable, and it was made from corn sugar. So but anyway, and they can put it in a liquid form, where you can't do that with real plastic. You just can't do it. But they spray, the can will come into a station before the top is put on. The can will come into a station, and a nozzle will come down, and it will go and spray on the way out. And it'll hit the bottom and then spray the sides and then quit. Next can, next can, so that's how it works. But anyway, but it's a natural type of, it's not really a plastic, but it mimics plastic. So anyway, BPA, I'm not sure. But here's the main thing. Whatever is sprayed into the cans is less volatile than the off-gassing of the plastic from plastic bottles. Okay, that's the biggie. And I've talked about off-gassing before. All things off-gas after it's made. I mean, if you split a piece of wood and smell of it, oh, it smells like pine. It's off-gassing. Okay, you split a piece of oak and you smell it and you go, wow, it's off-gassing. I got some gardenias here that are really powerfully smelled. The whole yard, I mean, it was amazing. You can smell it all around the yard up there. It's great. But those flowers are off-gassing, So, but the polymers and things and the plastics that are off-gassing into the waters and the sodas and things is very difficult for the human body to get rid of. But Max agrees. A lot of other people are taking our advice or have somehow found it themselves. But if you stop drinking out of plastic bottles, switch to regular bottles, or at least cans. And cans are recyclable, and you can actually get money out of them, where plastic not so much. So, but um, the metal can is a resource. Plastic not so much. But with that said, though, after the years of my own testimony of having not drank out of plastic bottles and having drank out of cans, my arthritis is, there's soreness, but I'm 69 years old. There should be soreness with all the abuse my hands have taken over the years. There should be a little stiffness. It's called old age, but I don't have this crippling arthritis that people have. And if you're drinking, oh my God, I'm on a tirade. If you're drinking diet soda, shoot yourself. Just get it over with. Okay. I think that's one of the other things. I love you, Marcia, but you're gone. But I've had this conversation with you. If you're going to drink a soda, don't drink a diet one. For God's sakes, just drink a soda, or find something that if it isn't carbonated. If you think that whatever's in a diet soda is good for you, forget about it. Just go with the soda. The whole point of it is limit what you drink. Much thinks pain through joints, liver enzyme gets high. This new pain come and go, aching shoulder muscle area, but I hear pinched nerve. Cast iron skillet, I hear great for cornbread. Yes, I actually have a couple of cornbread. They're cast iron that you put them in the oven, and in the castings it looks like corn. So when you put in your batter and it bakes, when you pull them out and flip them over, it looks like ears of corn. I have a collection of some cast iron, and I thoroughly believe in it. And I will say this again: if you ever put your skillet near the sink, shame on you, period. Okay. If you're going to have to put water in it and something sticking, then you have overcooked something and haven't used enough oil. I'm being kind. But when I've had my skillets for years, and people will, take my skillet and get shit stuck in it and go, how'd you do that? I cook in my skillet all the time and nothing gets stuck on the bottom. You just don't know how to cook, literally, because they cook on high all the time. When you get a cast iron skillet hot, you turn the heat down. You can turn, if the eggs are almost done and the skillet's hot, you can turn the heat off and put the lid on it, which is what I do, and let the pan finish cooking the eggs without the heat on it. So they never get overdone. They never get burnt. They never get scorched. They never get stuck to the bottom of the skillet. People don't know how to cook. I'm sorry. I've been cooking too long. And then some people, something gets stuck in the skillet, they take it over and stick it in the sink or whatever. Oh my God. My skillet hasn't been near the sink in years. It is long, like arm from, it's only a couple of arms lengths away from the sink. But if something, and I've had some things stick in the skillet, depending on what I was doing, but you always heat the skillet up, put some water in it, let the water boil and loosen whatever's in it. You don't put any soap in it, but boil the water in the skillet, bring it up and scrape whatever it is off using the boiled water in the skillet. And then when you're done, you can dump that hot water into the sink. That's as close as I would come. Immediately wipe it out with a paper towel. And while it's still hot, then put a little oil on it and make sure you rub it right in. It will never rust. It will always keep that dark black patina. It will always act like a non. It's mostly non-stick as long as you use a little oil every time you cook in it. But there are people that have taken my skillet and ruined it. Tried to ruin it in one meal. And I'm like, how do you do that? It's so simple to be able to cook a good meal without ruining your pots and pans or whatever. So, but anyway, I've said this before, but I should have a cooking show sometime about, and I don't know how people cook, but I've seen how people cook. I've seen enough people and people down here in the South, they, when everything's done, then they turn the skillet off. And I'm like, I would have turned the skillet off. If I'm cooking rice or pasta, if it says 8 to 10 minutes, it's usually a little closer to 10. But at the 8 minute mark, I turn the heat off and cover the pan. So it says, cook 10 minutes. But the next 2 minutes are going to sit in hot boiling water in my hot pan that's going to take more than 2 minutes to cool down. It's going to finish that pasta, and the pasta is never overdone. It never gets scorched or burnt. There's so many. Always turn the heat off sooner than you think. Now, if you're doing up a lot of frying, you got to keep the temperature up. But there are still people who will cook on high when once you get your pan hot enough, medium would probably suffice. And your meals wouldn't stick to the skillet. They would taste better. They would still be fried, whatever you were doing. But, after having been a cook and cooked up for a long time in different venues and for myself, people just don't know how to use their utensils. Yeah, you cook with cast iron? Yeah. And if you know how to do it right, it's lovely. I've seen people with, oh my God, they take their cast iron and they're scraping it with scrapers and this and that, and they're scrubbing their cast iron. I'm going, holy Jesus God. My real mother, before she passed, I visited her in Tennessee years ago. And it was about this time of year, actually. And when she got done frying this cast iron skillet, she went over and scrubbed that sucker in the sink with water and soap and everything. And I was like, Ma, what you doing there? And she was like, well, I'm cooking, I'm cleaning my cast iron. And her husband at the time, Charlie, he was like, David, he said, I tried to tell her. And I said, oh, she's one of those got to scrub the skillet things. So, like, my skillet is black, and there are little pieces of crusty stuff maybe around the edges. And there are some people who would take that over and scrub all that out. And it's like, no, that's part of the nonstick thing. It's carbon. It ain't gonna kill you. If it came off in the food, it's carbon. It's been carbonized for a long time, but it doesn't come off. But there are people who would scrub that out, and so Dolores was scrubbed that pan so clean and wiped it out. And I said, aren't you going to put any oil in it? She goes, well, why would I do that? And I said, so it don't rust. She goes, this pan rusts all the time. I have to keep washing it. And I looked at Charlie, looked at me, and I looked at him, and I said, I would never do that to my skillet. And I would hurt somebody if they did that to my skillet. And he goes, that's Dolores for you. That's your mom. And I was like, uh-huh. So, but what I'd have done was I'd have brought my own skillet and said, no, watch this. But she grew up that way. My grandmother Noel was like that. My pops, he knew about keeping skillets. When my grandma Noel would come to visit, she would make us stand there, and she would stand at the kitchen sink and scrub that black off of those skillets until it looked like metal again, and take all the nonstick out of it. I mean, a really well seasoned, cast iron skillet, and scrub it till you could see your face in it. Oh my God, I think about that. My grandmother, no, that's how much of a bitch she was. You know, she had pawned me off to some folks to get me out of the family. She was not a nice lady. But anyway, tried to separate family members. I mean, what grandmother does that? But anyway, and she was a devout Catholic and went to mass every day. Yeah. And I think there was more of the devil in her than people who have never been to a church. But anyway, devilment. Oh my God, devilment. But so I've said my prayers earlier. And Gaza, wonderful day. You have a good one too. And I got stuff on talking about this cooking and cast iron and crap, and but for folks, God love them folks who cook and they've learned certain ways, and that's how they learned how to do it. But God bless some of these folks. It's like, turn the heat down, or okay, it's been boiling now for 10 minutes. Well, there's still the pot. Okay, it's pasta. I know. Just turn the heat off. Just leave it in the pan and it'll be okay. And then when I show them and I prove some stuff to this, I've showed some people, relatives, and, extended family members. And I'm like, will you just trust me and let me show you? And then when I do, they go, "Oh my God. Oh my God. I've been overcooking things. You've been using too much heat. Yep. And you've been, yep. Oh my God. Yep. That's why your stuff sticks to the pan. Yep. You should use a little olive oil. It's very simple. None of this spray pan stuff, crap on that. Use olive oil. It works every time. But anyway. So, Michelle, thanks, and Regen and folks hanging out here for another damn 22 minutes that I said I was going to quit. So, from South Georgia, from TTFN Radio, and I said the prayers earlier, but I do continue to pray each and every day that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the healing, the knowledge, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe, and that you continue to learn to reject those things that are not necessary in your life. It will make your life simpler in so many ways. Remember, have faith and believe, 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 believe. Esty says, I know it's confusing. Okay, a conversation I wasn't paying attention to. I love you all. I'm tired and hungry. Going to have some cereal because that's an easy fix. Cheers, everybody. Please keep the faith. Please stay healthy as best as you can. And for the wrap up of Alchemy, remember that whatever it is that you think is going to be good for you, think about it again and consider if it's necessary that you have it. So I love you all. Thank you, Esty and Michelle, as always. Yep, always. Yeah, keep humming, keep singing, keep a song in your heart. And I know I kind of put you on the spot with talking about this tonight, Michelle, but they kind of felt like you've talked about your son before, and I wasn't just specific in anything, but you understood what I was talking about. But for anybody out there that has to deal with anyone like that, and autism, or different other types of disorders and things, when we learn patience within us and how we can maintain it in stressful situations, it is a very powerful power to be able to hold your own. So it's difficult. You continue to learn it. So, but my prayers to you, Michelle, keep up the good work. You got a long haul ahead, but keep the faith. There's a lot of us praying for you. So remember that you are not alone. Even there, I may not be sitting with you in the living room or whatever. We got your back, sister. Okay. So till next time, ST and everybody, be safe. And I do believe our time together is well spent because our energies are shared. And I sincerely believe that does make a difference in the universe. So anyway, another drop of water. Till next time, be safe. If you're out boating or something, where you're PFD, And, you know, don't drink too much. Keep the faith. Till next time. I love you. Cheers, everybody. Bye.